popularity of Yami, relying on these field-breaking spells. That's not quite the option for the K9 Vanquish Soul. Of course, they have to rely on monsters. Will we see that? But first and foremost, are we gonna see Willy finally, play a Yami card in this duel? Our second game is ready, so let's jump back into action.
All right, quick handshake here at the start of game number 2. It has to be better this time for Willy, right? It can't be as bad again.
Oof, no. I got worried for a moment. No, we do.
Okay, we got something?
Yeah, we got the 5th card was a monster.
Okay.
I mean, I was worried there for a moment, but we do get it by that Fuvalos. But we do have at least that Lollipop in hand. And let's see if we have an interaction on that Snatchy.
All right, the Snatchy will resolve. He did, at least he opened up with a monster. The last one you want to open up within the Yummy strategy, but any monster will do.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure because I don't know one of the other 4th cards, but for sure, yeah, I don't think there is much of
it. Holly Sue!
Oh, no
Vanquish Soul Holly Sue. Every game of the top 8 so far, there's been a Holly Sue with the correct attributes, a dark and a fire, going to be able to summon the rosin from the deck here underneath the Yummy Snatchy.
There is no way. Again, that Olisu. I mean,
does he have something to stop the special summon from the deck? I do think Willy has like a triple tactics thrust in his hand too, so it won't just be the end all to be all.
We're taking control here, no?
Okay, we're gonna take control.
Fantastic here.
This is actually gonna work out really well because now he'll be able to grab Obedience School.
Yeah, at the same time though, it will still keep on playing through the Fuvalos, so it's an interesting decision here just on how much do we want to do. But of course, that's a great follow-up, and it's going to resolve. You can see Shane having a laugh at it. Loved this interview when he said the most important thing is, you don't have an enemy in front of you. It's surely your opponent, but you can still have a chat. You can still have, this nice atmosphere, and you can see both of them smiling and, having a little bit of a chat, and you love to see that.
Yeah, it is fantastic, but going back to the game, it is so tough when you combine a Fuvalos with some more interruptions, because it means you have to give your opponent draws. Those cards just replacing themselves here. The Holly Sue might have been a card out of the hand, but just going to be replaced by more and more cards for Shane.
That's certainly the case. Having the Mulcharmy Fuvalos is not something Willy wanted to see, but he's going to have to continue to play. Looks like the Cupsy Yummy here is going to add Yummy Surprise from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, but at the very least, he will get back the Snatchy, so you don't have to do so much. Snatchy, one of those cards, even if it's stolen from you and comes back in the end phase, it's still a pretty helpful card to have on the field going into your opponent's turn.
He's definitely probably happy he got stolen instead of like lined up to a rosin or something like that.
It's gonna be a closer one for sure, as mentioned. Obviously, great opener from Shane, but never count Willy out. You taught us that, Bill. And
yep, even when things look darkest, you might find a way. This is
trying
something.
To take a look at the end from Shane, and talking of old cards, I've seen one that could be devastating here.
Oh man, I already know what's about to happen.
Oh wow, but still we're not done, yeah.
Before Willy can end his turn, that is.
Yeah, this is such a tough interaction, because once you play this card, you can't use any of the trap cards that you've just set. So you can get to destroy a couple of them before they could come into play, potentially.
But no, we are gonna use for now this Snatchy to give an additional draw to Shane and go into a Synchro Summon. Because, yeah, otherwise things might have gone a bit messy.
But do we think this is just a bait, maybe? Maybe you just summon it, make your opponent do a Synchro Summon?
Sure.
And then you're going to get to draw an extra card, and you've not really committed much. You've just put your monster on the field.
Yep, this Cupsy Yummy Way is going to allow Willy to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and he'll just send 1 to the graveyard. Since he has no other cards in his hand, and it's going to be the Lollipop way, or Lollipop on its way to the graveyard.
But this means we are still in the main phase, so we could continue if we want to do any of that. Otherwise, it's just going to be a pass back to Shane once more.
Fuvalos just doing so much work here for Shane.
But no, I think we proceed to the end phase, and yeah, that is it. So maybe you're right, just a bit of a bait to get an additional draw from that Fuvalos. And if we enter the main phase, I'm extremely worried for Willy, because I see a spell card in hand, but that's not quite gonna be the case yet. We special summon that Pancratops from end.
Yeah, of course you can. Just remembering there to tidy up the Lollipo Yummy that was summoned by Obedient Schooled. Still, yes, Pancratop's one of those monsters where you don't have to have no monsters, you just have to have a less than your opponent.
Yep,
And there it is, Arpy's Feather Duster on a full field of spell and traps from Willy.
That is tough to see. He's going to chain the Cupsy way to put it back into the extra deck spell, summon 2 Yummies from the graveyard. Does he have any other cards he wants to chain? It's going to be the Yummy Surprise. Return Snatchy and Cupsy to try and return the Pancratops and the Caesar Valius. But
it just doesn't
you could chain the
like
Pancratops to destroy the field spell.
You don't need to, right? You could just let it go
the
back to your hand.
I guess
maybe.
it doesn't. Oh, he's just going to go after the Snatchy. But he'll be able to chain it here anyways, as all he was planning.
I have a feeling you could just let it go back to your hand, because your opponent's going to have 2 monsters after all is said and done, because of the...
Yeah, I mean, you can't special summon Pancra, no? Yeah.
Is it one of those ones per turn?
I'm pretty sure it was only once per turn. Yeah. You can't special summon it again. But, I mean, you could do it, I guess, still. But, okay, we are gonna be just making use of this droplet, I guess.
Yep.
Sure. And... yeah, this is going to resolve. We change the Snatchy, paying 100 life points yet again to go into another Synchro Monster. Is it going to be just the Lollipo way? I guess so. Long and complicated chain, but at the end, yeah, the Caesar is gonna go, as you can see, back to end. We are gonna special summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard, and then the RP Feather Duster is gonna clean up the rest of this field. Wow.
Yeah, Harpy's Feather Duster, a huge card
Oof.
here. Oh, and they're Dominus cards.
Double Dominus, I mean, Willy might be regretting setting all of them up, but yeah, maybe an unfortunate decision there. And now in a new chain, we are able to, I guess, draw a card, set up the Akruki. Obviously, you want to do it in the right order, just in case you end up drawing the Akruki. And then we can also special summon back 2 monsters. So again, don't count Willy out just yet. He's gonna have a full field of monsters at the end of this.
Yeah, it just seems like Yummy monsters just keep coming no matter what you try and do about it. The Caesar Valius, one key card against the Yummy deck, has already been negated this turn. So, as in it's already tried to use one of its effects, so you won't be able to use the destruction effect. Start clearing up more Yummy monsters.
Yeah, that is it. So we resolve the Lollipo way, special summoning back 2 monsters, and then we are gonna get the Akruki plus the draw from the Cupsy Yummy. Or are we gonna use a search effect? Maybe. We have the option, I guess.
Willy still has a lot in terms of interaction with the Akruki. He'll be able to pop a card if he synchro summons. He'll be able to put 2 cards face down with Cookie Way.
What do you think of this decision of going for the search instead of trying to draw into another Dominus card, maybe?
I mean, with 2 Dominus Purge cards, yeah, it's a tough call, but I mean, you want to have that follow-up, because the way he loses is if Shane, clears everything that he has set up here this turn. So he's going to want to make sure he has a way to extend from the graveyard on the following turn.
Yeah, it's a close choice. I mean, we saw yesterday that he's playing, the Song of the Dominators, so again, some interesting targets out there. But I mean, I'm sure Willy knows better than we do. And now, though, the play is finally possibly back to Shane.
Yeah, that is a big stack of cards in the hand for Shane. It just
it's Banquet Soul Start. The first one, it's gonna have a nice protection effect from Cookie, possibly. But not quite from Cookie Way, setting, to face down. And
Stake Your Soul is going to allow Shane to reveal a fire, so he'll be able to special summon a Fire Vanquish Soul monster from the deck here.
It's definitely a close one. we still have a lot of interactions, of course. The Rookie can destroy a card. Then you have, you know, at least even the possibility of going for Herald later on. But for now, you can see Willie just taking his time to think about how he could respond to this Razen maybe coming down.
Yeah, there's so much you can chain here with Yummy. You've got the Synchros, you've got the Snatchy. There's a lot going on.
And yeah, here comes Razen in the same column, I believe, as the Snatchy that is not negated, but I'm not quite sure about that. And, okay, apparently not. It was the other one.
Yeah, that,
so,
yeah I was thinking you want to put it in the column with the one that's not negated, but maybe he forgot which one was which. It's a little complicated to remember sometimes.
It's a column match, I guess, this one, right? So, yeah, now Razen will resolve, and then seems like in a new chain, we are gonna add 2 cards to our end with that Cupsy Yummy Way. I think he's checking how many monsters he has been using. We saw yesterday he got close, winning the duel with that final Yummy monster in deck. So this deck can definitely run out of resources, even though you have the recycling field spell effects.
The Xiaolong is added off the Vanquish Soul Razen.
Yep. Here you can see Cupsy Yummy Way. Oh, and we are actually gonna use right away the Akruki. Makes sense, getting rid of that protection from the Vanquish Soul Star, who didn't get a search yet.
And this is the Cupsy Yummy Way resolving, adding 2 Yummy cards, and now Willie will have to send a card from his hand to the graveyard.
I don't know. Yeah, I still think maybe, given that most likely we were gonna access this Cupsy Yummy Way, there was some merit for just trying to get the additional draw for maybe another interaction. But hopefully that doesn't, you know, come back to bite Willie.
Yeah,
certainly not.
Merit either way for sure, because that Yummy Surprise is such a useful card. Because when you go into your opponent's next turn, if you have an empty field, then if you've only got Yummy monsters in your hand, just clearing one does the trick.
But here it seems like we will proceed with Shane, giving again another option of sending a Synchro back, and that is going to be the case. Lollipop Way making its way back to the extra deck, summoning that Cookie, which now is a threat, given that there is not more the protection from the Vanquish Soul start.
Yep, now on a new chain, the Cookie Yummy is going to be able to trigger the effect to destroy a card, and he's going to take down that Vanquish Soul, Holly Sue.
I guess we're going to be chaining the effect, possibly to either special, and I think this is what Shane is thinking about. What effect do we want to use? And yeah, it's going to be Fire and Dark indeed, with the Heavy Burger revealed. Yeah, these games are quite complicated, very different from the previous one. So many decisions, and even just one small, you know, slip up could cost you.
Yep, it's always a very complex game state, even when you have like blowout cards like Harpy's Feather Duster to kind of even things out.
Yeah, it's still looking very uphill for Willie here, because there's just so many cards on the side of Shane. Going to get all these Vanquish Soul effects, and he hasn't even started playing with the Canines yet. We can see a Jokel in hand, waiting in the wings, and that's a level 5 monster in hand.
Oh, and we pretty much go for the last, if not almost the last line of defense in this Cookie Yummy Way. We are still resolving the Olisu, and as seen, you know, this Caesar Velius was able to dodge the Cookie. Now, I mean, I guess we can try and put Cabo Monster face down, but we know the Heavy Burger is there, so at least one of them will be safe. And we summon a second Heavy Burger from the deck. Many duelists only on 1 copy of the card this weekend, but Shane goes for the 2.
Going to target the Razen and the Heavy Burger with the Cookie Yummy Way to try and put those monsters face down. And it looks like Shane's going to chain the Heavy Burger effect or reveal a Dark to draw a card.
Oh, but is that it? I guess so.
Oh, they're shuffling. I was like, maybe he's searching for something?
Yeah, it would be interesting if we don't chain anything else to that. Those, you know, both monsters going face down definitely could be a threat. And let's see.
I mean, step one really needs to survive this turn.
Yeah.
So he'll have to make sure to navigate through the K9 cards if Shane is holding any in his hand.
And yeah, it does resolve. So both masters going face down, and then we are gonna get a draw, and we still can use, I guess, the Jialong, and let's see. We still haven't accessed any K9 cards. Close call here from Shane. And yeah, there goes the reveal. Special summon.
There's some good cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean,
just when you're going second.
Pretty good end.
Fawallows, Harvey's Feather Duster, Pankratops.
Yeah, and here comes Jialong. We might easily have a couple Fire Monsters just to extend our plays further, but no, it seems like we move on to a Link Summon into that Rock of the Vanquisher. Maybe we do need it.
Rock will be able to add back a Vanquish Soul Monster from the graveyard or special summon one from the hand. And this is going to prompt Willie to chain the Cookie Yummy Ways effect to return to the extra deck special summoning back 2 monsters. It looks like he's going to try and Lollipo to go after a card in the graveyard and banish that Caesar Valius.
And that is the Caesar Valius gone for the duel. There's pretty much no way for Vanquish Soul to pick up.
So he did use Rocket League to summon from hand, which is why he had the opportunity
okay, that
to
makes sense now.
Because if he went from the graveyard, this wouldn't have been able to work out that way.
Yeah, because it would resolve first.
But he
yeah.
wants the 2 level 5s on the field so he can bridge into the K9s.
Yeah, I guess it's still nice to completely cut them off. I mean, if Heavy Burger sometimes is a one-off, Caesar Valius for sure is a one-off. And so that won't really be an option anymore. But as mentioned, we still have a lot going on, and even a Zeus play might be impossible to stop at this point. We are out of interruptions. So let's see.
Just having a good long think.
Crucial moment. You can see just
thinking about Nesh Knight or Ripper.
Really rough decision, and in the end, no, does not go for Ripper. It's the Nash Knight.
So we're probably going to be looking at a big Zeus.
Makes sense to me. I mean, you do know that Yummy Surprise is in the end. At the same time, this looks promising because you get rid of so many resources this way. So let's see. I'm trying to take a look at the end. We haven't really used a lot of our Vanquish Soul effects for this turn, but yeah, seems like we are just gonna use this Nash Knight.
I'm wondering how much you can just clean up by attacking at some point, because you're gonna take this monster, you've presumably got another monster in hand for the joke hole, so maybe you just do so much from attacking, you don't need to bother with a Zeus.
Yeah, could be the case as well. Obviously, not that it matters all that much, but the Akrugi effect, the special summon one from deck, is still potentially active, but does not work if you just destroy them by battle, I guess. And now with the Capsi Yummy Way is gone, so that won't be an option next turn, most likely.
Hogging up those zones by the Cookie is proving to be quite annoying here, I think, because it's going to stop you extending too much with the K9s.
Yeah, and what can you do? That's the question, because I think at this point we still have, a Heavy Burger that was revealed, and maybe Olisu and Jaco? Maybe Jaco can help a lot. Yeah, it's going to be the Jaco, yeah.
Absolutely incredible. This is why he decided not to go into the Ripper. He already had the Jokel to get 2 level 5s on the field. The Jokel's going to be able to add a K9 spell. Or monster going to get Lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still so much in the tank with the K9s. Yeah, the only real limiting factor here, it looks like, is the space on the field. There's 2 face downs. Link monster already gone. Although having said that, you can of course use the rock at some point to go into the Vanquished Soul Rocks.
But yeah, this is starting to be a little tight, and not sure what we can access. We also obviously have not really used an effect from Willy to use that Reaper secondary effect to access the Force Release. But for now, we will upgrade our Nash Knight, and this is something that we have seen our duelists this weekend do with this.
The Chaos Honor arc is going to add another material, being able to take a special summon monster from Willy's side of the field.
And I mean, this is impressive. We can clear the rest and then make potentially, you know, one big Zeus still. And I think, yeah, that is it. So we just move to the battle phase, clear everything, or almost everything. So I don't think, yeah, you have enough.
How many materials can you make under this Zeus? That's a Link summon. Are we just going to go for the classic SP banish minion? Because then it just becomes so hard once you banish this card for the Yummy deck to out anything. And as you were mentioning before, Marcello, he might be running out of Yummy monsters in the main deck. And that field spell was a fantastic way to get some back. But now it's banished. You'd somehow have to get your other field spell into the graveyard, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess the problem with Zeus is like there's always the potential for something like an infinite impermanence plus follow-up to be able to play through it no matter how many materials would be under the Zeus. That could be why Shane decided just to deal with that field spell, because yeah, as you mentioned, it's tough to do damage without it.
Was he still not normal summoned?
Nope.
That is amazing.
He's going to tribute summon for Lantern.
Yeah, I was just thinking whether it wasn't, you know, also, I mean, I guess the rock is relevant, but you could have also gone for the overlay over the rock, you know, to just summon the Vanquished Soul Rocks and then use the Vanquished Soul Rocks to go into SP, and that way keep the, you know, huge Zeus around. That I guess was an option, but this is also quite premium, of course, and
gonna have the Valon also, which is able to turn a monster face down.
Yeah. Here it's where it's extremely relevant to count, and exactly I think that's what he's doing. I see 3, 4, 5 maybe monsters, because you know the maximum is 9 Yummy monsters, and the Akruki secondary effect can only special summon from deck, so that become extremely relevant at some point.
And here returning the favor of setting his opponent's cards. Maybe he just wants a material in the grave.
Yeah, I guess you might wanna return the Olisu back with the rock. But yeah, Willy says, are you done? And yeah, we are indeed. So we go back to Willy for this turn. He's also gonna have a look at his graveyard, check how many resources are left. That's, yeah, around, I believe, 5 or 4 Yummy monsters in the graveyard plus 1 face down.
It becomes such an uphill battle at this point for the Yummy deck. Once you've used all of those, well, once your field spell is banished now, all of your monsters are suddenly so small. Like you just lose the ability to attack almost. And the rock also makes it so you can only attack the highest attack monster while you control a Vanquished Soul. So currently no Vanquished Souls on the field for Shane. I'm not actually sure if he can get any on the field, so maybe the rock's protection effect not all that helpful.
All right, Yummy Surprise is going to special summon back Cupsy Yummy Way from the graveyard. So if Shane has any activations that will let Willy get a couple monsters on the field, he's going to flip summon Lollipo Way. Sorry, Lollipo Yummy.
And gonna access, I think, the last Snatchy in the extra deck at the moment. And yeah, look at this. We have a couple monsters in the end. And 3 cards in total. And there it goes. Yeah, the Cookie.
Special summon Cookie.
This is going to be the Lollipo Way. Or are we gonna go for some more interesting options in our extra deck?
He's thinking about Cookie Way.
Yeah.
Nope.
And yeah, it is that Lollipop Yummy way in the end, bringing back 2 cards and then activating the rookie secondary effect to get rid of that Ballon now that we are pretty much out of monsters that are gonna be put face down, since we can just chain the synchros. And yeah, I think it's better not to use it at all. Good catch from Shane, and well, it's an interesting spot, and I do agree with that. Never count Willy out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But it's going to be tough with that field spell being banished. So it was a heads-up play there from Shane, taking care of Mignon.
ooh, but
Another synchro summon.
now it's a level 3 synchro. The first of this match. Is it the Star Beast?
The Star Hand.
Yeah, Starham is going to be on the field. It has been summoned plenty of times throughout the duel by Willy in the previous rounds we've seen him in. And I think, yeah, Shane is just asking for some clarification there on the effect. Discarding a card to special summon one of those materials.
Yeah, it's often a good tool under Obedience Schooled, because it's another beast you can synchro summon into that sets you up very nicely for a Herald of the Arclight on your opponent's next turn. But in this case, just summoning it.
And also, yeah, this is the bonus effect. Sometimes you use it for that, but since technically the cookie is considered a special summon still by the effect of a synchro monster, you get the bonus effects, and in this case we are trying to destroy the SP Little Knight with our cookie Yummy.
If you change the SP Little Knight, that'll allow the Cupsy Yummy way to return to the extra deck to special summon 2 more monsters to the field.
Yeah.
But he wants to get that Star Ham off the field because it does kind of threaten Herald of the Arclight, but yep, he's going to chain the Cupsy way, and then Shane will chain the Rock of the Vanquisher here.
Yeah, what a match and what a game this has been. I'm extremely glad that we do not have any time limit, because it would be a shame, you know, to just end up short of such an amazing clash. What an area of plays from both.
Definitely a Yummy Snatchy and a Lollipop Yummy coming back to the field. The Star Ham is going to be banished alongside the SP Little Knight. The Vanquished Soul Rosin was added back to the hand from the graveyard. Shane looking to have that fire attribute plus some follow-up on his next turn.
I'm wondering if there was any. Can you banish your face down with SP? Or not? Yeah.
No, I don't. With the banishing effect?
Yeah, I was wondering if you want to banish like your own
Well, with the on summon effect for sure. Let me take a look. Nope, 2 face-up monsters.
2 face-ups. Oh, if your Yummy monsters don't have any attack points, how about you just take your opponents?
Triple Tactics Talent. Gonna reveal the hand. He's doing one at a time. It's Heavy Borger, Rosin, and Pot of Prosperity. I told you, never count Willy out. When things look grim, he finds a way sometimes. He locks in.
Yeah, that must have been the draw 4 turn there.
Absolutely, but this still looks quite good, because as mentioned, there is no Vanquished Soul Monster to make use of that redirection effect from the Rock of the Vanquisher at the moment, and there won't be any. So I guess, yeah, we just send the Rosin back, force our opponent to use that Pot of Prosperity to cut them off those heavy burger draws. And now we're back into contention. We have not used our Heralds at all, and we'll get back the Saram at the end of the turn, so still free to do quite a bit.
And it's kind of advantageous with the Yummy player, because if you have the Star Ham, you can synchro on your opponent's turn to still make Herald of Arclight.
Yep.
But it was a really heads-up play there from Shane, potentially getting rid of that field spell to make sure that the damage would not be there for Willy, so he would be buying himself another turn. But I do wonder if that Zeus would have paid off.
Might have made a big difference, I feel like, because we still could have ended up with SP plus the Zeus, and I don't know if there was much of a way out of there.
It would have had to been like an infinite impermanence plus extenders past. Well, he would have the infinite impermanence plus Yummy Surprise, but he would have to force out the Zeus to begin with.
Indeed. And
but neither here nor there. We're here now.
Now let's see. So we have used quite a bit of our interruptions already, but I mean, worst case scenario, we can just attack over this rock and then plan out things. We are gonna have a bit of disruption during the next turn with the Akruki once more.
And you do wonder, though. I mean, the Akroki is pretty much one of the last pieces of interaction that Willie has, and he's going to start to run out of yummy cards in the deck. He's gone through 2 surprises. Unless the Akroki hits the graveyard, he can't start recycling things.
No, but we can also upgrade, I guess, to your favorite card, Tom, the way to beat the Lunalight deck, no?
Here it is. Say the name, Mosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. Ukano no Mitsune no Onari, maybe. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, it's I mean, it's the Link Chew, of course, that allows you to set back those yummy surprises. So we could make use of that powerful effect later on.
So we see a Synchro Summon for Cookie, so it can attack over the set Heavy Borger. Yummy Snatchy's going to attack with its powerful 100 attack points over Rock of the Vanquisher, 0 attack points. And then Cookie's going to get in there for a little bit of damage as well, but not as big of yummy monsters as we're used to seeing without access to that original field spell. Mignon.
And no, instead we do not go back to the yummy surprise. It's just a pass from Willie. And now let's take a look. It's a crucial draw.
Not a good one. Could be helpful, but he's going to need more cards to go alongside it.
I mean, it's going to come down to this pot, I believe, but at the same time, it's not going to be the easiest, because every time you need to activate a card, you know, with the Yummy deck is just going to get more and more advantage through to those synchros.
Yeah, the synchros never really stop. They keep returning to the extra deck, keep summoning back monsters from the graveyard. Then you can synchro with those monsters and summon back the synchros again. Right now, he is threatening like a Herald of Arclight. He can summon the Cookie to put a monster face down. He has the destruction effect from the field spell. He has the destruction effect from summoning back a Cookie Yummy from the graveyard.
And we also have only 8 cards in our extra deck from Shane, so we
you have to go for 6.
Yeah.
You have to wonder what you need at this point, because there's just so much on the side of Willie.
It's easier to pick just 2, and then the other 6 are the ones you're going to go with.
I guess maybe you keep the Zeus and just any rank 5.
Zeus and Ripper?
But then you don't have Rock. You know, it's definitely a tough call. So I guess could be right. Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision.
He just needs to hit that all-important Cosmic Cyclone and then both field spells.
He's just going to go 3.
No,
He's decided he can't win with just one. It's going to chain the Cookie Yummy way to return it to the extra deck, special summoning back Yummy, Snatchy, and probably a Cookie. Nope, it's going to be a Cupsy to draw a card, maybe?
Yeah.
He's contemplating. Yep, it's going to be Cupsy Yummy, and he's for sure going to draw a card this time. Okay, Kurikara.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to have to be the Kurikara. The other 2 are useless, but the Kurikara kind of presents an interesting scenario for this game.
Like, you have to show it to your opponent. Like, imagine if he hadn't shown that to his opponent, there'd be everything would have activated.
Yeah, but you can play around this with the Yummy deck, I guess, because you can still activate, get a draw, but then if you use the Snatchy to just synchro, then that works.
Kurikara will just tribute off all the monsters.
Yeah.
So
not those you don't use. So.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So much easier to play around it once you've already seen it, isn't it, though?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. As you can see here, you can just draw and then activate this Snatchy to just synchro off, and that does it. And let's see.
SP Little Knight is still on Shane's side of the field. But yeah, Shane's hand is just Kurikara, Lupus, and Heavy Borger.
Yeah, and Willie knows about the Borger and the Kurikara, so he knows that the one interaction has to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, as you can see here, we can just use this Akruki to force out the SP.
And then if he targets either... Doesn't matter really what he targets, because he'll be able to use the Snatchy to synchro the monsters off the field.
And it's pretty much over, because then you go into Herald, and then the last card is in check, so
he's gonna chain the synchro, chain Yummy, Snatchy. He's going to be able to synchro away.
And that's it.
The Star
As mentioned. This
and the Cookie. Shane can see the writings on the wall. He really needed to go for the 6 off of that Pot of Prosperity. The first 3 didn't get him anything he really needed. The Snatchy's still in the field, so he might be able to summon the Kurikara from the hand still, but
I mean, you can use it again, possibly here, so it never really stops, because it's not a once per turn effect.
True.
So, as you can see here, interestingly enough, we go for another Snatchy, but the SP gets destroyed by the Akruki, and now in a new chain we can use the Snatchy to get into another synchro, and pretty much it's checkmate.
Yeah, because you have to get off the field before the Curry Car can just tribute it off, since it would just be summoning itself instead of an activated effect. But what does he want to make? It would probably be the Lollipop Ways in the graveyard.
I mean, you could always just let him summon it, right? Because you can then just summon the Cookie Way
And then destroy it.
afterwards and just set it, right? But yeah, because it would only be tributing one.
Yeah, one
Snatchy.
Snatchy.
And then it's just out of the hand for good.
Is he going to concede?
Is it? Yeah, it
Yes,
seems like that has been it. So Shane picks up his card,
Oh,
and
man.
what a masterclass from Willie.
I told you, I've seen these games before. When all hope looks lost, when you're getting Harpy's Feather Duster for 4, when you're facing down a Mulcharmy Fualis, and they're getting multiple draws, there's Stake Your Soul, Holly Sue, Caesar Valleys, everything there on the side of the Vanquish Soul player, Shane there. But, you know, he stayed cool, calm, collected, locked in, and forced things to a game number 3 here. Just an incredible match.
Absolutely, and resilience is the the name of the game, and I mean Willie has proven to be able to do that in the past, and Yami is just the perfect deck for that. We've mentioned how Shane, knows the matchup. He made a heads-up play of summoning the SP to get rid of the minion, but Willie just didn't need it.
Yeah, having that extra field spell in the deck, it's definitely an argument people have had. Do I include it? It's not so fantastic to draw. Maybe I just take it out, but a lot of players now, I think the consensus is it's just really helpful in that situation there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a masterclass, really. I mean, I'm impressed. Every time we've had him on stream, he has really tried his best. And yeah, anytime he looks rough, it just gets in locked-in mode and gets there. So it's gonna take a miracle to just knock him out.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Never count him down. But he has gone first the past 2 games, but this will be Shane's opportunity to start the duel off in game number 3 and also have access to those cards in the side deck that are going to be useful potentially against Yummy. I know it's one of your favorite cards, Marcello, featuring those Ojamas that are going to be trapped under the way. We also saw other cards like the Black Goat last. Is able to open up with triple tactics thrust to get something like that as powerful. Calling Yummy Snatchy can be absolutely devastating, but it would be interesting if maybe Power Filter made an appearance.
Absolutely. I mean, last time we saw Shane in action when he was going first, as mentioned, he did have both the Power Filter and Black Goat Laugh. He was the one on the other side of the RP Feather Duster, to be fair. But, the Black Goat doesn't really care about that, and it was, well, pretty much gave him the game. He has a lot of tools for shutting down the Yummy deck while going first. But I mean, you never know. I mean, the consistency issues are there for the deck. Up until now, we have seen Olisu every single time, so we'll see whether that streak continues.
It can't be 5 games in a row that the Vanquish Soul player opens up with Holly Sue, right? That's statistically impossible.
It's gonna be the case. What consistency issues? I didn't see any consistency issues. We're opening Holly Sue Razan every single game.
Yep, Stake Your Soul. We'll have to see what's in the hand, maybe something like Power Filter, one of those powerful side deck cards, but even facing down a formidable board, like, you just can't count Willie out.
No, never, really. I mean, I'm not gonna doubt him anymore. I've learned that my lesson, yesterday, and so after having an interview with him even more, and regardless, I mean, this just showcases the level of these top 8 duelists. They are the best in the world, and for a reason. Had to fight through 7 rounds of Swiss, and now they're only 1 game away from advancing to the second semi-final and facing off against Julian.
Yeah, I mean, this format, not only does it have, like, powerful decks, they're not just, I just do my combo and then see how you can interact with it. They're so interactive. Every decision is key. You have to manage your Yummy Snatchies, and especially when you're playing against someone using, like, cool tech cards like Kurikara and other things like that that might be unexpected. Just one slight misstep could cost you everything.
Yeah, we were so close to seeing that Kurikara. I mean, maybe if those cards had just been the other way around, like the Lupus had been the, you'd seen the Lupus not for turn, but instead the Kurikara for turn, because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Willie, obviously a fantastic player, but I can't imagine he'd have been thinking, better leave no monsters on the field for that Kurikara, unless he'd just directly seen the card be hit off the Prosperity.
Yeah, definitely a niche introduction, and I mean, you love to see it. We've mentioned sometimes that Fire is maybe the attribute that they struggled the most. And we have seen, you know, Dogoran make some appearances, and Kurikara might be even better, you know, lining up against some of these matchups. Definitely has worked out for Shane up until now. And there goes, you love to see these smiles, even though the tension is obviously there. You're playing all on the line, and one of them is gonna be walking out. This is the last game that they will be playing for this year, but what a run both of them had. But in the end, I think only one of them can proceed, only one of them can join. Julian, is it gonna be a semi-final between two players qualifying from the North American WCQ event, or are we gonna have that final player representing the Asian region?
Definitely, and the winner of this match does play the winner from the first match, so we're gonna have to see who's gonna be in top 4.
Absolutely, but our duelists are ready. Only one more game in the second quarterfinal. Let's find out who is going to advance.
All right, one more handshake here in our top 8 match, our second quarterfinal matchup. Will it be Yummy? Will it be Vanquished Soul K9? Oops.
Yeah.
Accidentally like flipped over a card that as he was drawing his hand. That happens sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's a good card to see, really, for Willie. He's not seen it the last 2 games. It's showing Shane the card probably not that fantastic. I can't imagine how much it changes what you do, but let's see what cards do.
Yeah, as you can see here, Shane will be going first for the first time in this match. Obviously want to see the Razen. We have seen some of the consistency cards. And I think in the meantime, they're gonna set up and get their ends ready. As mentioned, the last 5 cards drawn for one of these duelists. There goes the handshake. And we can start this final game. Do we have again the Razen? Do we have Olisu going for us? There are some interruptions from Willie, I can tell you that much. It won't be the easiest game for Shane.
Yeah,
Ooh.
but Stake Your Soul, revealing Ash Blossom, not a bad start. But yeah, Willie definitely has a decent hand that looks better than the hands he drew the first 2 games. But Songs of the Dominators is going to be activated to add a Dominus card and negate the effect of that Vanquished Soul Razen on the field.
Yeah, we don't quite have a trap card in the graveyard, so we are just going to pretty much use it as kind of an impermanence.
But the downside of Songs of the Dominators, it does add a card from your deck to the hand. So here comes Ash Blossom, negating Songs of the Dominators. Is there a limit to what Ash Blossom can do? It negates seemingly every other hand trap in existence.
Yeah, I mean... even though, as mentioned, there was no trap card, it still includes, you know, an effect that potentially can search, and so Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring can negate it. And do we have something else going on from Willie, or is this going to be uninterrupted? And we have seen just how much the deck can do, and you know, just that Snow Devil is so crucial in setting up, you know, interruptions in the form of both monsters and traps, which is where any deck struggles to deal with.
That's very true. Shane's going to link summon Rock of the Vanquisher, sending Dr. Mallow to the graveyard, and then that Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add it right back to the hand, followed up by a reinforcement of the army here from Shane. So plenty of ways to access his Vanquished Soul Razen here in the opening hand.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice. You know, maybe trying to play around Roll and Lock Bird, I can assume. Not starting off with that reinforcement of the army. But now I think we are just going to ask some clarification on the additional effect and the rest of the end. Ooh, it's interesting. We have drawn into the unfortunate part of the K9 engine, I'd say, but...
Yeah, Lupus, one of the tougher cards because you cannot just normal summon it, unlike all of the other ones. If your opponent has more than 2 cards in hand, it just doesn't have that effect. So you have to rely on your opponent to use a monster effect in the hand, but is it even possible for him to use a monster effect in the hand? No, it is not. He's just used Songs of the Dominators.
Yeah, I think maybe they are debating whether with the Ash Blossom, you know, possibly that's what's going on at the moment, as you know, we have seen this interaction with Song of the Dominator getting negated, and I think they might be discussing whether, you know, the part that says you cannot activate the effects of monster in your end, graveyard, and banishment until the end of the next turn, thus still, you know, affects Willy pretty much.
Oh, whether that part's negated because of the Ash Blossom or not?
Yeah.
I don't know if Willy has any cards in his deck that...
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually going to come up, but it's good to know, just so both players are on the, you know, same field there.
Yeah, maybe that's what's happening at the moment. I mean, surely we know, and they might know, but I mean, if you are Shane, I guess you want to make sure that you're not hit with something sneaky there at the end. And I mean, regardless, it's gonna be a close one. I can tell you that much. Of course, you know, you go first, you open Razen. Actually, 2 ways of accessing it, and it goes pretty much uninterrupted thanks to that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. You must be feeling good. But let's see whether Shane can do this conversion into a win. Let's go back to the match. So now we have used the Oli Su, and thanks to that, we can special summon that Jiao Long. And I believe we do have a right amount of attributes in the end. So let's see what Shane is gonna go for. Do we access the canines? That is the question. We have not normal summoned yet.
Yeah, it's still got that Razen, still got that Thrust. Not going to be particularly helpful. But is there a way to get to a Dark? Oh yeah, there's a Mad Love already, so all the attributes are there. You are correct.
I guess, what do you even play around? That's the question for Shane, I guess. You don't really know what you know, Willy has been on in terms of interruptions, and it will be interesting because he pretty much has everything at his disposal at this point.
Yeah, there is the Dominus Purge, but that's something you feel like may have been used on the field spell or something if it was there. So maybe for this turn, he's kind of got that play button face up for him as well, and can just pretty much do whatever he wants to do. But yeah, he's got to figure out what is the best way to end the turn. Do you end maybe with that forced release in the spell and trap card zone? Do you end with the Vanquish Soul trap?
I'm gonna go for K9 Ripper to add. Probably a Jokel or a Lantern. It's gonna be Jokel.
Yeah, I mean, Jokel can get you there afterwards. As seen, we do have the Lupus in hand, and now we can get the Lantern, possibly. And yeah, that makes so much sense. Still so much that he can do.
I just got to figure out how to get K9 into the graveyard so you can activate a Lantern.
But I mean, we have not normal summon, right?
Yeah, I think then you have to special it though if you want the effect.
Nope.
Nope, it'll just have the untargetable effect. Going to go into number C104, Umbral Horror. It's a very powerful card. Going to be able to banish cards, negate monster effects, have life points. It's going to be something Willy's going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
It's also going to access the quick play spell forced release, and that will allow the Ripper to be upgraded into a much more powerful K9 Xyz monster and werewolf.
Yeah, so many interruptions here. There is a card in the hand for Willy in the form of Lightning Storm. So are things going in defense? The Valon is going in defense, but other monsters are in attack mode. One of those habits, do you put monsters in defense? I mean, I always like putting monsters in attack if they have more attack, but
yeah,
Lightning Storm is a card you have to worry about maybe.
But regardless what an opener this is from Shane, absolutely amazing. One of the strongest fields from the K9 Vanquish Soul deck we have seen, if not the strongest, all weekend long. And it seems like in just a few moments the play will be back to Willy, who needs a miracle once again, always with, you know, the back against the wall, but never count him out. So
it's never easy.
He's got that Obedience School, he's got that Lightning Storm.
And yeah, in the end, we are going to get back to Razen to end as it was summoned from the Stake Your Soul. And I think the play is over. So let's take a look at this 5-card and a lot to play with. As Thomas mentioned, we might be seeing this lightning storm.
And he's probably going to go after the monsters. You have to get that Umbral Horror off the field.
Yeah, that would.
It can be destroyed, right? It doesn't have like built-in protection or anything like that. I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
And well, as you can see here, we are pretty much forced to chain this force release, if that is the case. But yeah,
is he just going to go into Hound? We saw it yesterday where the Hound just stayed there and got stronger. He's going to try and use Rock of the Vanquisher, and it's going to be met by Song of the Dominators. And there is a trap card in the graveyard now.
Absolutely there is. And look at this, trying to break this field quite effectively.
Can't always just summon a werewolf and put it in defense mode.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And yeah, we do get access to this Dominus Purge, and then we resolve everything, but we only have this werewolf, this Valen, and wow, okay.
No, Obedient School is going to force out the effect of werewolf to basically light force sword a card out of Willie's hand.
But this might pretty much be it from Shane in terms of interruptions. Like that Valen surely is good.
I've seen this pose here from Willie before. He sits with his hands clasped.
Yeah.
He knows that he's already in a good position. The Yummy Surprise is going to be banished until the end phase. And the Obedient Schooled is going to resolve, special summoning 3 Yummy monsters from the deck. The Valen can still put a monster face down.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it might be good against other starters, but not quite against Obedient Schooling.
Obedient School, just one of the strongest spell cards in the game right now. Cupsy Yummy is going to be sent to the graveyard for the Link summon of Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, look at Shane. I mean, he's laughing it off. Always a good, sportsmanship from him. But this is going to be a rough one. What an opener he had. Still Willie finding those lines to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, what does the Valen even do right now when you have a Snatchy on the field that can chain, it can synchro with anything you try and target? Oh, it's so tough.
And yeah, we might have discarded a surprise, but the second one might just be in deck. So yeah, there it is.
Was another copy. It was his 2 copies. Yummy Surprise was key in his victory in the last round yesterday and making a huge difference here in Game 3 of the second quarter final match.
Yeah, he's so close now.
He just needs to not fumble it.
I mean, you could even just use the bounce, I think, and that would do it, but I guess you can play it also safe in a different way, no?
Yeah, I mean, is there even any need? You can just make a cookie way, set both of those monsters, that forces it out immediately. There's just so many different lines for Willie available.
Just goes into Cups the Yummy way first to add a couple of Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. That field spell is going to give all the Yummy monsters 500 attack each for each light beast on the field. Exponential growth for these tiny little monsters.
Indeed, and as we've seen plenty of times before, just so many effects that you can use with the Yummy Surprise. You can use it, offensively, defensively, and the Yummy deck sure is good at going first and setting up, but as you have mentioned, that Mignon just makes it so easy to go for game right away. Even here, you can see everyone is boosted by 2500 attack. That's absurd.
Yeah, could we just... I mean, there's just so many different ways to do it. He's just got to make sure he's not going to play into anything from the hand, any potential Nibiru's, anything like that.
Yep. Doing some math, running some numbers.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to go into like a Lollipo way here at some point.
Sure enough, and I guess they are just going to go through which effects. So no, we just battle phase.
Attacks over the Valon.
Doing the math here. Is it enough to just bring back one more Yummy monster? I think it is. There's so much
it is enough
damage.
if you just go and both, activate the Yummy Surprise to bring something back, yes, that's 4 monsters that can attack each boosted by 2,000, and that is it.
He did it!
Willie did it. Oh,
Willie,
wow.
Willie, crazy. You just can't count this man out of any tournament that he's in, even when things look the darkest after that horrible hand game one, activating the card in the infinite permanent zone in a game he was probably going to lose anyway, but he was able to, we saw that deep breath right before the side decking going into game number 2. You have to shake off that horrible game 1, and wow, what an incredible matchup, and Willie just finding a way. Where there's a Willie, there's a way, and there's a Yummy way, there's a Cupsy way, and now he's moved on to top 4, and he's going to take on the other player from North America in Julian, and it's going to be that same matchup we just saw here, but that's going to be way later on because we're watching all the top 8 matches here today on day 2 at the World Championship.
What a match indeed it was. I mean, very, very different emotions from, our first quarterfinal when we have seen, Julian absolutely crushing it, but this time around, 3 close games. Of course, the first one, quite unfortunate. You win the role in the quarterfinal. You must be feeling absolutely amazing, and that is not quite to be the case. Unfortunately, that is not. And as you can see here, we have the upgraded bracket on the top. You see the 2 players representing the North American region making it all the way to the semifinal.
And you know what that means, right? North America will be in the finals of the WCS once again for the 3rd year in a row. Yeah,
you guys have another chance at it. It's been absolutely incredible. But, I mean, again, what a match we just witnessed. Shane, you gotta give credits to him for his art all the way down to game 3. Really trying his best. I feel like game 2 really is when everything changed. It was by far the longest we have seen, one of the closest, I think, games of all weekend long, and it could go either way, but just it stayed in there, hanged in there.
I've seen so many Yummy players crumble the second that field spell gets banished by something like SP Little Knight, but Willie stayed there, stayed locked in, found a way without a ton of attack to stay in that game and find a way somehow.
Yeah, 1600 just enough, 1 cookie way and a dream and one other field spell to back it up. That was super cool to see, and you've got to say that's completely right, Marcello, completely turning the tide of the match. It was such a strong game 1 for the opponent there, and then just like coming back after that devastating pool loss into Duster, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, they didn't quite get the chance to play against each other in the semifinal at the NAWCQ. They were on the different sides of the bracket, but they definitely had a chance, and now they will be facing off against each other. So that's just a great season for both of them. Julian and Willie will be facing off against each other, and once more it will be the question of whether the Yummy deck or whether the K9 Vanquish Soul can advance to the final.
Yeah, and something that might be working just a little bit against Willie here in this matchup is Julian is waiting and watching, right? He's also playing this Vanquish Soul strategy. He now knows that Willie size Lightning Storm. He knows that's coming in, so he'll be able to construct his field in a potential way where it won't have as much of an impact if his monsters are all in defense mode.
Yeah, definitely could have been quite different if everything was in defense mode, but at the same time, I mean, really, Willie, just phenomenal player. I'm still thinking back to the game 2. A lot of decisions. It's definitely one of those, games that you can go back and watch, and I think there have been so many different lines, thousands of possible options from that, big Zeus that we were talking about, to playing around different cards, to really it had everything you can ask for, from top decks to, a lot of very interesting decisions. But now, half of our bracket has been decided. We have 2 names in the semi-final, and I can't wait to figure out what the second half of the bracket is going to look like. We have some spicy decks there.
Yeah, definitely. This is only just the beginning. We've seen both the Vanquish Soul decks already done with their matchups now, so there won't be any more Vanquish Soul until we get back to the semi-finals. The other decks that we have remaining, we still have that Luna Light deck taking on a Yummy Sky Striker deck. Sky Striker taking on your pick, Chris Strawn. That's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I had the pick of Chris Strawn, but I can't say I would be in any way sad to see the Sky Striker go through. But enough from us. Let's hear it from the NAWCQ champion and semi-finalist contestant, Willie.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Willie, another semi-finalist here at the World Championship. First of all, I'd like to hear from you. How do you feel?
I'm kind of relieved for that matchup, so I'm super happy, super stoked, super excited.
I mean, what a match there was, honestly. I mean, it's I mean, it was like such a sought after and back and forth, and we saw so many actions. And I mean, I really felt like the tension was, you know, over the rooftop, especially because I feel like you maintain your calm, the nerves, and I mean, at the end of the day, you brought it home. So now semifinals.
Yeah.
And so first of all, I'd like to show you like a very quick clip for game one, because essentially, I mean, you opened up, but your hand wasn't great at all.
No.
And there was really not much. I mean, I think you understood that it might be it, right?
Oh yeah. I looked at my opening hand, I'm like, oh, this is how it's gonna be. I really prayed for game 2 not to be that.
No, I mean, especially because I really feel like going up on stage on, you know, day 2, you know, you're in top A, you really want to play, and that is your standing hand that you're showing. I mean, there was really not much to do.
Yeah.
And so going into game 2, just show the first clip. What were your feelings, your thoughts? How do you approach the matchup? Were you still able to like think, I'm going to do this?
Yeah, I just had to stay calm and remember where my imperm column was. But other than that, my opponent's really nice and he's super caring and stuff. So we had a nice, actual fun game of Yu-Gi-Oh! The most fun I've had.
I mean, I really have to say that for the next clip, it's gonna bring out on the screen. I really feel like there was a lot of interruption between the two of you guys at the table, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel like that the atmosphere was great. You communicated a lot, especially. I mean, it's not to be taken for granted, right? You are at the top 8 of a world championship, and you know there's tension. You really want to make it. Right. But essentially, in game 2, for the another clip, for the second clip, it's it starts things out with Fuvalos, right?
That's a card.
And you are essentially kind of, you need to extend a little bit,
Right.
right? And you set 4, and he has Tarpus Feather Duster. So, I mean, I think you were not happy with this at all.
No.
And especially because, like, as you mentioned, he had quite a few cards in hand.
Yeah.
Did you think that you could have, you know, come back into this, to be fair?
To be honest, I don't think I could. He fooed, he holy sued, he feather dustered, he prankatops. I'm like, oh, this game is over. I have 3 monsters on board. I'm like, I hope it's enough.
And for the next clip, I mean, I think we as well, we didn't see this coming. Because, I mean, the Arpis Feather Tastas was incredibly scary.
Yeah.
And I really felt like he was really establishing a very good field, to be fair. He had the Rock of the Vanquisher, and here, I mean, of course, you had quite a few monsters, but you were also almost running out of resources, right?
Yeah, I had no more monsters in my deck. It was just the monsters that stuck and the 1 monster in my hand. There are 2 monsters in my hand. So,
I mean, yeah, I really feel like also at this point, I mean, you were really trying to stick and, you know, stay in the game, because essentially I think he was in the driving seat.
right, yeah.
And I also feel like that Shane was quite confident, to be fair, in this game too, because as you mentioned, I think he had it all. I mean, he had a very, very good
he
hand.
had everything you can almost dream of, I feel.
And also for the next clip that I want to show you is ending field, because I really felt like he played very well in terms of what can I do next. And I mean, at this point, what are your thoughts? Like, how did you do that? Especially because like he banished the minion.
Yeah. Minion is the easy way to kill. It doesn't mean you can't win without it. It's just, you just have to sit there for a long, long game of Yu-Gi-Oh! To finally get the win finally. Because as you can see, he has no more cards now. He only has 2. Caesar's gone, so there's no more random pops. So now it's just what I have to deal with are these 2, and then the rock, and then the 1 card in his hand, or 2 cards in his hand.
And I mean, at this point also, I want to show you for the next and last clip for game 2, I think the highlight, which is the triple tactic thrust, which really brought you back, because like I saw you top deck the car, and I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, I think you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I made it so his hand's unplayable now. Now his first action has to be Prosperity, so I can jump. And I get a play, guaranteed. And now I have multiple plays I can do to his 1 playable card. and his top deck, his one playable card and top deck, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was very well played by you, very well executed. I really feel like you really maintained the calm, and we didn't really see this coming. And as you mentioned, you as well, I think you were surprised of the way it went. So 1-1. Next clip for game 3, honestly, is starting things off, I would say okay, but your hand was very good.
My hand was very good, and
Yeah.
his hand was not very good this time, unfortunately.
Especially because, do you feel like he was expecting Lightning Storm? I don't think so.
I don't
right?
think he was, because otherwise, I don't think if he should have known that I was playing Board Breaker from day 1, sorry. And if he knew that, then he should know that Thrust is never gonna activate on his turn. So it's just gonna be a dead card sitting there for the entire game almost.
Totally. And I feel like you essentially realized the more cards you were activating, the more cards, I mean, you were putting into the field, just doing some quick maths.
Right.
And for the last clip, I just want to show you the moment in which you sealed the game. And I mean, what can I say? I mean, congratulations, because as mentioned, I think it was a very, very long match. It must have been also very difficult for you to stay at the table, being calm.
Yeah.
But congrats. Semi-final here at the World Championship. We really hope to see you also in the final. So best of luck. I don't want to keep you posted here because we're done. And thank you so much for watching. And don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with more content here at the World Championship 2025.
Congratulations to Willie there, our next semi-finalist. But that means, as you can see behind me, we have 2 more duelists ready for another one of these top 8 feature matches. We have Tom versus Felipe. So let's have a moment and meet our players.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the TCG 2025 World Championship from Paris. I'm here with yet another one of the top 8 contenders that are going to be making it to Sunday. Felipe Zapata Bisserier, it's been a pleasure having you here with me. First and foremost, how do you feel after this long day of dueling?
I'm really excited and tired all at the same time.
Yeah.
It was really mentally taxing, but luckily I managed to squeeze in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as compared to other duelists, it was definitely a roller coaster of emotions for you since, I mean, you started off extremely strong and then you had a rough ending to the event, right? How was your day overall?
Yeah, I started the event with a strong foot. It was like 3-0 the first 3 rounds. And then it was like 3 in a row I lost. And then suddenly I was in the bubble. I didn't know whether I would top or not. But I still had to play the last round, and luckily I won and managed to secure the top cut.
Yeah, luckily he sneaked in with that 7th place, and I mean, that's all that matters. Now it's a full reset, so all of you guys are on the same level, doesn't matter anymore, and so it will be an even field. And I'm sure you should be excited for what's coming for tomorrow. As mentioned, first and foremost, it will be the first time we will be live streaming every single top 8 match. So we'll see you again on stream at some point for sure. And also we will have later on, you know, the live crowd, and I don't know if you've had the chance to see it, but we have a different amazing setup, you know, inside kind of like a theater stadium. So it will be something else, I think. A lot of emotions, right?
Nice. I couldn't see it, but I'm really excited to see
tomorrow
what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely, and obviously we've had the pleasure of seeing you a bit on stream between, you know, backup and main, and you are on the Yummy deck, of course. First, question is going to be, what was the decision behind bringing it, and what did you expect also in terms of matchups today?
All right. So at first I was trying the Malice deck, which is the deck I qualified for this event.
Fair enough.
I was pretty convinced I would play with it, but last weekend, while playtesting with one of my friends, he pretty much refuted my whole strategy against Yami. So at that point, I was like, "There's no way I'm playing this deck now." Yeah. And he convinced me to play Yami. It's a very consistent deck overall. It doesn't have it technically has a good matchup against Vanquish Kanan, although I lost against it on stream.
Okay.
And I mean, I won't most of the times I won't lose because of breaking. I will most likely be able to play most games.
Yeah, and I think that's an important one, especially, you know, when you've had 7 rounds of Swiss, but you can go 5-2 even for free in this case. I think consistency is key for sure. And it has proven to be a correct choice. But at the same time, we had a lot of surprises in terms of, you know, both deck breakdown for the event, but also for the top cut, which I'm not sure if you've heard at all how that is going to look like.
Yeah, I know there are like 2 Yamis, 2 Malis, 2 Vanquish, 1 Christian, and one Luna Knight.
But maybe it's almost right, because I can tell you there is a 6 deck actually. I mean, I'm not gonna reveal quite yet what it is because we have not seen it on stream, but there are actually 6 different decks in top 8, so it's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, that one. Okay.
Exactly, then you know it. It was definitely on the mouth of everyone, seeing how that made it. As it was the only one in the 27 players, but yeah, it's exciting to see a lot of different decks in Top Cut for sure. And to start things off, obviously, we'll see you against Tom, which is on the Luna Light deck, and obviously one of the surprises walking into the event. How do you feel yourself in those chances against them?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty bad matchup for me, I think, but I will still try my best to win.
Yeah, of course. And that's great to see. At the same time, you can talk us just a little bit about how you managed to qualify, because you're also the only one left representing your region in the Top Cut, so you should be proud of what you did.
Yeah, well, I qualified by winning my WCQ in South America that was played like 2 months ago, I think, in Bogota. I made X1 at rounds, and I got all the way to winning the finals.
Absolutely. So you know how it has been done before. A lot of players qualified for the event, and I think it's always nice to see 27 players, but qualifying in a lot of different ways, from playoffs to also top 4. But I feel like I might be biased in that, but winning the event is always different, and it just gives you that extra confidence, right?
Yeah, it feels way nicer. I also played the playoffs of my region.
Nice.
I lost round 1 though.
Okay.
And then I made some changes to my deck, and luckily it worked. But it also gave me a lot of confidence in my playing.
And I mean, you have proven them before that even losing there, you hanged in there, and then you managed to qualify the next day. So that's definitely impressive, and I'm sure a lot of friends back home will be watching and cheering you. Hopefully, to get that revenge maybe on the Luna Light deck, as you told me you have lost against it during the Swiss rounds. But overall, do you think you have what it takes to make it all the way tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the events I play to win. So that's also my plan here.
Absolutely, nice. Love to see the confidence always. So we'll wish you also personally best of luck tomorrow. Again, as mentioned, guys, we will be watching Felipe later on, again, because we're watching every single top 8 match. So hopefully we'll watch you more than once. I'll wish you, that's my biggest wish I can give you. So thanks a lot for being with us. Go get your deserved rest for the rest of the day, and then we'll see you again on Sunday. And thank you guys once more for being with us, but don't go anywhere, because we have still plenty more players to discover here at the World Championship 2025 in Paris.
Who am I here with, and what are you going to do tomorrow?
Tom Kleingeber, and I will be the new world champion.
All right, what's the first thing you do if or when you become world champion?
Cry, probably. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dreaming about it. Like, I've been dreaming about it like forever. Mm-hmm. Third is a charm, as I already told you.
Yeah.
I will do my best to try and do it. Yeah.
And now that you've made it this far, do you think you've got the hunger to come back next year, or do you think you're going to take it easy and say, I've already made it?
Well, it's been a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
And I would love to experience it once again.
Yeah.
So, if I do become world champion, I am already gonna be back again.
And if not,
I will try my best. I'm not doing the regional grind in Europe. I might do it now, because I know how the experience is to be here, and next year will be Japan, somewhere in Japan, so I'm more motivated than going to Paris.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's take 2 steps back from winning. You've got your top 8 tomorrow. What's your game plan? Who are you playing against, and what's your game plan?
I don't know. I forgot his name, but I think he's playing Yami. I have not faced Yami in the Thai tournament, so it will be my first one. But the matchup is pretty straightforward. Yeah.
And what's the plan tonight? Are you going to be practicing against Yami, or are you just get a good night's sleep in?
I did practice so much in the weeks after European Championship. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
That's good. You confident?
Yeah. Like I've been calling that I will be winning the World Championship for weeks. I did finish 6-1 in Swiss, only losing to Ash and caught by on double four, and then 1-card combo of Christian. Yeah. So I think that's very realistic, to be honest, because my deck is built to beat Yami, Venkrosor, and so on.
And what did your friends and family say about you making top card? Are they very supportive?
Yeah. They were all yelling at me, crying as well. If I did expect it to do so good, and they're speechless as well. they probably can put it into words because they don't know like how big is it, like being in the top 8 of the World Championship. I even can't put it into words right now. But yeah, they're super proud of me.
And what's some advice you can give people who, all aspiring duelists, once it comes to the World Championship, that's like the end game for them. What advice would you give them?
I mean, as you can see, like I'm not playing Yummy or Vanquisol or Draco Tail or like the best deck of the room. Sometimes you just can do well with something else. You don't always have to go what everyone is doing. You should just focus on yourself, try to find a deck that fits you the most and that fits your playstyle, and just prep with it and do your best.
Obviously, you know that there's a lot of luck in the tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or overall. What's your strategy to be able to minimize the impact of luck in your games?
Yeah, like I said, I chose a good deck that minimizes the chance of luck. Like especially in World Championship, I feel like you cannot outskill your opponent. Like everyone got here by a hard way. Like everyone had to fight for it. That's why I chose it. Like I didn't want to be dependent on luck. I didn't want to be dependent on winning a dice roll. I didn't want to be dependent on drawing certain cards or certain out to Yummy or Vanquisol. Yeah.
All right. And anything you want to say? Anything else you want to say to people at home watching or anyone?
I love you guys. Thank you so much for the support. I'm speechless, honestly. Shout out to my family, my mama. Yeah.
All right. I
everyone.
Wish you the best of luck tomorrow, mate.
Thank you, sir.
Love to hear those interviews. It's always nice when we get to pick up the brains of our amazing duelists. And yes, I mean, we already managed to go through the first half of the bracket. Our first semifinals is all set up, but now we gotta find out who will be advancing to the second. And I mean, as we have already mentioned, it's gonna be an amazing matchup between one of the unique decks in Top Cut with that Lunalight from Tom.
Definitely, and it's the deck the players wanted to face the least because they're the least prepared for this matchup, but we're going to have to see how it's going to play out here in top 8.
Yeah, it's super cool. You're totally right, Billy. You're talking to everyone, like all of the other players. They say, oh, what do you want to play? What do you not want to play? And they're all like, I really, really don't want to play Lunalight. So it's obviously something that's caught some players by surprise. It's definitely the deck with that fear factor. It's got that monster that's unaffected by all other card effects, so you really need to have a plan how to deal with it, and it seems like maybe some players don't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be another interesting clash here also in terms of standings, because Tom was the only other X1 outside of Yuna, making it all the way to second place after the Swiss rounds, while Felipe was one of the X3 sneaking it in and had quite a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, going 3-0 and then losing the next 3 rounds until finally winning that maybe bubble match, and in the end, the tiebreakers were good enough to make it through. But now he's up against what he believes to be the worst matchup by far, and well, we have to see. Tom has been incredible whenever we had it on stream, was able to, I mean, thanks also to the cards that he thrown, of course, break 2 incredible fields from what was, the White Forest deck, and what, I mean, an amazing hurry of plays.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, he only had 1 loss, and that was to the Crystron player. He did defeat the Yummy's decks that he played in Swiss, and is going to be taking on Yummy again here. Notoriously, not a great matchup for Yummy. Not a lot of in-deck answers if they do get access to the Liger Dancer for sure. But we did see Willie take down Lunalight, despite, that such tough matchup, because the life points that got paid from that heavy polymerization. So it's really going to be about how he gets that Liger Dancer onto the field, and we're going to see how it's going to navigate this crazy matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those decks, again, it kind of highlights the different approaches for making the Yummy deck, because we saw Willie have a great success there with his kind of board breaker style of deck, right? No monster interruptions from the hand. So if you're going to let that Lunalight deck go unopposed and try and answer it with a Lightning Storm, well, I've got bad news for you. Not going to do any good.
Nope, definitely not.
But I mean, for anyone who might have missed it, Tom, you revealed the key for beating the Lunalight deck going first, right, yesterday, which was just rely on their heavy polymerization and just summon, our good old Link-Shu, Ukano Mitsune no Onari, and deal those remaining 500 life points. So that's all. I mean, maybe, Felipe watched it, and now he will be going for that I don't know where he will get, but I mean, hopefully we'll get to see some explosive actions. And of course, it's great to see these unique decks making it. As mentioned, 6 different decks in the top 8, which I think might be a first, at least in the last few years. And now it will be a decider because, of course, we have one player representing the European region in Tom, and on the other end, the only remaining player representing, the South American region in Felipe, the winner again of his own WCQ. So an impressive performance, and we have touched on that, and we have seen it with Willy. Obviously, you can qualify in a lot of different ways, but when you do it by winning your own event, I feel like you got that confidence boost in you.
Yeah, because that's certainly a hard feat. I mean, making the top 4 incredibly difficult,
yep.
But then you're playing against all the other best players, and when you walk away with that win, it definitely probably adds some confidence, some like swagger, if you will, going into the World Championship. And we're going to see if Willy's going to be able to carry that in here into the top 8. He did start 3-0, as we saw in the interview, then lost 3 in a row, but luckily finished out the day with a win. So ending the day with the win, hopefully starting a day with the win, but he is probably facing the one opponent that all the players are, the most scared of playing against in this top cut.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, Tom has had an incredible Yu-Gi-Oh career up until now. We have touched on it again, at the European Championship, as he has made it twice to the finals, unfortunately losing twice, but then there was this breakthrough performance finally qualifying, for the World Championship, and I'm sure they all share the same dream, but I mean, he mentioned it in the interview, this has always been his dream. He is gonna cry, I'm sure, if he makes it, and I'm sure he will try his best. I mean, I could see him backstage absolutely focused, on this match, and he's gonna try his best to just have one of the players representing the European region, advancing to the top 4. We still have a couple chances because, of course, we're gonna see one of players in each of the remaining quarterfinals with Tom now and Rosalie in the upcoming one. But
definitely,
we'll see. And I think, regardless, now it's time that the cards pick instead of us. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1.
All right, here we go. The all-important die roll before the duel starts. It's a 4 from Felipe. Not bad.
Definitely not bad. And it's a 2 from Tom. Huge.
This is
huge.
This is really huge for this matchup because of the Yummy strategies going second. Games 1 and 3 against Luna Lighted will be absolutely tough. But now Felipe has a chance to set up a turn 1 field that will prevent a Liger Dancer from coming out. But on the same side, Luna Light is a strategy we've seen that main decks cards like heavy polymerization. So tools for going first, tools for going second. Felipe is going to start off with a Cookie Yummy.
Yeah, one thing that you really want when you're the Yummy deck going first, especially against a deck like Moonlight, which wants to fusion summon, is that Herald. Herald's such a powerful card. It not only negates, well, one thing that you want, negate anything you like, but also has this effect: cards sent from the hand or grave, cards sent from the hand or deck to grave get banished instead, which can be very, very powerful.
Already an unfortunate pickup from Felipe, forced to activate the minion from end, not from deck. So, always a bad feeling back in the day from, those Salamangreat deck with the Sanctuary. And I mean, there has been a few also with, Dragon Link decks back in the past, but I mean, not as bad when you draw the minion, I guess. But yeah, he's gonna have to rely instead. And now, what card is he gonna give up? He's having a big think, and it's gonna be a Forbidden Droplet.
Wow.
Interesting.
That is an interesting one to see for sure. The Cupsy Yummy Way is now going to be sent to the graveyard for a Link summon for Yummy Snatchy.
That's an interesting line for sure.
Yeah, it was perhaps a bit of a rough start, because if you just had a few more Yummy monsters and you didn't need to use the field spell, you could always just discard it and then recycle it.
Yeah, and I guess this is the bonus of not having to use the Snatchy. We can get instantly this Akruki during our own turn and then play around a potential Nibiru from Tong.
Very well insulated here from Nibiru. Also going to have it in play for next turn as just one more way for interruptions. Yummy is one of those decks where you just have a sort of 1,000 cuts. You negate them, you destroy something here, you shuffle something back into the deck there. It just does a little bit of everything and never seems to run out of monsters itself.
Yep, and now we're going to see a Synchro Summon with the Yummy Snatchy and the Cups Yummy for a Lollipo Yummy Wade, a special summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard. So it's going to bring back that Cupsy Yummy Way and Cupsy Yummy. Then they're going to be immediately sent right back to the graveyard from which they came for another summon here for Marshall Metal Marcher.
Yep, we haven't seen it at all in the previous match with Willie, preferring, you know, that star ham, but now we are gonna go into it, and here comes the card you have been talking about, Tom, that Feared Herald of the Arc Light.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those cards that kind of shapes the meta around it, because there are so many decks where it's just such a problem and you really have to have a card in hand to deal with it, and I think it is the same for Loon. Like, I don't think you can just play your normal strategy while Herald is in play, so it's going to have a plan to deal with that.
And I mean, we have seen that Dark Ruler no more from Tom in the previous rounds. That would definitely be an extremely good card to see here. So, can he find it off the top?
The one thing about this matchup that's a little tough, I mean, there's a lot of things going against Yummy, against Luna Light, but one of the main interactions is that Cookie Yummy Way, being able to flip multiple monsters face down on the opponent's side of the field. But against fusion strategies, we've been talking about it, you can still fuse away monsters from the field, so it's not as game-ending as it is against some of these other decks that really need to use the monsters for link summoning.
Indeed. And we might just be done here. We have a couple of Yummy Surprise in the end. And yeah, it seems like we're just gonna shuffle back some resources. Interesting to shuffle back the Synchro, I feel like. Usually you might want to keep a second Synchro in the graveyard, but I guess he feels, yeah, insulated enough. So we are just gonna set a couple cards back, and it's gonna be the full end. Yeah.
A little more than a couple. We have 3 face downs, everything remaining on the field.
Wow.
It's gonna come down to how Tom's deck is built for going second here in game number 1. You mentioned he does include a lot of key cards that are strong against the Yummy matchup.
Absolutely. We have seen cards like Book of Eclipse and Dark Ruler no more. Do we have any of them, or is it going to be that heavy polymerization once more?
Yeah, Dark Ruler, an even better card than Book of Eclipse. So we're going to start with the Book of Eclipse, and it is a perfect answer to this Herald of the Arclight here. Pretty much have to chain it, because it's just going to get set if you don't, along with the rest of your Yummy field.
So definitely a solid start here for Tom.
Definitely, definitely. You needed to, and as mentioned here, you go for the Herald.
Looks like Tom is considered chaining. Maybe he has something like Called by the Grave.
Yeah, we've seen him draw it twice already on stream, to be fair, so wouldn't be the first time. And again,
Called by the Grave to negate the Herald of the Arc Light, which is going to mean this Lollipop Way is going to go face down. But oh no, he's going to chain it to return to the extra deck, of course. But the monsters he's going to bring out are going to go face down, except for the Yummy Snatchy, since it's a Link monster. So he's going to have to utilize this Yummy Surprise probably to bring back a monster from the graveyard here this turn.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Tom, because I'm wondering if maybe the Caught by the Grave is more valuable on something like a Snatchy in the grave instead of just a chance to. He's effectively used it to set one monster here, right? So it's not done all that much once the Herald is already off the field.
Fair enough. At the same time, I guess it's close. He does know that there is at least one Yummy Surprise there, so you could always chain it then on the Snatchy, and instead we are gonna use it right away here, I guess, and then accessing a Synchro Summon. This way, you know, our Cupsy is gonna get us a card. I think, again, it's an interesting decision here whether you really want to use the effect to add or to draw later on, but we're just gonna get to add the Lollipop.
Yeah, I think a Lollipop in the hand is worth
Is it?
2 in the somewhere else. I don't know. 2 in the deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is always an interesting. I mean, even here, you're not really forced to use the Cupsy. You could just not use the effect, go into a Synchro, and then you know, summon it back and draw a card later on. But I mean, we'll see. We are prioritizing consistency, and I can get behind that. But I think Ash Blossom could be devastating against you know, Tom, especially now that he's out of Called by the Grave and with only 4 cards in hand.
True. And it looks like Felipe is going to immediately use one of these Yummy Snatchies to Synchro Summon, so we'll have maybe a Cupsy Yummy Way to add some more cards to the hand here, and then send that Lollipop that he added. But he wants to have a Synchro on the field, so he'll be able to chain it to tag out to bring back the Yummy Snatchy again.
And I
Oh, but he's
guess-
going for Lollipop away right away. Makes a lot of sense.
Indeed. And here there is an interesting question of, I mean, might not be the case here, but technically you could still go into another Herald, and although you can't use the effect to negate, the effect to banish still works, right?
Yep.
So
That is looking like what Felipe is considering. He's going to the Starham, using the Starham's effect to discard that Lollipop away to special summon back a Cookie Yummy, and then the Cookie Yummy is going to be synchro summoned alongside the Starham.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest working Yummy Snatchies that we've seen for a while. It's just performed 3 synchro summons in a row.
And it's going to do another one too at some point.
Needs a rest.
was trying to bring up, yeah, Cobra Grave.
I think you're right, Marcel. Obviously, the activated effects
Yeah,
are
but now
negated.
actually, I
negated,
read
right?
it. No, yeah, because I read it and I thought it said only activated effects, but
No.
actually it's activated effects and effects on the field.
Yeah, so it's doing nothing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also, you know, going by memory and thinking it's only the activated effects, but no, I'm pretty sure it does nothing here. Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe a slight misstep there, but we're going to have to see how it's going to play out. As Tom is going to activate Fire Formation Tinky to add a Beast Warrior from the deck to the hand. There's a lot of them in the Lunalight strategy. Tri-Brigade Fractal is also a card.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reaction from Tom when he made it, but I don't know how much of a poker face he has
Yeah.
with
Gonna
regards to
grab
this.
Lunalight Gold Leo.
Waiting for the sort of victorious, no, it's negated. You try and activate a fractal or something, and then
All right, Infinite Impermanence. This is huge on the Gold Leo.
Indeed.
Because Gold Leo has 2 effects. On summon, you can add a Lunalight monster and then send a card from your hand to the graveyard. But also, the second effect is if a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Lunalight back to your hand. Cutting both of those effects off is huge.
Such a good card, and now it seems like Felipe is gonna have a moment to think whether he wants to use this Snatchy and a Crookie here right away. Might be a bit early, but let's see.
yeah, it might be that it's the battle phase or something like that. Because I mean, there's basically nothing you can do with the Leo by itself.
Yeah, but the question is always how much experience do these duelists have against the deck? And I mean, in the interview, Felipe did mention that the Lunalight cards kind of escaped him in the preparation for this event, given that, you know, the deck is not that popular over here in the TCG. And I mean, Tom might make advantage of it.
Also worth it, I guess, just getting a monster off the field, and that way it can't be used as a fusion material. Because the destruction of a Crocky, you can't use it as a sort of quick effect. You do have to wait and trigger something else,
Oh.
but that is just the game.
Wow, I mean, that's something we did not expect, but in the end, Tom maybe lied on engine.
Do you think he thought maybe the Herald Arclight was in play and active?
I mean,
I think there's a non-zero chance, but we couldn't see the rest of the cards there in his hand.
absolutely. We'll never know, I guess. And we might get a chance to ask him if he ends up winning this match. But regardless, wow, what an ending. We thought the opening was not all that great, given, you know, the start of this Book of Eclipse by Cold Over the Grave, but Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I mean, Lunalight's a strong deck, but it needs multiple cards to really keep going. You need multiple of those in-engine cards to keep pushing more monsters on the field. But you can do a lot just with one Lunalight Gold Leo, but if that card gets shut down, you need to keep extending, keep going beyond, and you need something like a Tri-Brigade Fractal or Lunalight Masquerade to send the Silverhound to the graveyard to continue special summoning monsters, and it seemed like he just didn't have any of that.
Yeah, you always do like bluffing, Marcello, so maybe this was just one of the bigger bluffs that we've seen in the event, a big investment of resources into the Herald, and then say, well, you can't activate the effects, and
It's negated all on the field.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? I mean, again, as we have seen with you know, Willie in the previous match, what's important is now to have a sigh of relief and just try to think. There is no time, as a reminder, no time for the quarterfinals or the semifinals and the grand finals, so they can, you know, just relax a little bit more. No pressure on them. It does not matter. You can win, as Willie did the remaining of this round, and still advance.
Yeah, just losing game 1 doesn't mean you're out by any means. You go to the side decks, things change as well. And when you're playing a deck that people aren't prepared for, maybe there's not as many cards in the side deck. Droll and Lockbird has almost fallen completely out of favor here at this tournament. because, you know, with the combined list, you know, there's no world premiere themes that came out in the past year. No Mitsurugi, Ryzeal's not in existence. No one's really playing in this tournament. So Droll and Lockbird may not be a card that Felipe might have in his side deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Also, probably no Shifter coming in because you're playing against Yummy. So all of those cards that you might be terrified of, not there. And this is just one of the things where you've made that pick for the World Championships and you've successfully picked something that no one is expecting. I mean, there's a lot of merit to just saying, okay, these are the best decks. I'm going to practice those. I'm going to pick one of those. But instead, if you go outside the box, maybe you get lucky and you really take a lot of players by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, again, the key of this duel is advancing. Again, 6 different decks means that has worked out in their favor. And already we have seen, you know, a Vanquish Soul K9 deck being knocked out in the previous round. So we'll see what is going to join us in the semifinals. But now it will be Tom going first. We have seen what the deck can do already, even in the last round, you know, with Johannes, where you can set up multiple dancers as well as, you know, just making a field that almost no deck could be able to break.
Yeah, and Field Breakers have really been the most popular cards in player side decks here this weekend, and they're just not going to do the same thing against that Lunalight strategy. And that's why we were talking about that die roll being so important, because if you lose the die roll against Lunalight playing Yummy, you know you're going to be going second at least twice in that match. So this is going to be the time for Tom to shine and take this game number 2. We just saw it with Willie. If you lose game 1, you can't get too flustered, can't get too frustrated. You still have a match to play. No matter what, you have to win 2 games, regardless if you lose the first one or not.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nobody gets a prize, you know, for winning 2-0, and that would be
except in Master Duel.
Exactly. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, actually, they do get it, but not here today. And yeah, Tom is focused. You could see it. So are we going to have just another Yummy deck advancing, or is Lunalight going to try and even things out? Our duelists are ready. Let's jump back into the match. Nice handshake there, and question is going to be, can Tom find his engine? And I see a lot of disruption from Felipe.
Yeah, showing his hand to the camera there, and what a hand it is. Everything and a full loss on top, so let's see how Tom can play into the full loss.
I do see a fire formation tanky, which is a great way to access the engine, but we start with the Foolish Burial. Amazing, amazing extender card.
Yep, being able to send Lunalight, Silver Hound will be great, but if Felipe has that Mulcharmy Fallout, it's pretty strong against Lunalight. They special summon from the deck and extra deck.
A lot.
And that is what we might be seeing here.
Wondering if the plan under a Fulos is simply just to go full steam ahead and make your Liger Dancer anyway, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many cards they have if they can't answer the Liger Dancer. And to be fair, the Yummy deck is one of those decks where it doesn't really matter how many cards they have.
We do not go for Fuvalos. Interesting. We do not.
Ash Blossom. Fire Formation Tinky met by Dominus Purge.
We just want to try and stop Tom completely, not using the Mulcharmy, but trying to just end the turn, and we might have been successful at it. Wow.
Just sets a card face down. We were talking about Field Breakers not great, but those hand interactions absolutely punishing against the Lunalight strategy.
Yeah, Dominance Purge just showing its power there, a very powerful hand trap. Players just having a little discussion about something, but yeah, of course, Dominance Purge, you have to use it after Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, as everyone knows, but something you don't want to accidentally get wrong, because it would stop you from using Ash Blossom afterwards.
And those Dominance cards are they're actually trap cards you can use from the hand, so it makes a lot of sense.
And a Sky Striker engage. Oh, wow.
Felipe off to a great start in here in game number 2.
Yeah, you can see Tom debating about this. Could he really have, you know, maybe an Ash of his own? No, he's gonna allow it. So Ornate Drones most likely gonna be added to the end of Felipe. And again, a player sneaking in with that 4-3 record that is looking to take out a top seed.
Yeah, is Tom gonna return the favor with the Dominus Purge maybe after getting hit? Oh, sorry, Dominus Impulse. I'm always gonna get those the wrong way around.
It's a 50-50. But engage, adding the Hornet Drones, you kind of look at the face there on Tom, not happy, but trying to stay focused and locked in. He knows this could be his potential last game of the tournament. but off to just a brutal start here.
He has just got that one starter, Felipe. So if there was a Dominus Impulse or something to deal with this Hornet Drones, that would be the turn pass. And it makes you wonder, when your hand has only got one engine piece, would you not start with that Full Loss in future?
It's definitely a tough call here. And there is still another card in hand, which I'm not quite sure, you know, outside of that, what those could be. But for now, yeah, we are just gonna use this Hornet Drones. No response.
Drones is a fantastic card, but not starting with Yummy Monsters does mean you are a little bit more soft to negations, because there's no way to, for example, tag out if your Yummy Synchro gets interrupted.
But no effect.
Oh, he used the
yeah, he can't use the effect because of the Dominus. It's a fire monster.
True. Now he's going to normal summon Little Charmy Fualos.
Wow.
Where does this get you? The Yummy Synchros are not level 5.
Because I think then wasn't the play to maybe go into Almirage and then Hornet Drones?
Does he even run Almirage?
I mean, some do, but...
He's attacking!
Wow! He's just attacking. Is that just gonna be maybe an SP? Is that it? Because I mean, if
he doesn't use Almirage.
He doesn't. Oh, wow. That explains it. So actually, it looked as if, you know, that was a combo, but not even then. We might just be passing after this SP.
Going after the face down, or he could be going after the Silver Hound of the Grave, but I don't think so. He's going to go after the missing card.
But
the Dominus Purge.
Oh wow! I mean, great catch by Tom, and of course you can't use it. They come at a heavy cost, and
I think you touched on it, Tom. There's not the Tom is playing, but the Tom sitting next to me. Maybe he would have wanted to use that Fualos with not having any Yummy cards in the hand, because he's not really able to get anywhere with all these amounts of disruption.
Yeah, because that Purge just shut off his own starter there. It's been so damaging to his turn. No Gari, no SP Little Knight. He'd have been better off activating an Impulse himself, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, Tom, you cannot count him out. He's going to have another turn, another way to get to more Lunalight monsters, facing down just one Spell and Trap card. And he has a Lunalight Gold Leo, which is going to immediately be bet by Forbidden Droplet, sending that useless SP Little Knight to the graveyard. Tom checking his face down in his Book of Eclipse. So it's going to be able to allow this Leo to resolve, which is going to let him add a Lunalight and send a Lunalight, but that's going to continue to let him keep summoning monsters onto the field. Tom might be able to even things out here, and he's going to surrender just like that.
Surrender.
Wow. These games, you can never predict how it's going to end by how it starts, because there's just so many different things that can come into play. But yeah, maybe the Fualos was the play there, since there was just no starters.
It definitely strikes me as maybe that's a little bit of a knock of confidence rather than anything else, because, I mean, if he's not familiar with the Lunalight deck, I'm not so familiar with the Lunalight deck. Can you play on with just a Gold Leo and the monster set face down? I mean, presumably you can, but it's worth just watching, let your opponent do a few things before immediately going and throwing in the flag.
Could have been a little frustration there from going into the SP Little Knight, forgetting that he wouldn't be able to use the effect.
Yeah,
sometimes that kind of like affects your thought process, like, oh, I messed up, and now he's going to be able to resolve his card. I'm just going to, you know, throw in the towel here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the decision could still be right. At the end of the day, he managed to stop him, and we all know that, you know, Yummy have so many one-card starters, you know, so it's reasonable to be like, I'd rather not take the risk that, you know, they can just play on, and if I stop him and then I have like, I don't know, like 15s, you know, cards that I can pick up off the top of my deck to just play in full combo, might as well take it. So I think in that regard, he was probably still right in the way he played these cards. I think the main decision comes back to the Almirage, not in the actual deck. When I saw that Fuvalos, I was like, okay, then he's gonna go into Almirage and still play, but not quite. And I don't know. I mean, it's always rough. At the end of the day, you can get behind, you know, how to play these decks, but especially as we have mentioned, when you switch decks not that long, you know, before the event, as that was the case maybe for Felipe, he said that he switched, you know, to Yummy. Some of these niche interactions, or just, you know, things that come naturally, just like activating the Dominus, you know, and then not realizing that actually there is some important, you know, downside in the deck. It's unfortunate, but just like it was for Tom, it's important for Felipe to, you know, just take a moment, recompose, and be like, okay, I still get to go first. There is still a game. It worked out really well in game 1. I just do my thing, and hopefully that takes me there.
Yeah, but the big difference is game 3. The side deck is available to Tom. I actually think he might be favored here, even going second in game number 3, because you know the one downside to Luna Lights is when you're going second, you might have to play through a board that could be difficult.
Yeah.
But he has plenty of cards in his side deck that are going to help make that a little bit better, especially against the Yummy strategy.
Yeah, I was wondering though. I mean, is his main deck not already extremely? You do find sometimes that people just say, "I'm pretty much pre-side." You know, I'm gonna say this is the most popular matchup. This is what I'm gonna beat. So I'm gonna have my main deck set up to beat this deck already, and then I don't even need to side anything for it. But you think that's not the case? Maybe there's still a few more cards to come in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, cards like Dark Ruler No More have been really, really strong against Yummy. Even anything that can just negate all the monster effects on the field breakers are what really shine against the Yummy strategy.
Yeah, I mean, again, we know what the plan is. It's pretty clear from Tom. Outside of probably having, you know, a Fuva loss, if that could be in there, he's not really going to interact much against, you know, the Yummy deck. And then he's going to rely on Triple Tactic Trust, Dark Ruler No More, and, you know, all of these interaction to try and possibly break the field. While from Felipe, the plan seemed clear. Just set up those heralds. And probably that's what he's going to try and rely on that, you know, Macrocosmos-like banishing effect that stays on field. So even though, you know, that call by interaction was interesting all the way back in game 1.
Yeah, maybe he realized it too at some point in the game that would, so it won't come up again. But with his deck already, like, you know, main decking copies of Book of Eclipse, heavy polymerization, there's plenty of going second tools for Tom. So that game was important. He really, really needed to get that other turn back. And sometimes it feels so bad because when your first turn gets stopped and you're playing against Yummy, it's like, man, if they just have one of their monsters, like, I can't do anything.
No, and I think the confidence boost gets you there if you're Tom, because, I mean, game 1 was quite unfortunate, but then you see game 2, you see your opponent maybe not be on their 100% yet. It's still, you know, the first round of the day. And that, I think, gets you there. You're like, you know, you're smelling some possibilities. You're getting back in it. Now it's actually 1-1, and it could go either way. Sure, you're going second, but your deck is built to beat this deck, and he has not lost to it yet at this event. So it's working out, and I think he'll, you know, just think about these things and try his best to stay in this match. But regardless, it's amazing. We have one more game to find out who is gonna be advancing to the second semi-final. Is it gonna be Tom representing, you know, the European region, or is it going to be Felipe representing South America? It's an amazing clash.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see it. I mean, we talked about how the Americas could take all top four spots, but Tom has the entire, you know, continent of Europe on his back. He wants to bring the World Championship back home to EU while we're here in the EU, in Paris, France. Will he be able to do it? He's going to have to win this game number 3 going second. It's going to be a tough battle, but I think he might be able to.
Yeah, he's definitely got the advantage in the deck building stage, right? He's taken a deck. It's taken a lot of players by surprise. No one really knows what to do. People are making a few mistakes against it maybe, and maybe don't have that side deck plan to deal with it. But let's see if Tom can carry that advantage and make it into the top 4 as we start the final game of this match.
All right, so nice friendly handshake here going into game 3.
Oh my goodness.
Not what you want to see. Oh, that helps.
That's quite the interesting opening. I mean, we are gonna see a Sky Striker deck later on, and I'm sure, you know, that player is gonna wish to open with triple engage maybe, but if you're playing the Yummy deck, that's quite different.
Yeah, it is a powerful starter, but it does require this slightly wonky lineup of 3 search cards for only 1 target, and this is probably not the way you want to draw it.
Now he's not going to be cut off here from Dominus Purge, so the Kagari is going to be able to add back the Hornet Drone, so it's much more effective here in game number 3 than it was in game number 2.
But again, we don't see many engine pieces, which means there is not really much thinking going on. This is going to be the Cup C Yummy way. And then, I mean, also the decision is going to be pretty easy. We'll discard one of these engage, and then we'll be able to special summon both of our monsters from end later on.
Do you think Felipe was holding his breath there about this Cup C Yummy way resolving? If there was some sort of effect negation, it would have been devastating for him, but it does resolve. Going to send that extra copy of Engage to the graveyard, as you mentioned, Marcello. And now it looks like he is thinking about Link summoning by sending Cup C Yummy way to the graveyard.
He's got 3 spells in his grave, you know?
If only he had another Sky Striker card to add.
If only there was a Widow Anchor or something in the deck, but again, it probably wouldn't do all that much, because he's going to have a full field of monsters almost certainly by the end of the turn.
Sure, we have seen a few players, you know, trying out some targets. I've seen this weekend, you know, a Widow Anchor, an Afterburner also. So you never know, but I do agree with you. That's not quite going to be the case. Instead, most likely we'll go search our Yummy Surprise. And yeah, that is the quick spell.
Taking a somewhat more conservative line, I'd say, by going for the
Yeah.
Crocky rather than the Mignon, because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't know Tom's deck list exactly, and he hasn't had the fortune that we've had of watching him on stream all weekend, but it doesn't look like a deck where you're likely to get hit with something like Nibiru. It looks like a deck where he is going to go second and try and crack the field that you make, so maybe it's worth being a bit more greedy.
We see the Martial Metal Marcher coming down again to bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way. A special summon from the hand of Cookie Yummy, and now another Synchro Summon for Herald of the Arc Light.
And yeah, he has done this all weekend long. I agree with you, Tom. Definitely not the usual way of doing this, but maybe he's trying to insulate himself from the Dark Ruler no more as well. I think that's, you know, that's a smart way to play around some of these distractions, and I think this is still quite the opener to, you know, to break from Tom, but I think we are pretty much done. So can we find some of these going second cards? The deck, you know, can sometimes struggle when it draws too many of these engine Luna-like cards going second. You need the perfect combination of breakers plus cards.
You do get those 6 cards rather than 5.
And it's an interesting dynamic here with the Herald of the Arc Light on the field and an Artifact Lancia in the hand. But once one goes off, the Artifact Lancia might be useful here in slowing down Tom and his Luna Lights.
And there it is, interesting moment here. First and foremost, do we see the Dark Ruler coming from Tom?
Or maybe a Book of Eclipse, anything. Dark Ruler,
And
no
it
more.
is Dark Ruler, no more from Tom yet again.
That's step 1.
Is going to answer that Herald. Makes it just, every time you use a Dark Ruler, though, you think, oh, the Yummy Surprise, it just turns everything back on. So maybe this is backed up by a Dominus Impulse. It would shut down the Yummy engine completely.
And yeah, this is where Felipe is going to take a moment and possibly chain that Yummy Surprise.
Bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way, potentially.
Yeah.
Does look like that is going to be the case.
That is the case indeed. And now it's also an important thing, because as you've mentioned, now the Artifact Lancia is technically online. You can use it since the Herald is negated, but
well, this time you can actually make another Herald.
Yeah.
And it will be in play.
Be effective.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Worth noting, though, I think Felipe only got the 2 Yummies engraved because he only had the chance to search 2, so maybe that will limit his ability to interrupt Tom somewhat.
Could be. Let's see what he's gonna follow it up with. Obviously, you have the heavy polymerization, an amazing card, but would be punished by the Lancia, no?
As well, heavy polymerization. When you're going to put yourself down to 500 life points, and your opponent's not taking any damage, so you're going to have a bit of a tough time at the end of the turn.
And a Book of Eclipse.
But
he has
we
the Ash
do have
Blossom.
Ash Blossom to negate it.
All right, so we've seen a lot of non-engine from Tom here at the beginning of his turn. Will he have the Luna Light cards he also needs to follow this up?
Still got a good 4 in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one. You can feel it. Both are quite tense. They both know it's gonna come down to this couple of plays, and it's not gonna be quite the heavy polymerization, but it's gonna be the Luna Light Fusion.
Pretty close. Still going to be a card that helps you cheat out your Luna Light Fusions a little easier than just like polymerization the monsters from your hand to be able to use a monster from the extra deck.
And yeah, we are gonna chain this Cupsy Yummy Way. Just bring back, makes sense, the Snatchy and the Cookie, possibly aiming to destroy whatever fusion monster is summoned. And since Felipe controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, we can use one material from Tom's own.
Oh, is this
It's
just...
going to be
Oof.
3. He's just going to summon a Leo Dancer, but he's using Silverhound and Black Sheep. Those effects are going to activate in the graveyard.
How have
So-
we seen this card summoned so many times? This Leo Dancer.
It definitely comes up. We 100% know what it does now. It can attack twice. When it attacks, it can destroy your opponent's monsters. It's an absolutely incredible card.
Yeah, and you can't really do much with this cookie on it since he cannot be targeted or destroyed. Well, we've seen it already how we can easily break a field, destroying every single special summon monster. Obviously, no damage due to that Dark Ruler, but this is quite the issue.
It was, again, a very big investment, and Tom not going to be able to end the game this turn, and we know Felipe is probably going to end up with a few cards in hand because those yummy monsters just seem to keep recycling themselves.
Yep.
No matter what you do about it.
The Black Sheep's going to add the Silverhound back to the hand, which is not too bad. And then the Silverhound's going to special summon Gold Leo from the deck. Lunalight Gold Leo is going to activate on summon to add a Lunalight monster. Then we'll have to send a card to the graveyard. Felipe can still synchro summon using that yummy snatchy effect that's in the main monster zone. He can also just tribute off the Herald Arclight if he wants, just to clear up some room, potentially.
Yeah, it's not going to do an awful lot on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be destroyed by that Leo Dancer at some point. Not
Wondering-
being able to target or destroy it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's really tough to answer at all.
Wondering when Yami plays, they're just going to put a Ceravis in just for when you tribute the the Arclight. Use the effect that it was intended. You know, after the first like 20 years of Arclight's existence or something, everyone was just searching a ritual spell with it.
Get that additional effect for sure. This is an important key moment. It's game 3. Both players on only a few cards left.
Yeah, crucial moment for sure. And let's see what we can do. Tom, you can see, is also extremely focused. He does not want to make a mistake at this stage. It's going to come down to this turn, whether he can have a shot of becoming the new world champion.
It is certainly not easy for him. You have to wonder sometimes players play a little faster when they have all the cards they need immediately. So maybe it's a time for Tom to have to think very, very carefully how best to use the limited resources he has.
So he adds the Lunalight Tiger and then sends the Silverhound he added right back to the graveyard. And now he's going to use the Leo effect to add it right back to his hand yet again.
When do you think we are going to go for this snatching?
If he activates the Tiger, I could see going for it to go into Cookie Way to put the Leo face down and then use the field spell to take out the Tiger.
Tiger, it summons something when it's destroyed, right? Something like that?
But never mind.
from
We're
the
actually
graveyard,
going
maybe?
for it now. Activated the Snatchy, and we're probably going to use the one, in the extra deck. In the extra monster zone that was negated by Dark Ruler no more, and we are gonna go for Capsi Yami Way, adding some resources to the end, but we actually pull off the Kruki right away. Interesting.
So he wants to destroy the Leo to get it off the field.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense for Kepsi to, get that follow-up, because even though he got Dark Ruler no more, he knows he's going to have another turn, but...
And most importantly, we can get rid of this bird engage. Yeah.
There's some
3 copies of Engage, just the absolute worst thing to see there.
Indeed, and I think Tom might be smiling. I don't know. He looked pretty locked into me, but yeah, you can see no reaction whatsoever.
I don't think he even knows that there's
No.
Engage. I mean, he's going to realize it now when he looks to the graveyard potentially, but...
I'm wondering if there's ever a university that just discarding the Lollipop instead, so it's in the grave and can be revived and start banishing things from the grave, but...
Could be, but nope. It seems like we are just gonna move on to the battle phase, and then look at this. We're gonna clear the whole field And now we can use the Akruki possibly, but is that in the damage step actually the effect to clear everything?
Yeah, an awful lot of cards
Yeah,
these
right?
days cannot be used in the damage step. So
Wow.
Now Tom's going to activate Lunalight Masquerade. With the Silverhound already being used, it's not going to be as effective, but he'll be able to send maybe something like Yellow Martin to the graveyard. Or he has the Tiger, so he could send Kaleido Chick, actually. Or, yeah, he has so many options. In combination with the Tiger, Masquerade is actually a fantastic card. But it is going to be Kaleido Chick.
Yeah, we must keep in mind there is still the artifact Lancia that might slow him down, but this is amazing. And, I mean, Tom just has so much available to him.
Kaleido Chick can send any Lunalight monster as a cost to copy the name.
yeah, such a powerful ability somehow that it is a cost to send a monster from your deck to the grave. We've seen some of these cards before, and they've been some of the most powerful cards.
And I think it's Martin.
Yep, and here comes the Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin's going to return the Tiger, so it'll be able to be reused again and special summon itself to the field. So now he has access to a rank 4, which could be many things. It could be Tiger King, could be Baguska if he so chooses, Dagaris.
Tom, he's having a look at the graveyard, maybe signaling that he might be looking at making an SP at some point. An SP going to be met by an artifact lance. He's going to get quite a lot of value. Felipe could shut down that and a potential Lunalight fusion summon in the future.
Yeah, especially if Tom decides to go into the Tiger King, to go for Fire Formation Tinky, to go for Lunalight Wolf. That Lancia is going to be really key.
Yeah, I mean, we can assume that I'm pretty much sure Tom thinks Felipe is out of interruptions. So if he gets a bit greedy, you know, he could get punished surely. Yeah. But I mean, on the other end, he knows the rest of the end. He knows that there are only 2 monsters, and that makes its life quite a bit easier in, you know, figuring out how to deal with the rest of the setup. From
this is a big decision, and he's just going to go into the Dagaris.
Third way.
Because he is thinking about that SP Little Knight, I think. He's going to... I don't know, he's going to draw.
Yeah, we usually see the effect to special summon back and then skip the main phase, but looking like we might go for a draw. And I mean, might make sense after siding so many good cards against the Yami deck are there. So let's see if he gets punished by this.
Well, what are the cards that are, you know, the good cards against the Yami deck are probably things like Dark Ruler, which once they've done the job of clearing the field, maybe you don't want them anymore, but you do get to discard one of the cards you draw. So let's see if he finds what he's looking for.
Take a look at this 2 draws. Important moment for Tom. Looking for the deciding answer in his deck, and finally throws to discard 1. We still have the option to special summon 1 back from the graveyard as we have bounced back our Lunalight Tiger. And there he comes down once more.
Probably use the effect of bringing back the Kaleido Chick yet again. It's only once each time it's on the field, so you can keep using that Kaleido Chick effect every time it's a fresh copy.
I mean, it was, you know, this combination of cards will allow Lunalight back in the day to win, you know, a YCS with the Lunalight Orcus strategies, and years later they're still the heart of this deck.
He also has the Silverhound in graveyard with the fusion, so that's going to be able to negate a spell or trap card on the field, potentially on Felipe's turn.
I'm wondering though, if Felipe knows it's there, it's almost impossible to trigger on the Akroki because it's always going to be when you do a synchro summon. So as long as you use the effect of the synchro summoned monster as Chainlink 2, you're always going to be able to play around that at least on your field spell.
Definitely important to note. All right, going to take a chance to look through that graveyard again. I mean, it's still crazy that Felipe opened with 3 engage, and this is where we're at. And it's going to be triple tactics thrust. That's a big one.
Do we have the Black Goat even going in this game? That could be a big difference. And there is the Black Goat laughs.
You see him? Yeah, that's going to seal the deal pretty much.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything Felipe can draw to deal with this card on the following turn. Tom is going to be moments away from making it to top 4.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this card played in a lot of different, you know, ratio just because of this matchup alone. Calling that Snatchy is so devastating for the deck. have a think here. We're about to commit, but instead the change of art at the very last second. And rather than going for an SP, we might go for Baguska, it seems.
Yep. Number 41.
Is that
I guess
everything for Tom, though?
we switch the Leo, right? Not unaffected.
Just makes you wonder,
wrong.
though, like, is there
We
another
switched the Leo
Link
to
1
defense.
for Felipe?
No, yeah, the Leo should go. The Leo Dancer should go to
Yeah,
defense
it should
mode,
go to defense, that's what I mean. Not quite unaffected as its upgrade, but
Tom won't be able to draw for his turn, so that's something to note.
Yeah, I mean, where's the engine left for Tom? It's
He's the
just
Tiger
in
on
the
the field.
Tiger, yeah, and you're
Yeah.
not drawing for turn. I'm wondering, like, just a Baguska and a Black Goat. Black Goat has to be reserved.
He'll have a
for-
yellow. He could use Yellow Martin in the
Yeah.
graveyard to return the Tiger too. So that's like 3 monsters all on its own.
But surely Felipe, he's got 2 Yummies in hand, can just make a Link 1, but then what does he do with the result of it? Possibly as well that Dugares in the Anima zone, if that's something in Felipe's extra deck.
Is that a good draw? I think. Is there a monster effect he's going to use?
He's looking at the Leo saying,
Make
please
sure
can
there's
you use it?
Nothing hidden there that I need to know about.
yeah. And yeah, as you've mentioned, no cards in hand from Tom, and just a Black Goat. Every single card is known for Felipe. And unfortunately, that Artifact Lancia was not really needed at all, and we're not going to use it.
Lollipop
course
Way
we
is going to
are.
be summoned, put to sleep by Baguska. I think. I mean, if you don't Black Goat Laughs now, when do you do it?
Yeah. And I mean, we have also seen that there is no Almirage, which is a big issue here.
But
And
that's
that
That's
is
it.
actually the end shake.
Does he? Yeah,
Wow.
Wow. He knows he doesn't have any other play. That final card in Tom's hand, the triple tactics thrust, you have to think maybe he drew into it with that Dugares to really end the game. Because if he didn't have the Black Goats left, it's going to be hard for any field he puts up to stop this yummy, strategy. But Tom taking Luna Lights, the most I can't even say it's the most unexpected strategy in this tournament since we have other crazy decks here in top 8. But moving on to top 4, that means EU's hopes are not lost just yet.
Absolutely proud of Tom and proud of both. They gave us for sure an incredible match. A lot of back and forth action. And in the end, this just guarantees not only, a player from the European region advancing, but also that we are going to have 4 different decks in the top 4.
Yeah,
No
that
matter what.
No matter what.
It's just amazing to see, but also I'm just amazed to see, like, surely Tom was thinking, just make another Link 1, summon another Yummy, make an SP, do something. But no, nothing. That Black Goat Laughs being just absolutely devastating.
Just incredible. And we've seen it time and time again how strong that card can be against the Yummy strategy. And even going second, it was still useful being able to break the field that he had there. And I mean, it's the Leo Dancer. The Leo Dancer. Knowing we talk about Luna Light and how it has the Liger Dancer and how hard it is to out, but we've seen time and time again here from Tom that being able to utilize just the old school Luna Light Leo Dancer, the effect to destroy all your opponent's monsters is a great way to clear all those yummy cards because there's so many and they keep coming back onto the field. But we can't forget how that turn started. Dark More, followed up by the Book of Eclipse to force out all the effects before he could turn on all those Luna Lights, drawing into the triple tactics thrust. Just absolutely incredible.
I mean, it has been amazing indeed. So now let's take a quick look at what is going to happen for Tom moving forward. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists have been decided, and Tom is going to be waiting for the outcome of the last one between Roseli and Isaias to decide yet again another outcome between a player representing the European region and one the Americas. And wow, I mean, it has been really an incredible day already. A lot of amazing duels. In the end, gotta feel bad for Felipe, tried his best. And I think really the decision that costed him this entire match was not including any other Link 1. Because usually you see, Almirage, sometimes relinquished Anima. He is not playing either of the 2. And that has costed him, I think, both game 2 in that, Dominus Purge situation. And now in game 3. Because as you have mentioned, with no other Link 1s, you have no way to advance your plays. I'm a bit surprised that he has no targets at all. But, I mean, that's sometimes what it comes down to, those really small decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough. You can't overlook the fact he opened up with 3 copies
Yeah.
of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, which is about as unlucky as you can get as a Yummy duelist.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe 3 copies of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is a little bit of foreshadowing into the next duel.
That's what I was
excited
saying.
for
If
that.
you go back like 5 years and you say someone opened up 3 Engage, you would think that's the absolute best hand you could possibly draw.
Absolutely, and count me in for that one. I'm a big fan of the strategy, played it myself quite a few years, and I mean, it's the one deck that has escaped us on stream already, and it's a deck that, you know, everyone has been talking about it. This was one of the most unique decks among our 27 duelists, outside of, you know, Dino's White Forest deck, and I'm excited to see it in action. I mean, I want to see what it can do. The build, you know, it's extremely unique, as you can expect. We had an incredible run at the European Championship where, you know, a Sky Striker deck made it all the way to the top 8. And unfortunately, you know, lost out the decider to go to the World Championship. But now we have another chance, possibly Sky Striker making it to the semi-final.
And not only that, if the Sky Striker duelist result makes it to the top 4, we will have the 2 North America players playing off in one semifinal, the 2 players from EU in the other, and then we'll have the classic NA versus EU matchup in the final. But that's going to be if she can beat Isaias, who also, like Felipe, started off 3-0, lost the next 3, won the bubble match to get in, but it's going to end in epic fashion for sure.
I mean, yeah, it has been really, really an amazing clash, and it's gonna be your pick, Tom, in the last duel as well with the Christian deck. So I'm excited for some of the most unique decks left into competition. But I think we have talked about this enough. Of course, right now, all of the glory is on Tom, representing this Lunalight deck and giving hopes to Europe to have, you know, a contender in the semi-final. So we want to hear it from him. Let's go to the post-match analysis.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Tom. What an incredible performance. Congratulations for advancing to the semi-finals of the World Championship. First of all, I want to hear about the Lunalight, of course.
First of all, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Like, I can't believe it. It was very close. Usually, like, Lunalight is very good into Yami, but my hands, all my hands played into Arclight. Like game 1, I had Fractal, I think, and Masquerade, and both plays into the Arclight. So he played really well around my cards in hand. So I had to scoop. Usually, it's a very good deck. Like, it has a good matchup into everything if you draw properly. And that's why I chose it, yeah.
I mean, we have prepared some clips for you because I totally believe that you want to explain us what your thoughts process behind building the deck and bringing it to the World Championship. So we could tell that you have an approach from Field Breakers cards, for example, Book of Eclipse, alongside Called by the Graveyard. How do you feel against, for example, Yami, who still can have a link on the field and after with quick play to synchro summon on later, despite having Book of Eclipse?
I mean, the Link monster is pretty good because if it stays, because Lunalight Fusion requires an extra deck monster to be on the field to use something from my extra deck or my main deck. So that's pretty much part of the game plan. And usually you can play through the surprise.
I see. Very good call. The second clip is actually about a sequence that happened for the second game that Ash was activated on the Hound and later, of course, paired on Tenki. How did you felt at that moment? Despite being in sort of disadvantageous position?
First of all, I was a little bit sad because I tried to play it around Imperm and Purge, not Ash and Purge. Like, I chose to play around Imperm and Purge, that's why I played it that way. I mean, even Ash Purge would have stopped me the other way around, but I chose to play it that way. And yeah, in my head I already lost. Like, when he activated Engage, he didn't look happy, so I felt like, okay, he might not actually have an engine card. Apparently he didn't. And he was purge locked, so I knew SP doesn't do anything, Kagari doesn't do anything, so if he does not normal summon Cupsy, I have Ash in hand as well, and Eclipse set. It's pretty good for me. Yeah, so I was like, if I draw an engine for turn, if I draw engine for turn, it's winnable, and I drew Leo.
Yeah, and I mean,
the best engine.
The cost for Purge really played a huge role, right? Since neither SP could activate her effect, neither Kagari, obviously. Yeah.
That's why I double checked the Purge effect in Graveyard, because I knew it pretty much locks him out of Dark. But I knew he's gonna summon SP, and I was like, am I missing something? Did I read Purge wrong? Yeah. So
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
And the third clip is obviously something that I believe that you want to talk about. That breaking Lunalight, obviously it was for this reason, in order to clear the field of a Yami with a single card, since field cannot activate it during the damage. Can you talk about this for a moment?
Well, Leo is usually just there if I get black-coated. I did summon him a couple of times this weekend. That's pretty funny. But yeah, he pretty much the same thing that Liger does, but not as a quick effect. So if he battles, he destroys the entire field. And yeah, if I wipe the field and he already ran through his surprise, like I can play freely main phase 2. Unfortunately, there was like no way for me to get decked to Poli. So I tried to draw it. I drew Thrust, good as well.
With an amazing goat just to seal the deal, right?
Exactly.
So the logic behind your deck choice is that you wanted something unique, right, for the tournament, and something that you could actually beat the current meta, for example, Yami, as we saw, right?
Yeah, like you can see in Japan right now, or like in the OCG, Lunalight is taking over Yami. Like, and I was kind of scared that people might like get on my foot, and now might prepare for Lunalight, because it's a very good meta call in my opinion. It can beat everything, and like I said in previous interview, I do not think that you can outskill someone at Worlds. Like if you can, I did it at German Nationals and Euros, but like at Worlds, I thought that I have to find an edge, and I think I found an edge.
Yeah, obviously. Advancing to the semifinals for the World Championship, you're 2 matches away from becoming the World Champion. I'm sure you can make it. I hope you're the best. See you in the semifinals. Thank you everyone for watching. And right now we're going for a commercial break, and we'll be back to you with some more Yu-Gi-Oh content. Bye.
Bye.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Le voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And we are back with the last quarter final to decide who is going to be Tom's opponent in the upcoming semi-final. And we have been waiting for this. I've been personally waiting for this all weekend long, ever since I've heard that out of the 27 players, one decided to bring Sky Strikers. And finally, here they are. It is Rosalie who decided to bring the deck after that second place finish at the European, WCQ, and now she will be facing off against Isaias with that Christian deck. What a matchup is ahead of us.
Yep, can't wait to see it. And I think they're almost ready to go, right?
Absolutely. So I could say, let's not waste any time. Let's jump directly into the match.
All right, final quarterfinals. Let's go.
And honestly, I don't know, we are about to find out, but there is a huge chance that Rosalie wants to go second.
Yeah, so Isaias is probably going to be going first, unless he knows that strategy that Rosalie has brought.
Is that a 6 or a 1? That's the
It's a
big
1.
question.
It's a 1.
Okay. It's a 1, and so that was a smooth, throw. And let's find out. I guess. Oof.
Oh no.
Ooh, that's an interesting end from Isaias.
You should have chosen second for sure.
But okay, at least we have one of those crucial spell cards to start things off with. And as mentioned, Rosalie deck is just so interesting.
Yeah, but this is really not it for Crystron K9. For Crystron Inclusion, it's a fine starter because all of your monsters are machines. But if you have to start with Inclusion now, you're going to have to use the Sulfador immediately. And once you've used Sulfador as effect to summon from the hand, you're no longer allowed to summon monsters from the extra deck except machine monsters. So no K9s here.
Things are looking a little dicey just from the start. We've seen some of these players just not drawing the greatest of hands going first here in the quarterfinals.
Indeed, and I mean, on the other end, once more, you open Mulcharm is going first, never ideal. And that Nibiru Primal Being, we have mentioned it, it has been a key card for a lot of these duels, but is it really, does it even do anything against Sky Striker? That's the question.
Yeah, it's one of those cards, again, and it's also one of those cards that gets worse the better your opponent is, and you've got to imagine at the World Championships you're playing some very competent players, and they're going to know exactly how to play around it. We saw Yuna playing around it with the Sky Striker cards, no less, leaving that token on the field. Maybe we'll see something similar from Rosalie, maybe just not doing 5 summons before the battle phase.
Yeah, but as you can see here on screen, this Skeletus has been summoned and will allow to extend plays a little bit more. But you're right, Tom, definitely not the ideal opener because we are a bit stuck as compared to the other options that the deck has. Still, you can see the speed of play is remarkable from Isaias. You know, maybe not the most ideal opener, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, in the normal Crystron deck prior to playing the Canines, I think you run a few more Crystrons, and this start is fine, and you would end with a few more negates if you're just playing Crystrons.
Cyber Dragon Infinity is one of my favorite cards. Love to see it come down here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. You're talking about only being able to spell summon machine monsters from the extra deck. It's one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, here we go, and we're going to see that very powerful trap Crystron cluster. Stops any of your cards from being banished, and also has the once per turn quick effect. You can return a Crystron that is banished to destroy a card on the field, or 2 if you control a Crystron Synchro monster.
Yep, and that Crystron Tristaros is going to also allow Isaias to summon a monster from the deck if Roselle does anything on her turn.
And I mean, still look at the amount of cards in the end. Sky Striker is a very interesting deck. You know, it used to play as more of a grind deck. Nowadays, it has some similarities with Tempai in a way, where you can go second, just, you know, break the field, and then just close the duel out with a lot of damage thanks to that linkage. And there it is. Rosalie has drawn into her 6th card. What are we gonna start with this duel with? But in the meantime, I believe we can quickly go back to us while they wait for the final setup and clarification.
Yeah, Rosalie is one of those players who has chosen to use no monsters in the hand. So the Canines are going to not be of any use for Isaias for now. Looks like the players are going straight back into action now. Rosalie looking like she's hanging on to a Book of Eclipse, and then wondering what other options there are in hand.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity, great at stopping one card, but with a deck constructed like what Rosalie is using here, there's probably usually plenty of ways to force that out and continue to destroy all the monsters that Isaias has on the field. And it's going to be a start with the normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Ray.
That's an interesting way to start things off, I'd say. Usually, and have we used the effect?
It almost looked like an attack, but that would probably not be what's just happened here.
No. That's an interesting way to start things off for sure.
Yeah, that Ray is only once per turn. Normally it was such a menace bringing itself back from the graveyard all the time, but now probably that recursion effect is not going to be enough to cut it. Still a useful one to keep in mind though.
All right, and we're going to see the effect of Ray special summon that brand new Sky Striker Ace 0. And with Ray in the graveyard, Rose in the deck, this is a way to get both those monsters onto the field.
Is it going to be used to add, or are we going to save it until we use the other effect?
Now it looks like Isaias is going to activate the effect of his Crystron monster on the field to special summon and synchro summon.
Yeah, perhaps we will see that powerful Dawn Dragster right now can be used to negate a spell or trap once per turn. Here it comes, FA Dawn Dragster.
It looks like adding Sky Striker, mobilize, engage.
Yeah, here we go. First of many Sky Striker engages. Already had 3 in the last feature match, so let's see if Rosalie can top 3 copies.
Much better for her than it was for Felipe moments ago.
But I think you can tell Isaias has done its homeworks, you know, yesterday night. Probably is aware what he's up against and was aware and set up in a way where, you know, you can have this multiple spell and trap negations.
When I talked to him in the interview yesterday, he definitely thought she was playing Malice, so hopefully
Yeah.
he did a little more homework after the interview.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe getting confused between all of the other European players who seems to have brought Malice.
All right, now the Sky Striker Ace Zero. Oh, it's Mega Fleet!
Wow, okay.
Mega Fleet just taking care of Infinity.
Wow.
Fusing with it. Absolutely incredible. A card that a lot of players aren't including in their extra deck, but we see it here in Rosalie's deck.
Yeah, I'm sure this caught Isaias by surprise. And wow.
He didn't look that surprised, to be honest. He just kind of did it. So maybe he kind of knew it was coming. Very heads up here. No need to negate Book of Eclipse, because if you do, your monster is just gonna, you know, it's already used its effect anyway. And
might as well try and hopefully get a draw at the end phase or something like that.
yeah, well, not only that, but it leaves a face-down monster in the extra monster zone for Rosalie, which can be a bit annoying, but not if you have a linkage, which can just go ahead and send it. Striker got many ways to send cards from their own field to the graveyard in the form of linkage or multi-roll.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it takes courage, to say the least, to bring, you know, a deck like Sky Striker to an event like this one. And I'm sure she has tested a lot, and even this recognition to include the Mega Fleet in her extra deck, not even side deck, is impressive.
Yeah, that is super cool. I guess it's one of those decks where maybe you have a little bit more room in the extra deck than others, so you just go ahead and make the Mega Fleet.
Yeah.
Isaias maybe, I mean, I say he may not have been aware, but surely if he was, he just wouldn't have allowed the Rose to be, the Zero to be summoned to the extra deck there, extra monster zone.
Yeah, but flawless performance here, as you can see, summoning first the Mega Fleet to the extra monster zone, then putting it face down. Does not matter, because you can get rid of it. And now, yeah, just gonna show how much attack Kagari has.
How much attack does it have?
7. No, it has the boost, no?
But does it not get? Does it get the boost?
100 for each spell.
Yeah, it's the 100 for each spell.
Yeah.
Linkage gives it a
1,000,
boost,
I
but
think.
is that not if you have light and dark or something, or is it if you have 3 spells you get the boost?
It's in field or graveyard, so yeah, you do get the boost because you have both Ray and the Link Masters, no?
Yeah, but the Sky Striker Zero.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now-
so you just need a light and a dark.
Yeah, in the
Yep.
graveyard.
Ah, okay, okay.
And
So
now
that's
going
basically 2,700, yeah.
to main phase 2, Shizuku is going to be summoned to the field. A card will be face down. Another one.
Wow.
Another one.
Another
one. Another one. 5 spell and traps in the spell trap zone. In the end phase, the Crystron cluster is going to shut down the Shizuku.
Yeah, but I guess...
Well, it has to be in main phase 2, right?
Or main phase 2. Yeah, before the end phase.
Wait, can you not bring back Ray? Maybe she just doesn't want it.
All right, now
Definitely bring back Ray, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't need it.
Now we are moving into Isaiah's turn.
It's a pass.
Maybe it's just a play around Azuna. Maybe that's a potential read from Rosalie. If no cards have been used, there's still like 3 or 4 cards in Isaiah's hand.
That could be the case.
Yeah, totally. And now plays back to Isaias, and although, you know, his field for the most part has been broken, he still is holding 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, here comes Inclusion again. Gonna get to add another Crystron, and this time the Inclusion is backed up by a pile of Krystrons in the grave. One of them being Solfefnir, which you can use to discard another Crystron, summon itself, and destroy a card you control, and this will not lock you into machines, so maybe you can get 2 level 5s into play. Also, very heads up, not leaving any cards in your hand against the K9 deck, because they can take advantage of that just by normal summoning.
Yeah, and we know at least one of them is the Engage, so really heads up play, because she did that exclusively, you know, on purpose for that reason. So
I was waiting to see some old-fashioned Sky Striker interaction here with the Shark Cannon to banish from the grave.
All All right, going to banish the Crystron inclusion from the graveyard to special summon back a Crystron monster from the graveyard. See if Roselli has a response.
Ooh. And that's not quite the short cannon, but it works
It's
even
close.
better, you know?
It's close.
Sky Striker, caught by the grave.
Imagine, yeah.
Oh, but he's going to use the Crystron cluster on Called
And
by
that
the
can
Grave.
play around it, a potential oversight there from Rosalie. You can shuffle one back in response to destroy the Called by the Grave. Who knew the best bit of cluster was that you just got to shuffle back a card rather than destroy a card on the field. Still gonna shut down the inclusion though, so not a bad thing, but not perfect.
Yep. But it'll keep the Tristaros in the deck.
Oof. We drawn, yeah, I think we've drawn into the second Fuvalos as well, so we have 2 Fuvalos, 2 Nimbir with the Primal Being, I think, in hand. Kind of an unfortunate series of throws there from Isaias.
Honestly, just checking again. Which are the cards? Having a quick read of Sulfador. These are, they're not new, but they are a little bit under the radar, I think.
Indeed.
So back comes Sulfador. Now again, we're locked into machines. So again, no canines will be hitting the table, at least from the extra deck. Gonna get to send 2 from the deck to the grave and trigger Sulfador here to summon a Crystron monster. So maybe some more Krystrons can be synchro summoned.
All right, it's going to be Sky Striker linkage. We try and summon a monster and then chain Widow Anchor to take that Crystron Sulfador.
That's definitely a very, very, very good play. And as you can see, then you can send the card you control to the grave, so gets rid of the Sulfador. And now, in a new chain, you will get so much advantage back.
Yeah, with Lunalight last round and Sky Striker H0 this round, we're actually seeing a lot of impact from Duelist Advance happening here at the World Championship.
Big decision here whether we want to interact. I believe there is one engage set, so the other card is gonna be the unknown one, I guess.
We make it. What are we making here? Clockwork Knight?
Yeah.
Yep, Clockwork Knight going to be on the field.
We're gonna have a read at it. It's extremely good against the Yami deck, you know, to try and have the access to Clockwork Knight eventually, but let's see.
I'm wondering why we're linking off the Tristaros for it now, though.
Yeah, we don't have much going on. It's the last card in the loop is, I think it might be, and yeah, that's a pass from Isaias, and this gives Rosalie just so much advantage, because as you can see, you can just summon both Rose and Ray, and then you can also get into the Shizuku, possibly add a second engage, and that just is so much advantage.
The power of the linkage Widow Anchor combo into Sky Striker Ace 0 to bring back is absolutely incredible, and maybe a lot of people have overlooked how much of an impact that card Sky Striker Ace 0 had on the pure Sky Striker strategy.
But yeah, look at this engage back to end with the Kagari, and
I think a lot of the overlooking comes on because a lot of players are more focused on what they don't have as opposed to the cards that they do have, especially when it comes to the Sky Striker cards.
Indeed.
Just saying.
I'm just really wondering what this Clockwork Knight is doing. Like, it could have been a Tristaros still. You could have synchro summoned another monster, but maybe there's just no more synchros to make. He's already been through the Skeletus and a Dawn Dragster, and I think when you include the canines, maybe you just have to cut a bunch of level 7 synchros.
It looks cool.
True.
I love the artwork on Clockwork Knight.
Yeah, it's pretty nice looking, but now we might just be moments away from Rosalie taking this one. Basically, the main concern right now is playing around the possible disruption in the end from Isaias, but outside of that, she has plenty of damage available, and you can see when your opponent looks up in the sky and does some math, that's never a good sign, I'd say.
Yep, here comes Sky Striker Ace Zeke.
And there is the first engage for +1 of the match. Most likely not gonna be the last. And yeah, it's when it gets to this point, this deck doesn't stop, you know, the grind. It feels like it gets so many resources.
Yeah, the only way Isaiah wins this game is if Roselli makes a slight misstep and walks into some of the thing like Nibiru, but there's probably plenty of ways in Sky Striker to have a game without summoning 5 times, especially when you can summon in the battle phase.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine there that Rosalie is gonna, even if she walked into the Nibiru, she's gonna have so many cards by the end of it.
Yeah, very true. Yep, and here comes the battle phase. Zeke's gonna take down Clockwork Knight. Hey, the Flawless is online now, so you can chain them here if you want.
Yeah, I think.
Is he not gonna chain it?
I think he's still writing down the life points.
Yeah, he's probably writing down the life points, but no, he's just saying yes. I guess he has just given up on this game altogether. And as you can see here, this is just gonna be too much damage to respond. This is already like around 3,000 attack from this Kagari, and then you can just activate it again for the final life points. It seems like Rosalie really has tried their best and makes it by closing this one out. And yeah, there he goes. The
Stop attacking, please. I surrender.
That kind of reminds me of like the Yugi Weevil and the Breaker. Just, I'm already dead. Let him go.
Yeah. I mean, what a show from the deck. As mentioned, we couldn't get it on stream for the entire weekend. We have been waiting, we have been hearing stories about it, and now finally we get to see it in action, and well, I'm convinced.
Yeah, Sky Striker, definitely a solid strategy, and like I said, I think a lot of players overlooked it. They were more focused on maybe some Sky Striker cards we don't have in the TCG, and maybe thought, oh, well, we don't have these particular cards that are available, you know, in other regions. So maybe the Sky Strikers aren't going to be as good, but if you actually take the time to consider and play test and try it out, you could end up not only, you know, in the top 8 of the World Championship, be 1 game win away from making it to the top 4 with a very, very unexpected strategy.
Yeah, let's not count out the Crystron deck so far. I mean, he was basically playing with only 1 card out of his opening 5. None of the Nibirus did anything. The Furlos didn't do anything, and of course the Lupus didn't do anything. The Crystron deck is more focused on canines than any of the other decks that run canines. So, you know, you run those 3 chaotic elements often to have, you know, 6 copies of Jokor. So you really want to see that card maybe, and instead just seeing the Lupus and double Nibiru. So let's see if maybe it goes a little better in game number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Our first 2 quarterfinal, or sorry, the first quarterfinal match was, you know, pretty quick and easy there for Julian. But the last 2 matches we just watched, both the players that won game 1 did end up losing the match. So down, but definitely not out.
Absolutely not. On the other end, you just gotta give credits to her for the deck building. In the end, it was also that mega fleet who really, you know, completely disrupted the Cyber Dragon Infinity. And this poses also a huge question on Isaias. Are you just gonna summon that Infinity again throughout the rest of this match? Or are you gonna try and prevent that? So it's definitely out there, and I'm interested in seeing how, you know, he's gonna try to approach this matchup. Obviously, it's a deck where you really want to go first and set up your combos, but I think it's always a matter of, do you let the Sky Striker deck go first and then try and win like that? Because it shuts down a lot.
I think you do. I think that might be the play, and I wonder, maybe he's going to look back and think, maybe I should have let her go first in that first game as well. But as I mentioned, he might not have been as familiar with the strategy that she brought here. Because when I was talking to him last night, he thought she was on Malice, which you're never going to want to let your opponent playing Malice go first, potentially. But you never know how it's going to play out here. He's definitely going to have to shake off that first game. You mentioned he drew really bad. Like, that was, we've seen Lupus in the hand more than we've seen it on the field here so far in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that Mega Fleet certainly would have been a surprise. So this time you kind of know Rosalie's not going to get away with just summoning the Ray, summoning a thing while there's an Infinity on the field. You're going to use that Infinity Negate just straight away and just say, okay, well, if you Mega Fleet it, it's already got its Negate. I'm not going to be too sad if you just want to remove one of my monsters.
Yep, definitely. And I'm excited to see how it's going to play out in
Absolutely,
game 3.
And regardless if we ever go to a game 3, and if, I mean, Rosalie thinks that, you know, she's going to go first, She has some, you know, aces up her sleeve, not just in the Sky Striker ace cards, but I mean also in the side decks. I can tell you there are some exciting surprises there. Don't want to reveal too much about that yet, but hopefully, you know, we'll have also some blasts from the past that we have not seen in a long time, and love to see that creativity and love to see, again, that boldness in just bringing such an underrated strategy to the event, maybe taking some inspiration about, you know, the European Championship. But regardless, as mentioned, we might be one game away from having another semi-final with both players from the same region, with Tom and Rosalie. But I think Isaias has something to say against that. So I think without further ado, as our players are getting ready, let's jump back and let's go to game 2.
And oh, here we go. This is a lot better for Isaias here. This is really the start you want to see. You've got your Canines online, and Canines online will get you straight away to your Crystons as well, thanks to an old rank 5 Infinitrack Riverstormer comboing with an even older card, Scrap Recycler. I know a lot of players recently were sort of digging those out of their old tins, going, I know I had 100 of these, but I just need to find one.
Yeah, it is a card that just, you know, bakes all the deck together, you know, bringing these two amazing engine. Yeah, we are gonna start things off with this Ripper. Obviously, we are still unaware of what's in the deck for Rosalie. Is it really just going second cards? Does she have some, you know, Nibiru of her own? And this Ripper is always a nice way to have, you know, some insulation from possible responses.
Yeah, it is a little scary because a lot of other decks, you know, the deck lists are kind of, you know what to expect. You know, if you play against Yummy, you're going to play against, you know, 14 Yummy cards, a couple of Obedient School, a couple of Sky Strikers, and then, you know, either some Field Breakers or some Hand Traps. And again, you know roughly what you're up against Crystron. Sorry, yeah, maybe not so much against Crystron, but against Vanquish K9.
Yeah.
But against Sky Striker, it's anyone's guess. This deck is not a popular deck. Players have to go out on their own when they build it, and it also means when you're playing against it, you're somewhat on your own.
Yeah, definitely off to a much better start here. And now we're going to see why these two strategies work so well together, being able to go into the Infinitrack. And that's going to be able to add Scrap Recycler, which will access the Crystron Smeagol, and all the other Crystron cards will come following after that.
Yeah, here we go. Comes the Scrap Recycler, and yeah, as you said, it's a much better way to get access to the Crystron inclusion here is by doing all of this. First, you've already got a Ripper, you've already got a couple of Canines in hand, you've already got a forced release to go with the Ripper, so quite a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Willy in the past. Now we might see a little bit of a Wally here helping out this deck, you know, function and bringing these cards into fruition. Obviously, as mentioned, I have also the possibility of adding, you know, some interesting continuous spell cards to the deck. Not gonna be quite successful against the Sky Striker, but my main question is this field. How is it going to look like now that you're fully aware what you're up against and that mega fleet? So,
yeah, I want to say the Crystron deck actually puts up one of the scariest end fields of all at the moment, to be honest, because I mean, Yummy, it's quite compact, but Crystron is just one of those decks where they just keep adding cards, they keep summoning cards in combination with the Canines. You get like 3 or 4 rank 5s, and then the Crystron's giving you access to Cyber Dragon Infinity and a Dawn Dragster, and Sky Strikers obviously need their spells to resolve, so Dawn Dragster, a pretty premium card against them as well.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely having a deck that has access to spell and trap negates is huge here in this matchup.
Now we're gonna send the Crimson Cluster. It was pretty much the main help that Isaias had in the previous game, and you know, it's definitely a solid card against the Sky Striker deck, but we might need more. And here comes the Lizard Dose, interestingly enough.
Lizard Dose, are we just using it to draw a card at the end of the combo? He's not got anti-spell fragrance in the side.
Could be.
Maybe
Just
he does.
banishing itself off the field.
God, can you imagine anti-spell fragrance against Sky Striker?
I feel like that would be a throwback. Yeah.
Indeed. I've seen a few going around, you know, in the weekend, but for now, I think I mean, then looks much better. As you've mentioned, Tom, in the previous game. I mean, it didn't look all that close, but still, he set up a pretty decent field and had to do it pretty much with 1-2 cards in hand. Now he has a full end of interesting options to shut down Rosalie later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's only used 2 cards to start his combo rather than just the 1, but it just makes so much difference. 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. In this case, it's equal to about 10.
Now we're seeing the 2 level 5s be overlaid here, probably for a Cyber Dragon Nova.
It does have to be a machine, but this time you do have to watch out before your opponent gets to anything.
Yeah, basically.
You really have to use that Haggard Lizardos. Don't just start the turn with a monster in the extra monster zone and a Cyber Dragon monster. Oh, could you imagine?
Because the Mega Fleet would just use those 2 materials. Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah, looking at that hand, it is massive. I've seen players even use Silhouette Rabbit because you get the cluster as a continuous trap and you can search the other one, which negates cards for each continuous trap you have, but that does feel like a little bit too much.
A little extra. Now drawing a card, hoping it's in Disruption.
Yep, there's a little bit of clarification here.
That is how, Hazard Lizard Dose works.
Yep.
Yeah, very flexible. Link 2 can just remove itself to draw a card, which I guess is the ticket in a lot of decks.
I wonder if is there something that stopped him from activating an effect or banishing or something?
There's no prosperities or other pots stopping him from drawing. Having a
Imagine
little
it'd be a
discussion.
Quick. Oh, I guess you're coming back to us.
Yeah, I mean, might as well while we wait.
We have chairs behind us, guys.
Yeah,
Surprise! Our feet would hurt pretty bad if we had to stand for these past 5 hours that we've had to commentate with no breaks. Oh no, we're right back in the game, going back down in the chairs.
And we've missed a little bit of action, but I think it's not too hard to figure out what happened. 3 cards was set, and Isaias has passed his turn, so this Infinity gonna do the trick, hopefully, and gonna use its effect before getting fused away.
Hey, Upstart Goblin, that's a lot of people's favorite card. They love giving their opponents life points and drawing a card.
Yeah, that is definitely one of mine. So let's
there,
go for it.
It's you. I
it
knew
was
someone
me. You
was
asked me yesterday.
I knew someone was talking about it. I couldn't remember who it was, but it was you. That's right.
I just love the fact that you can use this card again because it's been so long, really, that you've had a reason. Beforehand, though, Drawn Lockbird is such a threat to running this card because you can't really afford to activate it. But just want to talk about what Rosalie has just drawn, because Marcello said, does Rosalie think she's going first? And maybe she did think she was going first because that looked like a solemn judgment in the hand.
Oof. And here comes that realize engage. We have a lot of ways to answer this card, but you're right, Tom. That might be what she's going for, but no response. So Isaias just keeping, his options for something more threatening.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what this Tristaris is being held for, because normally you just kind of want to rank it up as fast as possible into a level 7 synchro. Is it the case? Maybe he just doesn't have any level 5 Cristrons in the deck, something like that?
And here comes the Ray, and I think once more we have used the effect.
She's not getting away with it this time.
Yeah, this time the Cyber Dragon Infinity is going to be used, but chained by that Widow Anchor. But of course, we know that Crystron Cluster is there, and he's going to target his own Cyber Dragon Infinity to destroy it, so its effect will resolve, negating the Ray, and also, not having to worry about Mega Fleet.
Exactly. But now the key number of 3 spells in the graveyard has been achieved by Rosalie, so if there is another engage, that could be something.
And someone needs to tell Isaias how to use Cluster. He's not yet just used it to just normally destroy one of his opponent's cards. He's destroying his own cards. He's destroying Called by the Grave. Very flexible card in terms of what it can do.
Indeed, and we actually go and set a card. That's an interesting one. Before activating triple tactic thrust.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes you set cards to try and play around what we know is a Ripper, or to activate a linkage.
So, yep, the Ash Blossom we use, but Leakage is basically we use kind of like a forbidden droplet to utilize being able to send a card that's just on the field that would otherwise go to the graveyard at the end of the chain.
But now finally that Tristaros has been activated.
But yeah, I'm just wondering why wouldn't you just activate this way sooner, and then you would have had this spell negate, because the later you leave a negation like this, sometimes your opponents like snuck through a few more effects. Like maybe you really don't want this linkage to resolve.
Totally get what you are saying that, but let's see if Isaias gets punished at all.
Are we just activating Rose on Summon, or was there something that destroyed it? Maybe it's just straight. Maybe she's just activating it immediately when it's been summoned.
Does look like that is the case.
Yeah, you do have, you know, priority to use a quick effect on the summon as long as there aren't any triggers. So sometimes it's worth it just to stop any shenanigans from happening from the opponent. Just activate it immediately in case your opponent has some like non-targeting removal. You see this Dawn Dragster, it's just going to get cleared up.
Going after the Ripper.
Yeah, going after the Reaper, because we know that there is the force release face down that now is going to be completely useless. So, yeah, definitely an interesting sequence. I agree with you, Tom. And as you can see, Rosalie has a lot of options still available.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of cards from Isaiah have not been used to their fullest potential. That force release not getting activated.
Ooh. Okay, so Sky Striker Ace Azalea is going to come down to destroy that, or send the Kristan cluster to the graveyard.
Yeah, even with all this, Isaiah's just got hundreds of cards. Rosalie just got a few.
Hundreds.
I don't know.
No, it's a ton of cards. I'm just giving you a hard time there. And now, yeah, the Dawn Dragster just seemed like it was just summoned too late in the turn.
Indeed. And although, again, the opening was absolutely incredible by Isaias, Rosalie is once more finding a way. But, and again, one Infinite Permanence on the end, saved by Isaias to stop that engage from being added back.
Here comes a Shizuku. I'm wondering, like, the chaotic elements in hand for Isaias here is a card. It has this bonus effect. I think it has to, you can banish it from the grave and you can take control of, I can't remember exactly the types. I'm just wondering if the Sky Striker meets any of them. I know, funnily enough, Ryziel Detonator does meet one of them. So you can just, like, activate it, search a card, and then banish it and take your opponent's Detonator, which is an absolutely ridiculous interaction.
Yeah.
But I don't think it works on any of the Sky Striker monsters, but worth a read from Isaias just in case. I think it has to be light or dark.
But here we get one of the most interesting cards also all the way back at the European Championship, that Lemnis Gate, just giving so much recursion to the Sky Striker deck. And that's going to be an issue going forward. But most importantly, if you're right and there was that Solemn Judgment, that might be good even going second in this instance, you know?
Yeah, sometimes when you draw those cards that you plan for going first, as long as you can break through the field that's established, it can actually be quite useful in the same vein as if you went first, because then now you have control of the field.
Absolutely, what a back and forth, but I think we have drawn into a case for K9, is it? Anyways, from Isaias, still a lot to do, and yes, it is a case for K9 indeed, trying to get access once more to this Justice Hunter's archetype.
Lantern has already been used, has it? Or is there still option to draw it?
It has been used turn 1, this tool.
You just got to watch out for any more. Has Isaiah even kept in his Azunas? Because it feels like Rosalie's just pretty disciplined and not activating any cards that would trigger it. Here comes Jokel.
Yeah, even though the field is destroyed, plenty of ways for the K9 cards to get to the field, and it's going to be Jokel revealing Izuna, both these monsters being special summoned to the field.
But now also the question becomes how many extra deck options we have. We have used quite a few, going first from Isaias. And I mean, I guess Zeus is always there, always annoying for the Sky Striker deck to deal with. But yeah, rank 5s are getting slim.
Well, there's got to be something left. He's either got some Christrons or some rank 5s, surely. Sending another Jokal, which is interesting when he's got that Chaotic Elements in hand, which I think Jokal is the only target for. So maybe he just sent the third Jokal there. But added a Lupus.
Yep. Here comes Lupus, and one card in hand from Rosalie. Tried her best to play around this additional normal summon effects from the K9 monsters. And let's find out what is going to be this summoned by Isaias.
Oh, this is a very powerful rank 5, can be used to special summon some more from the grave. We saw it used to great effect in Master Duel yesterday to special summon some very impactful rank 5s to the opponent's side of the field, but now we're just going to be summoning probably our own back.
Yep, the Imperial Princess Queen Query can extend plays further.
That is something I love about the K9 cards, is you have to kind of take a look at all rank 5s that have ever been released and how they can be useful even in today's terms.
You were right, Tom. There was the solemn judgment, maybe with Rosalie thinking that she was going to go first, so this is going to shut it down. Definitely not what Isaias was expecting while going first, but...
Chaotic Elements can add from the graveyard. Wait, is it destroying something as well?
I mean, we have to count if there are enough Pyro and Aqua monsters, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was just devastating. I did not realize it could add from the grave, but yeah, adding back a Lantern and then... Yeah, this is crazy.
Lantern's huge. It's going to be able to special summon back a level 5 monster and special summon itself from the hand. It's been a non-stop access to level 5 after level 5 after level 5.
Yeah, here comes one more rank 5. Maybe, but like Valon, not so good. He does have that Chronomaly. Be used as an extra monster negate. How big is the Shizuku is another question. Rosalie just kind of smiling to herself.
I mean, yeah, might as well do. The graveyard is full of spells, but I don't believe we are on 10 yet, so it's gonna be a close one for sure. And you can see Isaias looking at his graveyard fully.
Is there really no way to get back into the Christrons?
Apparently not, and look at this extra deck. One of the few options left, the Valon.
Valon, not so great against Sky Striker. It might be against some of the other matchups that you'd face in the World Championship.
But yeah, we can get the Ray back, and without that Izuna, this might be a worrying one, because the face down effect doesn't really do anything against Sky Striker. Can she pull this off again? I mean, I guess you can make Zeus, but...
Zeus would be much better than Valon, and that is what Isaias is going to summon here. So Zeus with only 3 materials, it's only going to have one opportunity to use the effect.
I mean, really trying his best, but in the end, even once more, when it seems like everything was over, we're activating the effect. Oh, I think we accidentally... I mean, we knew what the card was anyways, but... yeah, I guess this was an interesting choice.
Just gonna rely on the Ash Blossom. He can summon this Lupus, but like, what is it gonna do? Just turn... I don't even know what.
I guess, yeah.
Is there a reason to have it on the field? Is there another way to get another monster?
Especially not in defense mode. You gotta stick to your guns. But it's only got 200 defense. That's not very many.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, the last card in hand is a pretty good one, but... Oof, I mean, it's gonna get close. I think on the other hand, maybe Rosalie... also, there was a different line where, once she got that Sky Striker monster on the field, she could have just used it right away there to get a card back and, thought about this Zeus. And I think this would have completely closed this game out.
Only one card in hand, drawing to 2.
Yep.
What is she going to have to deal with the Zeus? It's going to be Tom's
Here it
favorite
is.
card, Upstart Goblin.
Oh
There
no,
it is.
you cannot. Can you?
Do it, do it, do it. He did!
It's
Ash
Ash
Blossom on
Blossom.
Upstart Goblin.
On an Napster Goblin, and we know the last card in and from Rosalie, of course, that... Wow.
And he has enough damage on the field with the Zeus. Maybe he summoned the Lupus because he knew he would need the damage on the following turn, so he needed the monster. So he just summons it out there because now he can put both his monsters into attack mode.
Getting out his pen to add up 3,000 and 2,300.
That's absolutely
It's
incredible.
more than 3,500.
How many times have you heard a joke about using Ash Blossom on Upstart Goblin? And to see it happen here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that is unbelievable, and you can see Rosalie smilingly, looking at the camera. We know the last card face down is that Lemnis Gate, which could potentially spin something back to the end, but it's gonna be so close here.
Yeah, how many monsters are there? Sky Strikers, there's got to be a couple, right? And this will get rid of the Zeus and potentially the Lupus, because Lupus will get banished.
Absolutely, and there it is. She's gonna activate it, bouncing back both to the end.
Has she got 6? That's 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Here comes 6.
So
and they're
2
both
monsters
gone.
returned.
Both
Goodbye,
gone.
Lupus.
The Lupus gonna get banished. It doesn't get much better
Oh, that's
than
right.
this. Both duelists down to top deck mode. What was the draw for Isaias here?
How many times have we seen a top deck of Sky Striker Mobilize engage in the
Oh,
past?
wow.
Will we see one here?
But there are so many good cards that you can
beyond
draw here.
that,
Like so many. It's all coming down to this card, but what can he even do at this point? Like, the extra deck is so thin.
Yeah, Rosalie, though, sitting there with just having shoveled all the cards back into the deck. Everything is live for Rosalie. Nothing live for Isaias. The main thing going for him there is maybe there's a difference in life points because Sky
And
Striker
it's a pass.
can't do it all.
What is it going to be? Crucial draw. It's a terraforming. That's not quite it, is it? If she has area
No,
0.
she has chicken game. She has
Chicken
chicken game.
Ooh,
It's
chicken game.
We're about to play a chicken
Wow.
game here in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely insane.
The life point difference will continue.
Oh, wow. And this will give then an option for Isaias as well.
What a real throwback to these Sky Striker cards. Just say, give me any spell, draws a card, and then puts itself in the grave. Rosalie just, got to draw that one ray, and that might seal the deal.
So many good draws available to Rosalie. Can she find any of her Sky Striker card? What is it going to be? Looking in the air,
And the
no.
set spell and trap
Just a face
played
down.
back to Isaias. Isaias draws. That's not a card he can summon.
Not
Azuna.
quite. But you can use the chicken game.
We're playing
Use
chicken,
the chicken game. Use the
is he
chicken
going to
game.
destroy it, or is he going to draw a card?
You have to draw. You have to draw. This is your chance. Draw, draw, draw.
Oof, bold decision. It's a draw.
Oh, no.
Of a draw on Lockbird.
I mean, I guess you can use it next turn
When
once
the
that chicken game activates again. But what is this game turning
We're playing
into?
a chicken game. Play is back to Roselli.
This is
Roselli's going to pay
absolute
another
madness.
1,000 life points
Oh, wow.
to draw another card with chicken game.
Here we're going to see this draw.
Draw on the
Lockbird.
chicken game.
What is going on?
Imagine she actually drew engage but gets drolled
Yeah.
on the chicken game. That would have been absolutely crazy.
That's unbelievable. Do we finally get a monster?
It's a
with
Ray! It's Ray! A huge draw.
And he can't use the Phantasme because of the draw on Lockbird.
Wow.
Oh my, you couldn't write this.
Absolutely. Look at this.
Goes to battle phase, attacks with Ray, uses the effect to tag out for Hayate. Hayate is going to attack directly just because there's no cards on the other side and going to send a Sky Striker card from the deck to the graveyard.
Usually you get the engage, but in this case you can't activate engage, so it's not going to be quite it. You can see that linkage, such a powerful card, but we are gonna move on to main phase 2 using the Kagari to add it back to the end. And look at this, what is Rosalie even able to accomplish and having this possible win.
Yeah, but is that Kagari just going to stay on the field?
Yeah.
Because if it is, can you switch off your own chicken game? Oh, that's the best draw for Isaias, surely.
Yeah, that's one of
Alright,
the
so
better
he
cards.
needs to get rid of the chicken game so he can do damage at some point.
But you can just pay 1,000 to
Just by
destroy
itself,
it.
yeah, instead
Yep.
of drawing. But Chaotic Elements, huge draw here from Isaias.
What a draw, but we have to play through this linkage as well. And yes, it's going to be a 50. And now you pick up...
Adds the lantern.
What is Rosalie thinking when she's she's saying, let me read this lantern, what's it going to do in the hand? There's got to be a couple of canines in the grave, so you can't really get rid of a target first.
Yeah.
I cannot believe we're just playing a chicken game.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And oh, it's going to come down also to the number of spells. We have shuffled back a fair amount, to be honest. And that Kagari, we can't be quite sure how big it is. And
Alright,
yes,
he's
we
gonna
are
use the-
paying.
He wants to draw, so if he wants to win this turn, he's going to have to do something else to destroy the chicken game because the player with the lower life points doesn't take any damage. And it's going to be a defensive card.
Yeah,
it's probably not what he was looking for.
Not quite what he was
Not going to
looking
do it.
for.
How's Rosalie still got enough life points to keep using this chicken game? Is she actually on 1,500?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but she can't take any damage while the chicken game is in play.
Yeah, what a card that was. I mean, oof.
You can make a rank 5, but what is your rank 5 going
Do
to
you
do?
even have any rank 5s left at this point? That's the question. So...
Oh, you have imperm to set the attack lower.
Wow, you can see really Isaias thinking about this so much. It has been such a long duel, and we can't be more glad. And it's a pass. Oh, wow. It is a pass. And now, yeah, Rosalie just gonna make sure that she doesn't do any mistakes, you know, checking that second effect of the chaotic elements, taking control of a monster. What is it gonna be that draw?
Does she have even more Kagaris? She must do.
Is it just an attack? What a close match. You can feel the tension going. And it's going to be just an attack.
Has she got
Wow.
more tricks?
This is just
in
the
battle phase?
never-ending game.
What is going on? What is in the extra deck left for
it.
Rosalie?
But Phantasma is going to be able to come down. Can't
Oh,
go too fast.
that was very quick indeed.
Okay,
Yeah.
Maybe you got to slow it down there, but no, but just he's okay with waiting to the Kagari to
Yeah.
activate the Phantasma, but maybe there was an opportunity to use it on the Kaina there.
For sure. I mean, for sure there was, but apparently is
It like blinked out onto the field.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be done this way for Isaias because he has infinite impermanence, so you can negate a
The Kagari,
Kagari.
true.
Yeah.
True. Good spot there, and apparently, yeah, Rosalie is thinking about this.
I think they're saying
Phantasma.
just to slow down the play and not play as quickly in the future because yeah, you definitely need to give your opponent an opportunity to respond.
Was there an attack even? It
Yeah,
sort of
there
looked
was.
like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, there was.
Yeah,
It's down to 1900 now, so quite a few spells. And as you can see here, probably giving you know, a check. He needs to, you know, when it comes to Rosalie, that's what she's clarifying with the judges, that she gave enough time, and now she's targeting. But there goes the Black Gold Loves
An
and
infinite impermanence
impermanence.
chain targeting the Sky Striker Ace Kagari.
What a game.
Everything getting negated.
Nobody being able to do anything.
Yeah,
Chicken
what
game.
is the text of Phantasma? I assume it has to destroy. And she's lost the chicken game. She's paid 1,000 to destroy it.
So only 500 life points
Wow.
remaining. One more card to the spell and trap zone. The Kagari's going to the graveyard for what can only be a Sky Striker Ace Shizuku. In phase, it's going to add a Sky Striker spell that's not in the graveyard, and we have not seen Mobilize engage. And now this is the turn Isaias needs to close out the duel, or Rosalie will be moving on to top 4.
Yeah, absolutely brave play by the former runner-up at the European WCQ, deciding to pop her own chicken game. And now one more draw for Isaias. Can he pull a miracle off? Can he bring himself back into this quarter-final? And is it Foolish Burial?
Burial. Does that do anything?
Oof.
I don't know what
There's
Christian
been so many
has left.
draws. So many draws that just have no impact.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like he has gone through so much. Now she is aware of both the Lantern, the Phantasma, and must be wondering what's left for the American player.
I don't think that Snatchy is going to do the trick.
Checking again extra deck option and activating this foolish Burial.
He just needs anything. I mean, I don't know how much spells there are in
500.
Grave.
His
What
deck
is
is
even
almost
there?
completely depleted. Only a few cards left there in the deck.
Doesn't seem like there is much going on there, and you can see him just debating whether to simply send an Izuna. That must not be a good sign.
Yeah, not really what you want to send, because you could have just searched it with a Jokal.
Wow, and here comes the last push pretty much from Isaias, using this Lantern to bring back the Izuna. Do we have another option in the extra deck? At this point, we must be down to like 5 cards left. And I believe we are gone through everything, but only one remaining card.
There must have been 6 spells, because Isaias took that much damage, 2,100, which does mean the Izuna on 2-4 is bigger than Shizuku, but not by 500. It needs to do 500 damage.
And it seems like we are actually gonna go and
Tribute summon for
Phantasmai,
Phantasmai,
and a
Solemn
Judgment!
What is going on?
Now Isaias only has 1 card in hand, passes back to Roselli.
And we know the engage is in the end. There comes the engage. No response. Only 1900 damage is needed for Rosalie to bring this
The 500 got halved to 250.
Oh, wow. What a match. I'm so glad that there is no time limit for this one, because I'm sure we would be way over. And look at this ending.
I don't even know what was going to happen if the Phantasmai contribute summoned, to be honest, but there we go.
The way this game's been going, Shizuku's going to attack. 400 life points
the
left.
linkage, 400 life points left. We know the last card is the Izuna, so it's gonna come down to this one more push, and we know it's enough.
Guy Striker, ace,
and there is the end shake. Rosalie takes the match 2-0. What a comeback, what a feat. Takes Kai Striker all the way down to the semifinal against Tom.
Absolutely incredible. I don't even know what to say against the Crystron Canine deck. Having a Solemn Judgment in your deck, going second, but still just saying, okay, I'm just gonna clear your whole field and then set and I resolve multiple Solemn Judgments. The chicken game, I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it only lasts 2 or 3 turns, right? Like, it could never go longer than that, to where we have the chicken game passing back and forth. Both players basically drawing 2 cards per turn, but not the cards they need. But excellent play from both players, and just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it has been by far the most exciting, I gotta say, match today. We have a lot of amazing matches, but I mean, how many times can you see something like this? You know, a game 1 of going second, surprising your opponent with that mega fleet, and then thinking that they're gonna, you know, let you go first, bringing in those Solemn Judgment and still finding a way after so many turns, so much time, you know, finding a way to win this duel. It has been an absolute show and a chicken game at the end.
What if he just tribute set that Phantasmai? Just tribute set it face down? What would have happened then?
I mean...
Oh, she still had an engage in her.
Yeah, the engage is still coming
up. The engage was there indeed, but I mean, gotta give credits to both. Isaias has done, you know, incredible throughout the whole weekend, giving justice to Christian as a deck and all of, you know, the fans of that archetype. You included Tom, but
you're out for the weekend.
I think we'll take it. It's okay.
Unfortunately.
Good showing there. Good showing there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we'll take it for a shot with Sky Striker in the top cut. And this just means that, you know, our hope, our prediction has come to fruition, because it means that if we'll be able, you know, then in a moment to bring up the bracket, the upper bracket is gonna be the one between 2 players. As we can see, Julian against Willie, both qualifying from the North American region, while on the lower side we'll have Tom against Rosalie, both from the European one. It's gonna be NA against Europe in the finals eventually.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a more epic final. We even had, you know, 1 player from the Asia region, so all the different places from around the world getting represented here in top 8, but the finals will be North America versus EU, just like it should be, you know. I mean, no personal bias or anything, but I picked Yummy to win it. Willie's piloting that Yummy deck. I can't wait to see how he's going to do. But if Julian drew like he did in that first quarterfinal, which feels like it was forever ago, right? It's going to be tough for Willie to win that matchup. But on the other side, the two unexpected decks for the weekend are going to be facing off against each other. It's going to be Luna Light taking on Sky Striker, which that's going to be an incredible matchup as well. It's going to really come down. I feel like it has to favor the Luna Light player.
Yeah, as you said it, 4 different decks, and I did speak to Rosalie last night, and she said, I have nothing against Tom, but I really don't want to play him in the semi-finals because I don't really know what the plan is. You know, maybe you get 20 spells engraved for the Kagari to attack over it, but it's probably not a very good one.
I don't know how the Sky Striker deck beat Luna Lights, but, you know, all we've had are surprises here this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, not many times we get 4 different decks in the top 4 of the World Championship. And I mean, we had an incredible day, as mentioned. So many good duels. I mean, I suggest any of you guys at the end of this day to just go back and watch any if you've missed it. All of them, you know, showcased amazing plays. And now we are down to 4 duelists. Only of them is just 2 games away, 2 matches away from becoming a world champion. Unbelievable. And I think you know, it has been a long time ever since we have seen especially a European player, I think, in the finals of the World Championship. And so we'll see what happens, but regardless, I gotta give congratulations to everyone, and congratulations again to Isaias and the other 3 duelists that have been knocked out in the top cut. I'm sure they all were here for a reason, and they have great chances of, you know, starting off fresh with the new season of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and maybe make it to next year's World Championship.
Yeah, and a big congratulations to all the competitors who played in the World Championship. This is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've seen in some time. 27 of the best players from around the world, piloting some of the craziest decks with some excellent tech cards. It has been a difficult trial. I mean, even we saw like the world champion from last year not do so well this year because of how stacked, you know, this whole WCS has really been. And it's just been an incredible weekend, and we're in for a big finale here.
Yeah, it just goes to show that level of competition. It always happens, you know, you say, well, maybe there's a favorite, but who's not the favorite? All of these players have competed super hard, whether winning their respective regional qualifiers or competing so hard throughout the year to be the best performing players and then winning another qualifier against those performing players. Absolutely crazy. So difficult to qualify to be here. Everyone absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, and at the same time, obviously, it has been already an exciting day, both for us, you watching at home, and our competitors. But it's only gonna get better because after we hear it from Rosalie in the interview, we are gonna go on a short break because then we have the actual official opening ceremony for these semi-finals, where our huge crowd that has been amazing, you know, coming to Paris and just wanting to watch these matches is gonna be gathered in this amazing venue, and then our players are gonna feel, you know, the cheers even more, you know, with this amazing opportunity that not every day you get to play on such a stage and with friends, fans supporting you. So I'm sure the emotions will be there even more. And you know, we still have 3 matches. We'll get both semifinals streamed before that grand finals right there at the end.
Yeah, I'm getting a little sad just thinking about it. Only 3 matches remaining for the weekend because it's been such an awesome World Championship.
Absolutely, it has been, but now I think it's time that we just jump into the last of the interviews. We've mentioned it that Rosalie has been shy for us yesterday on stream. We didn't quite get the chance to see the Sky Striker deck, but oh man, if we had to wait to see that, I am excited for it, and I want to see just even more in the next match. So for now, let's hear what she has to say in the post-match interview.
Hey everyone, Ibra's here, joined by the wonderful and very successful Rosalie. Rosalie, how are you? First WCS and a top 4 finish, at least.
What do you mean top 4? I'm doing finals.
Exactly that. That is a great attitude to have. How are you feeling after that victory?
Ecstatic. I mean, that game, like, pretty much everything went wrong and I still managed to pull it back. So, well, that was a fun one, let's say that.
Yeah, definitely. So, Rosalie, very, very happy to hear from you and have you here, and after a very successful set of duels for you, of course. For those of you that missed that, of course, Rosalie did say the journey does not stop here. Top 4 is not enough. Looking forward to hopefully making the final.
Of course. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, exactly that. And now, obviously, facing off against that Crystron deck just now, were you expecting to play against that with your Sky Striker meta read?
I put Mega Fleet in my extra deck. Obviously, I expected to play against it.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair enough. I do just want to praise you again for picking that Sky Striker strategy, of course, because it was very unconventional compared to the rest of the decks within the format. And we do actually have a few replays here for you to go over just to kind of get your perspective on how things were going. This one I chose mostly because you had a good response to some attempts at activity from the Crystron deck. But of course, seeing you have to read almost every Crystron card, it did feel a little bit bad for you.
I didn't have to read them. I was trying to make him think I had to read them.
Okay, nice.
I played this deck for 4 months straight.
No, that's a good approach to it. The mind games, of course. With that, of course, how do you feel about the Sky Striker matchup into Crystron in particular?
It's good. It's not as good as into like Yummy or Dracotail. But it is definitively good because their grind game is really poor, so you don't have to like win the game on that turn. You don't really have to do that much. You just remove their field, and then you have like a couple of interruptions in Ray Engrave, and their follow-up is just too bad. So you can just chill and force them to not kill you, and then eventually they'll just run out of resources.
So it's actually that you mentioned with it having a great matchup into both Yummy and Dracotail that makes me kind of lead into the next question, which is, of course, with this deck being available since Duelist Advance, really in its current form,
It was not available since Duelist Advance. This deck dies so hard to draw.
Ah, okay, that would be why. Yeah, I was going to ask you why you chose it for this tournament, but not your showing at Euros when the card pool at least was available. But you have the Justice Hunters decks now in the format as well.
A, and most importantly, draw.
Yep.
And also B, the deck is really good at cracking smaller fields, and calling the VSK9 board small is obviously like not correct, but it's smaller than like the Mitsurizio and Malice Enfields.
So how did you play through what would otherwise be a very strong disruption heavy field from the Crystron, especially with you opting to go second? I know I'm familiar with Sky Striker being very proficient at dismantling some of these established fields when I've seen it paired up with Tenpai Dragon in Master Duel, but of course seeing pure Sky Striker again, how do you feel about it matching up against these kind of established fields, and how do you deal with them?
I mean, you just have a lot of cards that kind of deny interaction, like Linkage and Droplet, that deny interaction on monsters. And a lot of these like typical like monster negates, face-up card pops, they just don't do enough against you. And as I said, the Crystron matchup is just about, you make them use their negates, you resolve one engage, you take their bodies away, and then their grind game is gone.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really great way of putting it and walking us through it. I think we do actually have another replay for you to walk us through, of course. And speaking of negations, you are facing one down in that Cyber Dragon Infinity. But Isaiah did have the presence of mind to use something in response to your Widow Anchor and deny you the take on that.
I wasn't trying to take it. I was just trying to make Ray resolve.
Okay, yeah, no,
But
that also makes sense.
Like, I'm fine with Ray resolving here because I have Linkage in hand already. So my main goal is either, if Ray resolves, that's great, or for him to out his own field for me.
Exactly that, and that was what happened there, and you capitalized on it fantastically. Now, I do also just want to get your perspective on, you know, you brought Sky Striker because of how good the matchups were, but you seem to have been one of the very few players to have made that read. Can you give me an indication as to why and how you were able to do that?
I did that because I'm a person who gets bored with the traditional decks very, very fast. So I just started approaching with Vanquish Soul. That deck was bricky. I tried Yummy. That deck's mirror was bad and it felt inconsistent because it's a hand trap deck. Malice has the Lancia problem. And then my friend suggested Striker.
Okay, so a friend suggestion, and then you've taken it all the way to at least a top 4 finish here. Of course, this being your first World Championship appearance, everything feeling good?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Let's play some cards.
Yeah, let's play some cards indeed, as you are going to be in that semi-finals. And of course, how are you feeling about that matchup as you do go further into the tournament?
Absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, I believe
I'm most likely not winning in top 4. I'm playing against Lunalight.
Yeah.
And the only way for me to win that matchup is either winning the die roll, or an opening a real hand, or him breaking game 2 or 3.
Did you play against the Lunalight in Swiss?
Yes, I had 2 losses in Swiss, and one of them was Tom.
Well, this is a good opportunity to get some revenge, I imagine.
I mean, that's probably not what's going to happen.
Or hope to get some revenge, yeah.
We can try.
Obviously, just the feeling of reaching top 4 in the very least. But again, your journey doesn't end here. Actually, our replays don't end here either, by the way, as we do have another one prepared for you. In terms of this, I think it was just, how do you feel about playing against things that are specifically tooled against link-based strategies such as Phantasme here?
Phantasme is usually fine. I didn't care about the draws. Like, his deck at this point has no engine in it. Like, he has nothing he can draw. It's just like Ash Blossoms. Maybe Ghost Bell if he plays that card. The reason I use Blackout is because I don't want a monster bigger than Kagari to touch the board. So my plan here, before he tributes him to Phantasme, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Because Kagari is 2100, which is bigger than any body he can possibly put on the field right now. So I'm just going to not let him summon Phantasme. I'm not going to link again. And I'm just going to kill him with Kagari next turn.
So this actually looked very precarious for you at times, and the game was a little bit scary, but of course chicken game buying a few turns thanks to the innate prevention of you taking damage, and let you build up your resources to get back into the game there.
That had nothing to do with it. He just bricked. He was a good enough player to know that he can blow up chicken game. He just didn't have a way to kill me.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think you played it very well regardless, and I think that you read that well. Isaias, of course, piloting that Crystron deck this far is still very impressive, having established such a good field of negations time and time again throughout the tournament. But regardless of how that went for him, in these matches, you seem to just have the Crystron deck's number. Now, aside from the Lunalight, how are you feeling about the rest of the decks in the tournament?
I mean, if I were to make an ideal situation for me, win die roll in top 4 and just open real hands both game 1 and 3, and then play against Yummy in the finals. That would be the I don't mind playing against Vanquish Soul. It's not a bad matchup. I would say I'm favored, but the Yummy is just free.
So did you pick this specifically because you thought Yummy would be the most popular deck in the tournament?
I picked it because of the deck that relies the least on the die roll, because you can go second so well, and also because Yummy and Draco Tail are just free matchups for it.
Yeah, definitely the consistency has been demonstrated here in your games. Rosalie, any shout-outs, anything you want to say to the people that have been supporting you throughout your tournament run thus far? It's not over yet, and hopefully it continues on and on and on.
I mean, shout out to Team OCG for sponsoring me, shout out to Christian for suggesting the deck and for testing with me, shout out to James for testing with me, and shout out to all the guys from IGO Oslo. You're awesome.
Thank you very much, Rosalie. I wish you all the best of success with the remainder of this tournament. Thank you for speaking with me. Thank you for taking us through this. And thank you for bringing Sky Striker to at least a top 4 finish here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. The action is continuing to heat up here, but let's go to a video.
C'est l'heure du duel! Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin! Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here at the Carnaval Museum where we'll be able to witness some more amazing Yu-Gi-Oh content. As you can see behind me, there are a few cards that have been won by the previous winners of the World Championship, and every single card is related to a specific country. And you'll even be able to watch those cards with a bigger version right there, which is absolutely amazing. They look great. But that's not everything. You'll be able to see some very beautiful figurines of some of the best monsters in the game, especially this very beautiful Kagari right there. There is also, I know you want to see that, those very, very exciting blue eyes white dragons. Speaking about cards, I'm sure that you know those cards, and I'm sure that you really love them. The 3 Egyptian gods that are just right here in front of me. But that's not all that you can see. You will also be able to witness some very beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh related artworks with some very well done work. Here is some Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What would be Yu-Gi-Oh without those 2 specific monsters? The Dark Magician and the Dark Magician Girls, which are just right there with those very specific artworks that I really like, to be honest. Speaking of some of the best monsters of the game, I'm sure that there is one missing that you want to see, and we are going to enter the core center of the museum with this absolute masterpiece of Exodia. All the legs, the arms, and the head of Exodia, the Forbidden One. But this is not everything, because you can see the Millennium Puzzle itself at the center of this room. And if you want to come to the Carnaval Museum, I must give you a small advice about that. If you are the first 100 person to be there, you'll be able to get this masterpiece for you at home. So you know what to do. Come to the Carnaval Museum. Back to you guys.
Hey everyone, Ibraz here again with Aditya Darup, one of your TCG competitors from this tournament. Aditya, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, glad to hear it. I'm really glad that you're here to join us and give us some insight from a competitor's angle on just how this tournament has played out and how it's going. Now, I believe this is your first time at the World Championship when it's been in Europe?
Yeah, this is my first time in Europe. I was attending last year as well after winning my region's NAWCQ.
Yeah, up in that region, of course, NA, so North America, visiting all the way here. How are you enjoying Paris? How are you enjoying the event itself?
Paris is great. I flew in early. I stayed for a couple days, went to go sightsee, eat some good food. The event was also a great experience. It was really well put together. We all had a good time. I don't think anybody would complain. It was the best worlds I've been to. So
I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying the event so far. Now, the event is, of course, not over. We do have the semi-finals and finals coming up for the trading card game. Could you tell me a bit about what we're seeing in terms of the competitive meta that is starting to evolve over the course of the tournament, and also how it compares to where you were thinking when it came to constructing your deck for this tournament?
So looking at the overall top cut representation from top 8, it seems to gravitate towards more of a breaker format. So people playing board breakers like Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler, Harpy's Feather Duster. There were only 2 decks that I really saw in the top cut, being Julian and Felipe, who are on more who took a more of a hand trap approach.
Yeah.
So in my deck building, I believed that, like, yes, board breakers would be a very good option. I am very afraid to just allow my opponent to play the turn 1, right? So I ended up taking K9 Vanquish Soul to the event. I ended up not doing so hot, mostly because of deck building error. I would just, like, the poor hands that I drew, or the poor hands that you would draw in K9 Vanquish Soul, just happen too often.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul in particular, of course, being such a popular deck within the European WCQ in particular. When we saw it there, of course, it didn't have access to those K9 cards. Can you tell me a bit more about what they have done for the deck's consistency and what the difference is now that we see those added to the strategy?
The K9 cards are a very good addition to the Vanquish Soul because it allows your Xiaolongs and your Holisus to become like extra bodies to the board, and it allows you to also beat cards like Nibiru the Primal Being, being able to put on a K9 Ripper on the board early.
That makes complete sense to me, yeah. I like that we're seeing the K9 cards also not strictly limited to the Vanquished Soul, of course. We just saw Isaias take it with the Crystron. Again, is that just because it gives more materials for the potential, climbs into the extra deck, or is there another aspect to it that you're expecting to anticipate here?
So the other aspect to K9, especially being in Crystron, with Sulfador being such a powerful card, also being a level 5, and Joko being able to put it on the board very, very easily. I actually compliment Isaiah for taking this deck to the event. I think it was a very, very smart pick, especially into a board breaker format.
Yep.
Because the Crystron board, when it goes first, puts up such a massive board, an almost unbreakable board, which is good into board breaker formats. I believe that the K9 Crystron deck is a little bit more vulnerable to the low impact hand traps or something, or a hand trap paired with Nibiru.
Or any card in the Sky Striker deck, as it turns out.
That is true as well.
Now, I did speak to Rosalie just briefly there about the Sky Striker deck and why she chose to take it this far into the tournament, of course. And now, facing off against the Lunalight, how are you feeling about that matchup and what are you expecting to see out of both of those duelists?
Lunalight is a very good matchup into decks that play breakers specifically. I think it's it is a more difficult choice to make when you are playing into hand traps, mostly because when they make the board for Lunalight is double Liger Dancer usually with Baguska and SP, and there is no breaker deck in the game that can really break it unless they play cards like Underworld Goddess or Kaijus or Lava Golem, cards that just are able to out the Liger Dancer.
I get that too, and I'm actually pretty intrigued to see that we have both of these decks that are so proficient at dealing with the established fields from your other more conventional meta strategies such as the Yummy, the Crystron, even the K9 Vanquished Soul to a degree. Now, as we move deeper and deeper into the tournament, of course, I do just want to ask you, who are you considering to be the favorite as we move into that top 4?
My pick to win, as we
head into the top 4, your pick to win out of the 4 duelists, the 4 decks we have remaining.
My pick to win is going to be Julian. I think he is a phenomenal duelist. He is well skilled. He double qualified in NAWCQ through the playoffs and got 4th place, which is an incredible feat on its own. And I think the results show for it.
Yeah, definitely do. And now, just in regards to that, I was wondering, with Julian's deck selection, what do you think about his read, and did it differ much from yours?
I still think K9 Vanquish Soul was not like a bad choice, but I think that out of the overall representation, only a few of them were going to make it based on just based on probability.
Yeah, no, that's completely understandable as well. And now with Julian being your choice here, how do you think that path towards the finals and eventually the championship will go for him? Of course, you see a victory in the future, hopefully, if that is your choice, but are they going to be clear-cut? Is he the clear favorite in those matchups?
Well, his game into Willy is going to be very, very difficult. Breaker Yummy is a poor matchup for Vanquish Soul K9 currently, mostly because they don't play cards that trigger Izuna. Making cards like Ripper doesn't really do anything. So Julian's going to have to be smart, and Willy's going to have to find a way, if Julian wins the die roll, to break his board and be able to push for game.
Yeah, no, that is... Yeah, it makes complete sense to me with the fact that we're seeing such a variety of decks. There is nuance to it, and it does mean that we are just going to have to see these duelists really play it optimally to make it that far. But, it's the World Championship. Of course they have to play optimally, and of course they have to understand how to deal with the established fields, as well as setting up some of their own. Now, Aditya, of course, the tournament did not go quite as planned for you across day 1. Were there any decks that maybe surprised you with how well they did against you or in the tournament as a whole?
I think the most surprising deck was the Lunalight player that I played against. I can't remember the name right now, but taking a breaker approach to Lunalight was just very, very interesting overall, because he was doing some crazy stuff. Like game 1, he Dark Rulered me, then activated heavy polymerization.
Yep.
Just summoned Leo Dancer to the board immediately and tried to go for game. It didn't go in his favor as game 1, but games 2 and 3 he was able to push making like going turn 1 on game 2 to make double Liger Dancer, and just I can't doubt that.
Yeah, no, that I get that completely. Liger Dancer, of course, being such a good piece of the puzzle for the Lunalight deck. Now, Aditya, thank you very much for joining me. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give to the people supporting you at home throughout your World Championship here in 2025?
Yeah, I want to shout out all of the people that are part of my life, my friends and my family, my testing partners for this event, Aaron and Nick. And overall, I just want to shout out all of the people that I've talked to or come across at every event that I've been to. It's all a part of the experience. I wouldn't be here without those experiences, so I'm very, very grateful.
I'm very, very grateful that you joined us, gave us that insight, that recap of the decks that we've seen, that we're about to see as we enter the semi-finals here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. I've been joined by Aditya Darup here at the tournament, but the tournament is just getting started for the semi-finals and the grand finals coming up. We have a short video for you now, but more on the way.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here. I mean, we had some incredible games for the TCG today, and I am here with my co-caster to just speak a little bit about the metagame and about the games that we just witnessed. How do you feel about what we just saw?
I think we definitely saw a lot of high caliber games. Like, I'm sure everyone in the audience saw, there was a lot of very skilled performance from all the players. They've showed why they've come so far. Like, from the 7 feature matches we had yesterday, 6 players who won their feature matches came back today to play in the top 8. So they've shown that they can play not only on camera, but off camera as well. But today they're playing on stage with live audience. It's a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you are on the biggest stage, and now it revolves around 2 more games, because 2 more games and you are the world champion for this season. I mean, there is a large amount of pressure on your shoulders, and you have to just deal with that, which is not that easy, to be honest. But speaking about the decks that we just saw, there are 4 decks remaining, and there is a very specific strategy that I really like. This is the Sky Striker strategy.
Yeah, so we saw Roselle just then. She was able to win her match. She's got a very tough match coming up with Tom on the Lunalight. Traditionally speaking, it's a little bit challenging to get over the Liger dancers, but you can't count anyone out at this late in the tournament, right? She's shown that she's been able to make it this far. Tom, on the other hand, also shown that he's able to pilot his deck very well, so it can go either way at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Sky Striker is a very surprising strategy might be a decisive point for the victory. Because, I mean, it is all about surprising people, making them less comfortable because they are ready for the best decks. I mean, the Vanquish Soul Canine strategy, but also the melee strategy that has not performed as well as maybe we thought. And if you are playing something like Sky Striker, maybe you might make people a little bit less at ease.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other hand, we have Julian, who's playing the Vanquish Soul Canine deck against Wilfredo playing Yummy. So we've been saying all weekend, success is a combination of luck and opportunity, right? So like, luck and hard work. So we definitely know both players have put in a lot of hard work. And if you saw that first match of today, Julian definitely has luck on his side. He was able to open phenomenal hands, and Vanquish Soul sometimes needs a lot of luck on their side to have that matching attributes for the combination of cards they play. Wilfredo, on the other hand, also shows that he's had a lot of luck. He's had access to Obedient School in most of his games on the features, both yesterday and today. So he's definitely able to have luck by his side. He has his well performance that he's shown us. So it can go either way for them as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, at that point, I mean, the 4 duelists, they are ready. They are, of course, very, very strong. And they will just aim at one thing, the World Championship title, to just become the World Champion in the end. And we are going to see that very, very soon. But first, before the games, we are going to have an opening ceremony. And I have been told that it was absolutely amazing. It is going to be real soon. But before that, which deck is going to win for you?
I think, my money's on the Sky Striker. I hope that deck. It's the people's champion deck. Like, everyone loves the lore, everyone loves the deck. And yeah, what about yourself?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with you for this one. Yeah. But for now, don't go anywhere because this is gonna be an absolutely amazing ceremony in a few moments.
Yeah. Yesterday set a high bar, but I'm pretty sure today we'll beat it. All right. Any last words?
I mean, Sky Striker for the win, maybe.
your move.
Let's hear it for our amazing performers! Thank you so much, guys. What an amazing way to kick off the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here on our final day in Paris. Give it up one more time! What an amazing way to start this all off. Now, you guys have seen the broadcast for the last couple of days, but today we're heading into our TCG and OCG Grand Finals here. We've got a couple of semi-finals to go, and then we're going to be kicking it off to see who is going to be our world champion. We have a whole packed audience here in the venue, as well as all of you at home. And before we kick things off, we do have a couple of things to talk about. Now, some of you may have seen on the broadcast yesterday, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, opened the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025. So, let's take another look at this special message.
Bonjour à tous, je voulais remercier les équipes de Konami et notre rencontre à la Japan Expo. J'ai toujours ma carte. Et je voulais vous dire simplement, comme je m'y étais engagé, je suis là dans un sommet franco-allemand, donc je ne pourrais pas être avec vous, mais je pense bien à vous tous. Et je sais que c'est un jour important pour Yu-Gi-Oh! Et l'ensemble du monde du TCG qui se retrouve en France. Et c'est pour nous une très grande fierté d'avoir les championnats du monde de votre discipline, d'avoir tous les passionnés du monde entier qui vont se réunir en France et faire vivre leur passion, leur jeu, leur univers. Et donc je voulais vraiment vous dire bienvenue en France, bon jeu, je pense à vous et je suis très fier que vous soyez dans notre pays parmi nous et j'espère vous retrouver bientôt pour continuer la discussion. Et je vais vous dire combien aussi j'ai confiance dans justement le TCG et les perspectives qu'il peut y avoir et je souhaite que la France y soit de plus en plus engagée. Et donc bon courage à tous les joueurs, bonne chance et j'espère à bientôt. Au revoir.
Thank you, President Macron, for your opening message for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships here in Paris 2025. Now we have some more updates and announcements for you guys. The first one, which some of you may already know about, is the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration. So we're excited to talk about the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration, including the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Air Max 95 Q5 YGO shoes, based on the very shoes worn by Joey Wheeler in the anime series, which was inspired by the original manga. And the collaboration also includes a custom apparel collection and even Nike and Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game cards, tying together fandom, fashion, and play. Let's take a look.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that on down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out. Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
September, you guys can get your hands on that collaboration. Now, speaking of apparel and clothing, something else we're excited to share is the limited edition collaboration between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Copenhagen fashion label Fine Chaos. There is a pop-up shop near our venue for the World Championships, and for those of you at home, you can get your hands on this limited collection from tomorrow, September 1st. Check out the Fine Chaos website for more. Let's take a look at a teaser. So that's it for our announcements right now, but that means it's time for us to head into our semi-finals very, very shortly. And so with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you guys through what we're about to see. The crowd are loving it. The crowd have some good energy. And let's see that energy take us through as we head towards that grand final. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the first semi-final of the TCG World Championship 2025. We are here in Paris. We have an excited crowd with us, ready to cheer and support our 4 remaining duelists. And what an exciting match we have ahead of us. We will be able to go through every single quarter-final, and now we have 2 duelists from the North American region lining up against each other in the first semi-final, and 2 from the European region in the second upcoming semi-final.
That's right, Marcello, and that means the finals is going to be North America versus the EU. I don't know which one of these regions is going to win, but I can't wait to see. If it's anything like the matches we've already seen today, we're in for some exciting action and some awesome duels.
Yeah, and we're already getting the treat. We have 4 different decks. We're going to see no repeats. We almost had all 7 different decks in the top 8. We were 1 short, but still a fantastic achievement. Such a wide variety of decks this weekend. Super cool to see.
Absolutely. We have gone through 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday, and then there were the top 8 best duelists in the world left in competition. And today, now, there are only 4 remaining. That means that we are 2 matches away from any of them to become world champion. And here they are. The first match will be the one between Julien, the player who has managed to qualify twice for this event, and that although he qualifies obviously from the North American region as French origins, and so I'm sure he will have some support for the crowd. But lining up against him is the NAWCQ champion, Willie.
Willie has just been incredible this year. As you mentioned, he won the NAWCQ. He had some close matches, but now he is here in the top 4 taking on Julien, and it's just going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, so back to me talking about those decks again. Let's have a breakdown. Let's see what we started with and what we finished with.
Let's take a look at these decks. Yeah, indeed, this was the top 8 of the World Championship. As we can see, 2 decks standing at the top. Those Justice Hunters decks, Yami and Vanquish Soul K9. That is going to be exactly the matchup that we will see first, with, of course, Willie on the Yami deck against Julien on the Vanquish Soul K9. But well, Tom, what are we going to see in the second one?
I mean, if you told me at the beginning of the weekend what we were going to see, I wouldn't have believed you. But here it is, Lunar Light versus Sky Strikers. What a matchup. Who can tell?
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. One match is going to be between 2 of the top meta contenders, and the other one is going to be the 2 meta-called decks that they made for this World Championships. The World Championship is a different kind of format where we can combine the TCG Forbidden Limited List with the OCG Forbidden Limited List, so it kind of creates this unique perspective from these players. You really don't know what you're going to expect when you go to the World Championship, but you do know that you're going to have some of the best players competing, and we've had that here this weekend.
Absolutely amazing plays, and well, the European region has been known in the past for some, innovation and unique choices with those plant decks having a lot of success. Maybe not quite a plant deck again, but we do have our two players representing Lunalight indeed and Sky Striker, which are gonna be facing off one against each other. So one of them will be guaranteed in the finals, and we'll see whether the players representing North America expected those and are ready to be facing off against those unexpected picks.
Yeah, I mean, going into the format post Justice Hunter's release, Lunalight was a deck that I looked at maybe getting a little bit stronger, because with decks like Yummy running around, a lot of players have moved away from those hand interactions and more so looking at cards that are field breakers, so they kind of let their opponents do whatever they want, and they're going to have those answers in form of like Book of Eclipse, Dark Ruler No More. We've even seen Regeki here this weekend. But if that's your game plan going against Lunalight, things are going to get a little tough for you, because Lunalight Liger Dancer is unaffected by card effects, and it's absolutely just a monstrous beast to be there on the field. And I'm going to be really excited to see if Tom and his Lunalights are going to be able to take down Roselli and the Sky Strikers. But first, we're going to see Willie taking on Julian.
Yeah, of course, an NAWCQ clash. They didn't play at the NAWCQ, but maybe this time they're going to have a good time to battle it out. We're going to see Yummy versus Vanquish Soul K9. These are the two decks everyone was expecting. These are the two decks everyone brought. We had 9 Vanquish Soul K9, 7 Yummies at the beginning, only one of each left now. Which one's going to take it?
Yeah, and it's a crazy coincidence when we talk about deck, is even on the European players, it's the same history. Both also made it all the way to the top 4 of the European Championship, but they did not play against each other. They were on different brackets, and now eventually, history just created this amazing, analogy, and we are gonna see the semifinals that we did not get for the Continentals, I guess, but it's gonna be an amazing match for both of them lining up, and in the end, it's gonna be only one duelist that will be able to call himself or herself the world champion for 2025, and that's amazing, and that's what's in store for you guys. 3 more matches to find out who will be the world champion, and obviously soon enough we want to introduce them, and we want to introduce the first match.
Yeah, I can't wait for that first match.
But what we've already had so far, we've already had 4 fantastic matches. I'm so glad we got to see all 4 of them. It would have been a real shame to have missed any of them. I mean, that last feature match, we saw an extended chicken game, not something I've seen before in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Absolutely fantastic. We're seeing some of the Lunalight deck take down. Everything happening.
Yeah, it's just been incredible. And, I just want to take a moment, because we had 27 players from all around the world competing this weekend. Some of the best players, and all of them have just been incredible. So let's give it up for all of the duelists who competed here at the World Championship this year. Come on, everyone, give it up for the duelists, all 27 of them. Absolutely amazing, some of the best players in the world. And now we are down to the final 4, when, as you said, Marcelo, we're gonna crown the world champion for 2025.
Absolutely. Sometimes we like to brag, that in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play a lot of different strategies, and if that has been true for our events like the YCS and WCQ, what a better way than to prove it at the World Championship, when, again, the 4 decks in the top 4 are all different, and not all of them have been the top picks if you had to guess before the event. So I think that just gives a lot of inspiration to all of you guys back home or here in this room to just, now that a new season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Will begin right after the World Championship, just try your deck, try whatever you're comfortable with, and you can have success all the way from your local shop to the biggest stage, and we'll see in the end what is gonna happen, as one of the decks will be one of those strategies from Justice Hunters making it into the finals, but regardless, they will be facing off against one of these maybe underdog strategies before the tournament. I don't think it's much of an underdog strategy now.
No, definitely. They have proven that they are adequately just to be able to be alongside those Justice Hunters deck just as much as any other strategy. That's one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you can find the deck that kind of fits your own play style, the deck that speaks to you, and you just practice all your matchups and make sure you make that right meta call, play it in the tournament, and you can have success with whatever strategy you think might be the best.
Yeah, this is the thing. These decks have been under the radar for almost all of the last year. They've been dominated by, at least in the TCG, the Ryziel decks, the Malice decks, but take away some things, add some things, all of a sudden you're seeing these new decks just appear out of nowhere. They've been dormant, but you know, maybe that draw on Lockbird finding its way out of people's decks, and all of a sudden, all of these new decks viable. What a format.
There's so many cards that can be played, so you always have to keep an eye on what people are playing, the popular trends, and you always want to be a step ahead. Find a way to counter the strategy that people are playing. I mean, maybe, yeah, some strategies that were worse when Draw and Lockbird or other cards like that were really popular, all of a sudden rise to the top of the meta because people aren't playing those cards that can counter those strategies.
Yes, but as we have mentioned today, for the first time ever, we have shown all different quarterfinals. So before we focus on the match at hand, I just want to quickly go through over it once more of what we might have missed if you didn't tune in earlier or you were not in this room, of what these 4 duelists had to go through before they got to the semifinals. And so the first match of the day was the one between Julian, where he had to defeat, I think, the player that had the most success yesterday, Yuna. What a run she had at the European Championship, being undefeated at the playoffs, representing the only Malice deck in Top Cut, but then unfortunately losing out to Julian today, that just had its own way. I mean, so many Olysseus, so many good ends with that Ryzel deck, right?
Yeah, it feels like forever ago when we had that first quarterfinal match, but Julian drew so well in both games. If he can maintain that luck into the top 4, he might be in the finals quite quickly. And you know what I say about luck? It's when preparation meets opportunity. You have to put the time in to have that opportunity to even be lucky. You have to have that well-constructed deck, and it means a lot. And then you have to play it to its maximum optimal way as well, as we saw Julian. And now he's going to be taking on Willie in that first quarterfinal, or first top 4 match.
Yeah, that Vanquish deck, you were talking about luck. It's one of those decks. It has such a high ceiling if you draw those right cards in the combination. But on the other side, we have Willie. He's playing Yummy, and if Vanquish is about, you know, having that high ceiling, high skill, but Yummy is all about that consistency. Every single card in Yummy will get you to your engine. You have like 20 ways to do it, and then you can fill your deck with 20 cards to beat the opponent's strategy.
Absolutely, but as you have mentioned, Tom, we do have 4 players remaining, but all of our players are also here in the crowd watching our match. And so as we can see here, we had today at the start 8 amazing TCG duelists, but as we can see, Yuna, Shane, Felipe, and Isaias, I want to ask the crowd to give a round of applause for our loser in top 8, deservingly among the best players in the world. Should be proud of what you did. You made it. You are among the top 8 best players in the world, and I'm sure you'll get another chance at it, possibly even next year. But now, as mentioned, the spotlight has to be on those 4 winners. Is gonna be, as mentioned, Julian and Willie in round 1, an all-around North American top 4. So we'll see whether it's gonna be Vanquish, Soul, K9, or Yummy making it, and that's gonna be, I guess, our clash between our picks for who's gonna take it.
Yeah, before the tournament started, before we saw what decks the players were playing, you picked the Vanquish Soul K9 deck to win. I picked the Yummy strategy. Tom, you had the Christian K9 deck. It was there in top 8, and it was close, but you know, that unexpected Sky Striker strategy in an incredible match that we just saw was able to sneak past with that chicken game back and forth match that is almost absolutely incredible and hard to describe.
Yeah, I mean, losing to Sky Striker, who can be sad about that? Seeing Sky Striker make it all the way into the top 4. What a player, what a deck. Super bold meta call, and we love to see it. We're seeing those bold calls really paying off. I mean, these underrepresented decks finding their way into the top cut. And we also saw the White Forest was just 1 place away as well. We could have had all 7 of the unique decks entered, making it into the top 8.
Which is just incredible to think about. When you look back in the day playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, a lot of times there's like a top deck. Everyone kind of used to refer to like format times like based on the best deck. You know, you have things like where people talk about, oh, the Teledad deck. You remember that era, the Gladiator Beast era. But now we're in the era of just incredible, powerful decks that there's just a variety of them. This isn't necessarily the Vanquish Soul era. This isn't the Yummy era. This isn't the Lunalight era, the Draco Tail era. There's just so many viable strategies that you can take into any tournament. As long as you put the practice in and learn your matchups, if you find that pet deck you like, you can really excel with it and walk away with a win. And maybe one of these players will be walking away with that World Championship with something like Lunalight if Tom is able to find a way.
Absolutely, but who knows? Maybe it's the Sky Striker era. We'll find out
again.
Pretty soon. Again.
We lived through this already.
Exactly, but I mean, you know, sometimes there are these cycles and decks coming back, and who might no, I mean, it's already impressive enough that this run we've had with Rosalie, and I would definitely enjoy seeing it later on in action in the second semi-final. And I mean, we'll see. I think regardless, we are going to have a very deserving world champion at the end of the day that is going to make all of us proud. Will it be, again, a back-to-back-to-back North American champion after you have not added one ever? But will it be finally, again, after so many years, a European champion?
Yeah,
we'll find out.
I mean, I know you think you and me both have commentated pretty much every World Championship since 2017 when we played at the World Championship. And I do think this might have been one of the most competitive World Championships we've had in so long, if not ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic one. I've really enjoyed all of the rounds. It's so great. We have 7 rounds, and then today we get to commentate another 7. Like, so many great games to watch. We're seeing players coming up with these unique lines. We're seeing all of the tech choices come out. We get to spotlight all of the players. It's such a fantastic thing to do.
It will be indeed, but I guess while we have just a couple more minutes before we are ready to jump into the match, maybe we can have a little bit of a short contest from our audience on who they think is going to take it. So if you want to give it up for the first of our contestants, who is here supporting Julian? Nice, you love to see the home turf advantage. Oh, okay, we're going for a second round, I guess. Yeah, there he is. Love to see him hyping up the crowd. And how about for his opponent, the North American champion, Willie?
Willie!
Of course, you're gonna be against the fan favorite when you're up against a player who has French origin. But in the second semi-final, we are gonna have on the one side Tom. Give it up for Tom. And finally, representing the Sky Striker deck, the most surprise of the event is Rosalie. Woo! I mean, I think we have some close answer there, of course. I mean, unsurprising as not much it is. Julien has a lot of support. He mentioned it, of course. He has been living in the US for a long time, but just, you know, sometimes it's fate. You qualify for the World Championship, it's held in France, your home country.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of support, though. He is representing the USA, so good job that you guys are supporting America. Let's go. That's what y'all supported it. It's going to be, if Julian wins, he's walking away and representing the U.S., and maybe we can walk away with 3 World Championships in a row, because, you know, NA, best region.
Interesting take. We'll see, I mean, anyways, I mean, they'll try their best. And now, as you can see, they are sitting down at the table. We're just moments away from finding out what their ends will be and what their decks can do. We have mentioned it from time to time. Some players think Yami is by far favorite in this matchup just because it lacks those graveyard and end interaction, not allowing the K9. But I mean, to make it all the way here, I think Julian has proved a lot of them wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to draw the right kind of hands. I mean, he didn't have the strongest of days. He was able to survive, you know, a few losses in that tournament and still sneak in at 8th place, taking down the 1st place seed in top 8. But now he's in top 4. How you did in Swiss doesn't really matter once you've made it to the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. It is often said, you know, you're the player who comes first and you're destined to lose the first round. And we've seen it again here. But the other players coming in, 2nd and 3rd, Rosalie and Tom, finding their way through to the semi-final. So all to play for.
And I mean, if Julian has something else going for him, is that we do have a streak of the past 2 years of the world champion sneaking in with that 4-3 record, and he made it with the last place, 8th place after Swiss, defeating the 1st seed, and he's the only X3 left in the competition. So who knows, maybe he's got that going for himself.
I mean, yeah, if something happened the past couple of years, it could happen again for the 3rd time. You mentioned Paulie Aronson was 4-3, snuck into that top 8, walked away with the World Championship. Last year, we had Ruben Peñaranda walk away as a World Champion, also at that 4-3 record as he won with not about me, Bell. It's about you, Bell. But now we're going to have a new world champion this year. But I don't know who's going to be. And I would be happy with any one of these duelists walking away as a world champion.
Yeah, of course, these duelists are all incredibly accomplished. They've all been playing fantastically over the weekend. We are going to have to come up with a new pun, though, after Ubel is dethroned as the champion deck. We're going to have a yummy, maybe some croissant action, as we've seen. That is the true winner of this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, if there was some close competition between the decks, we've interviewed our players throughout the weekend on whether they prefer croissant or macaron. And I think on that event, we were undefeated with croissant taking the leads. And I mean, I get to say it was also on our intro for the prize ceremony, you know, so I guess that just seals it.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw the croissant come up there in the ceremony, I was like, yeah, croissant. I gave a little bit of cheer there for that as well.
Yeah, you got to give credit to that. But again, I mean, the emotions are gonna be there. Although they have already been playing on stream all weekend, this is completely different. And although they might have done it even back at the European, you know, WCQ or the North American one, playing here in such a venue in front of this live crowd cheering, and you, trust me, you have headphones, but you can hear this crowd, is gonna be quite different from our players. Let's see whether that is gonna affect them at all, or whether they can stay composed, focused, and just thinking about their plays.
Yeah, you can see it here. We've got the crowd in. Players have been filtering in, and spectators. The room is heating up even as all the people are coming in. You can feel the heat. You can feel the players. We had the fantastic opening ceremony we just watched. All of these things adding to the drama, adding to the event, adding to the spectacle.
Yeah, definitely. It's so exciting to have a live crowd here to support our duelists that are competing to become a world champion. I hope everyone are going to be good sports and cheering on all our duelists, because no matter who wins, we all win by watching some amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the players, we've been told time and time again, the players are almost ready, so we're still mere moments away from our first top 4 match.
And here they are, just seconds away from starting this action. Only 2 matches separate any of our remaining duelists for getting that trophy and becoming a world champion. And we are, as you can see, moments they were discussing, they already know themselves. They both traveled all the way here to compete, and now they're one against the other, and there is really no favorites. So as they shuffle up their deck for the last time, one of them unfortunately must be knocked out, and the other will walk into the grand finals after we have already claimed and I guess yesterday 3 world champions, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not only about the trading card game in 2025. We had an amazing opportunity to crown our Duel Links Speed Duel and then Rush Duel world champions, as well as the Master Duel world champions in that team 3v3. And up until now, we had amazing results with 2 of the world champions belonging to the European region and 1 to Japan. So now we'll see whether the trading card game will have a sweep with 3 from the European region, or maybe we'll just add all of the regions into the mix and North America is gonna take it once more for the trading card game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. It's tough to win 3 in a row. We did win the last past 2 world championships in a row, but gonna find out today.
We are about to find out. Get in your seats. Don't go anywhere if you're home watching this game, because finally our duelists are ready. So let's jump into the first semi-final.
We are finally ready. The crowd is excited. You can hear them all. The players are ready, rolling the dice, see who is going to go first, and it looks like Willie is going to be doing just that.
It can be a big advantage, of course, as mentioned. Going first, all you need is a couple starter, and ooh, I do see some going second cards, possibly for Willie, but let's take it a moment. Ornette drones coming down.
Yeah, will we see the Julian special of the first turn? Holly Sue, let's find out. He's been doing it. It was how he was able to advance through his top 8 match. So will he do it again to pass through the top 4? And he's going to allow at least this Kagari to resolve.
Yep, Ornette Drones is going to be activated again to get another Sky Striker Ace token onto the field. This is a pretty solid start here for the Yummy strategy for Willie.
We have seen sometimes player just try to play around Nibiru all the way back in round 1 with Ruben. Let's see if Willy will do the same. It seems like he will try. And as you can see, keeping that token that cannot be tributed has been a key consistent part of the gameplay from the Yami players.
Yep.
Yeah, very heads up from Willy here, because you've got to have a monster in your graveyard there to protect your Cupsy Way so it can tag out in case of any interruptions.
Yep, and Cupsy Yummy Way is going to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. We're going to be adding Cookie Yummy and Cupsy Yummy, and then he's going to send an evenly matched from the hand of the graveyard.
Wow, evenly matched a card we have not seen all weekend. Actually now reveals to be in the main deck from Willy. Definitely an interesting choice there.
Now we're going to see a Link summon. It's going to send that Cupsy Yummy Way to the graveyard to summon Yummy Snatchy.
Does not activate the effect, it seems, and yeah, does not activate Snatchy, revealing possibly a field spell in the end, and now moves on to that add of Yummy Surprise.
Yeah, it's got surprise in the name, but I don't think it's a surprise this weekend. It's been one of the most powerful cards that the Yummy players have been using. Such a versatile card, and we've been seeing all of these field-breaking effects. We've been seeing Dark Rulers, Book of Eclipse, and Droplets, all of these cards and more. And Yummy Surprise is such a powerful card, you can search it, and then if all of your cards get negated, you just bring back one more Yummy and start the train again.
Indeed, that is the case, and now we might see again some action from this player. We have seen, different ways of going around it between the Marcher and the Star Ham, going into that famous Herald of the Arclight to shut up some plays. Will that be the case?
I think Willy has preferred the Star Ham here this weekend when we've seen him play, but that Lollipop Yummy Way brought back the Cupsy Yummy Way and one of the other Yummy monsters. Now we're going to see another Synchro Summon.
Yeah, I mean, for Willy, I guess if you're running all of these going first cards, you might as well discard one to the Star Ham, but in this case, no. Here comes the Marcher.
Yep. Bringing back the Cupsy Yummy Way. Now that token and the Martial Metal Marcher is going to be sent to the graveyard to Synchro Summon Herald of the Arclight.
Exactly. Like there was the point to use that Nibiru Pramen being if it wasn't quite the case, but might as well play it safe. And I think we have now activated the effect. I guess we didn't really need to use the Minion, and we might just go for the Kruki, and that is the play. Setting it up turn 1 already for Willy.
Yeah,
solid start. All right, now Cookie Yummy being special summoned from the hand to the field.
Yeah, here we're seeing this field. It looks so innocent, but inside all of these Yummy monsters are more and more and more interruptions.
And it seems like this is about to be the end of the turn from Willy, shuffling up his deck and giving it for a card to Julian, who is gonna be allowed to play his first cards of the duel in just a moment. But yeah, this field, I totally agree with you, Tom. Might look innocent, but so many interactions hiding in that graveyard. And that's a pass. Oof, and that's a... Let's see what he can pick up. Obviously needs some help. Razen is always a great way to start things off here for the Vanquish Soul deck, but how can we break this field?
I've not seen Julian start with anything except Holy Suso.
Yeah,
let's
fair
see.
enough.
But we do know, of course, he's running an awful lot of canines to help him extend into fields like this. So let's see whether that will be the case today. And it is. Here comes Jokal revealing a Jokal. But is this going to survive? Because in the graveyard, on the field, we have a Yummy Synchro and we also have an Akroki. So maybe we just summon back a Cookie. Yep. And that seems to be the play here.
Yeah,
gonna immediately return that Yummy Synchro to summon back 2 Yummy monsters. It's gonna be Cupsy and Snatchy.
I believe we do not have a Cookie yet in the graveyard, so we'll have to set it up later on. But yeah, we can get a draw here or a search. We have seen Willy prioritizing a search. Will that be the case again? It is.
And he's probably gonna look to just summon something like Cookie Way to put these 2 canine monsters face down potentially. He has a lot of different options he could go through about this.
Yeah, I mean, in a deck like Willy's, where he's running those cards like evenly matched, maybe he's just he says, I'd probably rather have a Yummy card than another evenly matched
And there is the Cookie Yummy way. On Summon will be able to put those Jokels face down and render them useless.
Interested there in the choice of not using the Cookie as material for the Synchro Summon. Would have liked maybe to set up that additional interruption in the graveyard, but for now we're gonna set both face down. And is there even anything else that Julian can do here?
Yeah, this is so tough. When you're playing the Vanquish Soul deck, it often feels very feast or famine. When you have 5 cards in hand, every card seems to generate you more advantage. But then when you get down to 3 or 4, then all of a sudden, every card you lose from the hand feels so devastating. It gets that much harder to use an effect.
Things are looking really good here in game 1 for Willie. He's going to do another effect of the Synchro to bring back 2 monsters. It's going to be Lollipo and Yummy Snatchy. Now the Dr. Madlove is going to resolve adding a Vanquish Soul spell or trap from the deck to hand. It's going to be Vanquish Soul Start.
And this is what I was talking about. If that Cookie would have been used instead of the Cupsy, we could have just brought it back here and tried to destroy the Madlove with it. But instead, we are going to have to think about our plays next if we are Willy.
Still Synchro for maybe a Cupsy Yummy way and then use the field spell to destroy the Madlove?
Apparently not.
Yeah, there's so many options, but maybe we're just prioritizing destroying the field spell rather than the monster.
Yeah,
I could see that being the case.
And indeed, we just now send to the graveyard this Cookie, which can be brought back moments afterwards. And that Cookie getting rid of the field spell, as mentioned by Tom. Gonna shut down any search of that Vanquish Soul Start. And we are getting so many monsters back with the Lollipo way.
This field getting absolutely picked apart, 1 card at a time. Those Jokels, 2 cards from the hand gone. The Madlove already used its effect, just 3 cards remaining in hand for Julian. Plus there's Madlove on the field that's already used its effect.
Now we move on to the battle phase, trying to attack over the Herald, but we are not gonna allow that to be quite the case.
Here comes the Ham.
The Star Ham.
Yeah.
I love the card a lot. It looks awesome. It's even stronger. He's going to be able to discard that card to bring back a monster and then take down that Dr. Madlove.
And that does resolve as we are in the battle phase. We got rid of it. We can just go for a second Herald of the Arclight. Usually Willy has been on the other side of this kind of duels when we has been on stream. First time he's convincingly ahead and he's looking like he has got this one duel in his bag.
Yeah, it's so tough now for Julian, and he's chosen to throw in the flag. Here we are. That is game 1 for Willy.
What a win! What a win indeed. Willy taking that arrow, going first, setting up an incredible field, uninterrupted, and taking first game home.
Yeah, really a masterclass in how to pilot that Yummy strategy there. Just on the backs of having the Hornet drones plus any Yummy monster was able to get him to that position where he's able to find himself playing around Nibiru, the primal being, and absolutely masterclass action there from Willy.
Absolutely. I mean, as mentioned, both of these duelists have proven throughout the weekend that they can come back. As mentioned, Julian down to an X3 record, managed to sneak back into the top cut, and Willy had one of the toughest matches on stream. As you have, come to taught me, never count Willy out. But I'm sure it will be the same for Julian.
Yeah, Julian definitely got here for a reason. He double qualified at the NAWCQ. He's an excellent duelist. He's definitely lost a couple games in the past. You just have to shake off those game 1 jitters. Maybe you realize I didn't draw as well. We saw that 6th card off the top when your hand isn't as strong. It was actually the Vanquish Soul Dust Devil, the trap card. Not going to really be able to be useful there. It's something you usually want to set at the end phase with that Vanquish Soul Start field spell. So not what he was looking for, so he knows that he can draw better and probably fight better back here in this game number 2 and 3.
Yeah, we really saw as well some deck building choices from Willy there, because he's running all of these go second cards, and sometimes when players don't, they say, oh, I don't feel like I can use all of those go second cards, because what if I go first? I draw too many of them. But it was pretty easy. He didn't care. He didn't need it. He said, my Yummy field is more than enough. I'm going to deal with everything that's thrown at me.
Yeah, and at the end, it also comes back to the deck building decisions from Julien. As mentioned, he is by far the player who has the most K9 in this Vanquish Soul deck. And although that might be extremely good in some matchups, like a mirror match while going second as well, against Yami, maybe not so much, but that changes once that he's going second. It adds more consistency to a deck that sometimes struggles in that regard, and I'm sure he will be able to set up quite the threatening field now that he gets to go first, hopefully uninterrupted. And also, although Willie did win this game, I think he revealed some pressure information by discarding that evenly matched.
Yeah, definitely. Is evenly matched something you're going to want to keep in against Vanquish Soul? I assume he included in his deck to get an edge in the mirror match, because when you're playing against a strategy that's similar to yours, the tech choices are really comes down to having that edge in those mirror matches. But I don't know if it's going to be something he's going to keep in. But the thing Julien has to look out for is there's going to be cards like that that are going to break through the field.
Yeah, I'm going to go with definitely evenly matched against that Vanquish Soul deck. It's so powerful. Just a deck that doesn't have any like hard negates. You can't just negate a trap card. You've just got these, you know, one pop, one search, one negate, one flip, but no cards to negate a trap. So
Absolutely.
I think evenly matched going to be very good.
And also just think back to the match that he won to make it here. He was standing against this same matchup and was, you know, looking at a pretty large field of XZ's monsters with the forced release set. In that spot, he had the Lightning Storm, you know, to take the advantage of it. But evenly matched might have been even better in that situation. So that's definitely something that Julien will keep in his mind. But regardless, he will try his best once more to take all the energy that he has to stay at the World Championship and to try and give this to Game 3. So give it up for Julien as well, and let's go back into action.
All right, here we are, Game 2. Julien will be going first.
Yeah.
Is he going to stake his soul?
Let's take a look at this, and from Julien needs some setup.
Oh, and I'm looking on the right for Willie's hand. It looks fantastic. So let's see what Julien has to offer.
And we start things off with that K9 engine, a case for K9, allowing to add, for example, the Jokul, sometimes great starter for the deck.
Oh, but was that an Azuna he was hovering over? He's already got a Jokul. Why not get an Azuna?
And no interaction, no drawn and locked bird. Great news, I guess. And now we might see the Jokul with the Izuna to back it up. We'll set up maybe the Lupus, and then we can add, if he's playing it, you know, a Lantern or just additional cards. Let's take a look at this. Yep.
The Izuna sends the Lupus to the graveyard. The Jokul's going to add Lantern, more than likely.
If we are playing it, we are playing it indeed. So we do get the Lantern, which means this is the full, you know, K9 field.
Yep, and here we go. It's K9 time. Lantern in the hand. Ripper about to hit the field. Julien probably knows by now the kind of deck that Willie is on, and probably knows that he's unlikely to be interrupted by any monster effects, but still got to make this a Ripper because it does more than just negate monster effects. It also searches you a K9 monster and can be ranked up.
And look at that niche decision. Julien summoning the Ripper in defense position. Must have been paying attention to that match that we have talked about with those lightning storms playing around that card. Smart decision.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those might come into play later on if players get to see kind of the tech choices from the feature matches. It might affect their plays later on in the tournament. And now Lantern is going to bring back the Lupus.
Yep. And this is big. We could go and access that forced release if it's still in the deck, and then, you know, go into yet another Xyz. We have seen some interesting options. Of course, one of the most premium one being that Balon, and might be the case.
Yeah, Lupus, even if you cannot use the effect, summon itself from the graveyard, still going to offer a little bit extra targeting protection. No infinite impermanences can be used on this Nash Knight, for example, while you have...
Well, we do have the Razen to back up the engine, but a Song of the Dominators from Willie.
He's going to try and negate that effect.
It's gonna resolve.
But is that a Vanquish Soul start? Yes, it is.
Woo.
He's going to carry on his engine.
And a Vanquish Soul start. You can hear the crowd supporting Julian. Definitely want to try and get this to game 3, and we do access the Ollie Sue for the first time in this match yet.
Yep, a Link Summon is going to be performed for the Rock of the Vanquisher. Then the Rock of the Vanquisher effect is going to add back that rosin to Julian's hand. And now here is the Holly Sue.
Holly Sue going to let you access any card when you have a Fire and a Dark, which we do.
We do have Fire and Dark indeed. Also, if I'm not mistaken, we added another copy of a case for K9 instead of the first release. That's an interesting one. Maybe already in the end, maybe not in the deck at all. So
there is a possibility to rank up this Nash Knight and pop the case for K9, which would then allow you to set the forced release, a slightly more extensive interaction. And oh, we're going to get this Jokel now. Going to be able to search once again 2 fires. More than happy to show this Ash Blossom if it means he gets another card to his hand.
We do have the 2 fires indeed, and we have just revealed, as you have mentioned, another interruption. This is looking incredible, but now I'm thinking back to that evenly match that we saw in game 1. If that is in the end, oh boy.
Yeah, here it comes. We could also just use Caesar maybe to destroy this case for K9, unless we want to make any more rank 5s.
All right, looks like he might be deciding to upgrade the Nesh Knight now. Attaches a Chaos Monster to go into the Chaos Nesh Knight.
Yeah, thinking about what to detach. Yeah, rightfully so. It's the Nash Knight itself. And here we are setting up extremely well with now this number C104.
Yeah, and the Masquerade, as mentioned, when summon gets to pop something. So we pop the case for K9, allowing you to activate the effect to set the forced release. So Julian going to have that extra case for K9 in hand for next turn if the game gets a little bit more grindy and he needs it. But he's also got that all-important 2 Vanquished Soul Monsters in play as well.
Oh, and as you can see, just reveals the entire end and keeps everything, because this allows you to set the Snow Devil in the end phase with the Vanquished Soul start. What a setup. Julian has made the amazing opener. Can Willie fight back?
Yeah, there's so much here for Julian, but as you were talking about Marcello, does anything here negate an evenly matched? I don't think so. Evenly matched, a real blast from the past. I've not seen anyone play it, so can Willie find a copy?
It would be key. We know it's in the deck, as we saw in game number 1. He has plenty of going second cards. Just going to have to see how he's going to navigate this. He's
And
going to
there
start
is
with
the
Lightning Storm.
Not quite everything is in defense, but you can still clear those face down cards.
Yeah, getting rid of that field spell can sometimes be super important. Going to force out as well the Snow Devil here. Not going to have the effect to wipe the field, presumably because Julian doesn't have any cards that he wants to destroy.
But he'll also be able to use the Snow Devil here just to have that protection effect.
Dealing some damage, and at the same time, as you can see, upgrading to this K9X Werewolf, which is gonna be able later on to take a look at the opponent's end and banish a card from it.
Yeah, quite a tough one to play around if you're Willie and you want to keep cards in hand for cards like Droplet, or you don't want to have too many cards on the field in case of an evenly matched.
I mean, that if he drew Forbidden Droplet, that's an absolutely huge draw.
Let's see.
There's
now
still plenty of interaction with the Werewolf, the Umbral Horror, the Holly Sue, the Valius in hand.
Absolutely. It's a big moment here from Willie. Can he pull this off? He knows there is the Ash Blossom in hand as well, which doesn't make things easy. This might just be too much to fight from, and a normal summon of that Pookie, it seems.
One small little Cookie Yummy versus quite scary field is going to be linked away to Link Summon Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, and Julian just waiting patiently for Willie to maybe activate a card, but I'm not sure that he has activated a card yet.
And I believe, yeah, now he has activated the effect of Snatchy, to which we are responding with then the Forbidden Droplet.
This is huge.
But Forbidden Droplet for only one card. Maybe he's going to have to do the Werewolf. Oh, but maybe you can take control of the Masquerade with the talents.
Let's see, let's see. Right now, we are gonna negate that C104 at resolution.
Now, the next play, what is it gonna be from Willie? Kind of shaking his head, just sets a card face down.
And I think that might be a bait, actually. Is it? Like, we're gonna find out, because we are forced to use this Caesar, right? Here, but no, we use it right away to destroy the field.
Destroy
and
the
it's
set
a set talent.
And yeah, Willie's just gonna concede.
That's it. Julian takes game 2 back, and look at the crowd exploding.
Yeah, they clearly don't have a favorite in this matchup.
Absolutely not.
No
Absolutely
bias,
not.
no bias.
Yeah, I mean, they're all from the same region, no? They're both from the same region.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they though?
So that is what is going on here. But I mean, what an effort by both. We didn't want to have it any other way. And we are going to a game 3 in the first semifinal.
I mean, I wouldn't want it any other way. My favorite matches are the ones that go all the way the distance, so we get to see some more awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! From some of the best players in the world, like Julian and Willie.
Yeah, both decks showing exactly what they can do. So maybe this time we'll have a little bit more back and forth, but a very dominating performance on the one hand from the Yami deck, followed by on the other hand from the Vanquish Soul deck. We did see a fantastic hand going second there for Willie.
Yes.
It's almost difficult to imagine what else he could have asked for, but the start from the Vanquish Soul deck, so powerful. As we've said, if you have access to both of those engines, it's so, so good.
I mean, what he could have asked for was that evenly matched. He needed to call that back from game number 1 and lend it to him for game number 2 there, maybe. But even with an evenly matched in that scenario, it still would have been tough, because there would have been plenty of disruption. He would have needed, like, the evenly matched, the talent, on top of the droplet, on top of an Obedience School, on top of another starter. It would have been still really difficult, but we're going to game number 3.
Exactly, and now the key difference is that once more Willie will be going first, trying to repeat what he did in game 1. If not broken, why fix it? And I think that is on his mind at the moment. And those K9s that were crucial in making these fields now turn back into a little bit of a liability maybe from Julian. Not really any way to use, you know, that Izuna that is so powerful against Yami turn 0.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what's going to come down to, what it comes down to in a lot of these matches when we talk about Vanquish Soul, will there be that Holly Sue in the opening hand there for Julian? It makes a world difference in this matchup.
Yeah, Holly Sue, the most unbelievable card. When you go first, your opponent gets to summon multiple monsters, get to destroy multiple cards, all while maintaining all of those cards in hand. On the other hand, for Willie, there is that one card that everyone thinks of, Obedience Schooled. Even if your opponent destroys multiple of your monsters, you're going to have one more.
And indeed, as we have seen in the previous games, you know, evenly matched could be the difference, but now that we are going first, those are probably gonna be switched off. But if you think a powerful trap card is going out, oh well, a powerful trap card is also going in, because we have seen Willie using Solemn Judgments throughout the previous rounds, and that card pretty much can shut down anything.
Yeah, Solemn Judgment is a huge side deck card for the Yummy strategy, with so many players looking at board-breaking cards to deal with the field that Yummy can amass with so many monsters that you could be able to protect them, backed up by something like Solemn Judgment from one of the oldest sets, Metal Raiders, as we talked about. Not the oldest card, though, in the tournament here this weekend.
Not quite.
Can we reveal the oldest card?
Yeah,
right?
We can
yeah, it's out of the tournament
now.
Monster Reborn was actually played in one of the decks from the very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Set and one of the players' side decks here this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah, another shout out that we must give to Yuna, which was, she was the only player undefeated after 5 rounds, and she gets the, you know, crown also playing that Monster Reborn in that side deck, which was something we love to see. Unfortunately, didn't quite see it in action, but that was a beautiful, you know, sight from our side. But regardless, as mentioned, it has been already an amazing semi-final for these two players. No time limit means that we will have not to rush. We can enjoy this game 3 in its full capacity. And who is it going to be? Is it gonna be Julian and his Vanquish Soul K9 with the comeback, or is it gonna to be Willie and his Yummy deck? I think let's give them one final round of applause from the crowd before we will jump into this last game, the game 3 of the first semi-final of the World Championship.
Just moments away. Just an incredible matchup and two excellent duelists that also qualified at the same tournament. Julian had that double qualification, and now this is his second chance at life here. You know, he lost game 1, a second chance to win here in game number 3 and move on to the finals. No matter who wins this match, NA will be in the finals taking on EU. And, you know, if you're one of these two players, which deck do you want to face in the finals? Are you more looking at the Sky Striker deck or the Luna Light strategy?
Oof, I mean, it's a tough question, honestly. I think, you know, nobody has prepared for Sky Striker for sure. Luna Light could be a closer one, but I think it's also going to be up to who is winning this, because we know that notoriously, you know, the Luna Light deck is very well equipped, especially against Yami. Tom still has to lose against a Yami deck this weekend, so I'm sure if Willie will make it through, he won't be cheering for Tom. I mean, and nothing wrong with that statement, but on the other hand, I think the Sky Striker deck is proving its resilience as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you say Tom still has to lose. I don't think he has to lose at all. You know, he could take it all the way. He might not even have to play Yummy again. Vanquish Soul K9 could take it. I'm really excited to see what Julian has in store for us. What are the tools he has? Because it's so difficult with the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. You can't really afford to play all of these field-breaking cards because you need to keep that high monster count in your main deck.
But regardless, for how amazing these two players are, only one may advance, and we are about to find out who it is going to be. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3.
All right, the players are drawing their opening hands here.
Oh, there it is.
Let's take a look if we do have some action going on from Willie.
It's going to be a normal summon of Cupsy Yummy.
Best normal summon by far in the deck, usually going for that surprise, and that is going to be the case once more. But we do have the Fuvalos from Julien.
Julian will draw a card. Yummy Snatchy is going to activate the effect of place a field spell onto the field.
Yeah, Willie just not perturbed. He is happy to carry on searching a field spell, getting a revive, because he's already started with that Cupsy. That means he needs to do a little bit less. Julian is hovering over his hand. Can he do it again?
And there is the only two.
That's huge. Willie's going to chain Yummy Surprise.
Makes a lot of sense. You want to set up those possible synchro plays right away before your opponent is gonna possibly take control of that Snatchy, and for now he's not gonna do anything else. So Willie going for that Cupsy Yummy way, giving another draw for the Fuvalos, and then trying to search his deck.
Does Julian have an Ash Blossom?
Yeah, so threatening here from Julian. Summoning that Holy Sewer at any moment could be used to summon something from the deck or steal a monster from Willie.
Not gonna be quite prompted response. We are gonna add both of the other names, and then we are gonna discard a card from hand.
He's got such a good looking hand right now. It's gonna be a difficult decision what to discard.
And in the end, it's gonna be a Dominus Purge discarded, which can already speak volumes of the quality of cards. And at the same time, if we can assume that maybe there is a second copy of a Dominus card, that is an interesting decision. You now have a trap card in your graveyard, so all of the other Dominus or the Song of the Dominators have an additional effect.
Gonna put another copy of Fuvalos into the deck for Julian, forcing it back. Maybe another bad draw. Makes sense. If the Holy Sue wasn't already on the field, then Fuvalos would be a fantastic draw. But once you've got a card on the field, likely that you're not going to be able to activate Fuvalos for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's a good note that Milcharmy follows even on your own turn. Yummy X synchros so much during the opponent's turn, it can actually be quite useful.
That indeed is the case, but It's always a tough decision. This is one of those decks that can continue under Fuvalos, but it seems like right now we are only putting 2 cards face down and trying to exit the main phase. Gonna take a look at the graveyard. There is only Capsi at the moment in terms of effect monsters. And I think that might be...
I think he's doing this in the end phase.
Yeah.
You can use the Holly Suit in any phase you like. It's just the summon
and it's
that has to
gonna
be done in the main
fire
phase.
and dark from the Olisu.
What a start. This is exactly the start you need when you are going second in the semi-finals of the World Championships.
Absolutely, and no response at all from Willy. Not gonna use its Capsi Yami way yet. Ooh, and that's gonna be an interesting one. Actually going for the Geolong. Means we have a lot of Fire Monster in the end, most likely. And there it's gonna be the Razen already there. But
Dominus Purge is going to take it down, negate the effect, and destroy it since he discarded that first copy of Dominus Purge on turn 1.
Yeah, as mentioned, there might have been a bit of a read given that Willy discarded the first copy. But, yeah.
Yeah, he's already had to give it up now, so there's probably no more copies in hand. Also used the Yummy Surprise already, so Julian very, very happy here. No surprise that he knows about 2 Dominus Purge already in the graveyard. And oh, do you see that trap card as well?
Oof, we might have another surprise in store, but we draw back, and now it's Julian's turn. He has to navigate through this Capsi Yami way, and he starts things off with the Olisu.
Let's see what attributes he is revealing. It's looking like a Fire and a Dark. Now Willy's going to chain the effect of his Yummy Synchro to return to the extra deck to spell summon back 2 Yummy monsters, and then another chain infinite permanence on the Holly Sue. Does Julian have one of the bigger monsters to return to the hand and dodge this? Something like Heavy Borger or Caesar Valius? He doesn't.
Not quite, so we get to special summon back this Capsi and Snatchy. We can access a Crookie plus a draw or a search. Up until now, Willy has always prioritized getting the second surprise. Will it be the case once more?
I feel like he went Chainlink 1 Snatchy, so I assume he's going to be searching with Cupsy.
Yep.
But he could just want to protect the effect from something being chain blocked into it, potentially.
And I do believe that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Once more, we go and search that surprise, maybe.
Yep, indeed, it is what he's going to add as Yummy Surprise. The field spell will be replaced.
And there goes the Kroki. He has done this plenty of times. This means that at the very least, we can access another Synchro and have destroy 1 card with the field spell.
Yeah, Tom was talking about how innocent these fields look from Yummy, but they actually pack a punch and have a lot of layered interaction and disruption.
Yeah, for example, that Joker we saw in game 1, just both of them get immediately set face downs, and you really don't want that to happen again because it's such a big investment of cards in hand. But when you've started the duel with a Fualos, maybe you're willing to give away a few more cards.
Julian doesn't waste any time, goes immediately into the rock, recovering that Zhao Long, and might be moving on to normal summoning that Razen that has been revealed during the end phase. And there it is, so normal summon Razen, and it's Solemn Judgment.
Half the life points being paid, but this could stop Julian from summoning any more Vanquished Soul monsters for the turn. Rock of the Vanquisher works with the Vanquished Soul monsters, but is not a Vanquished Soul monster.
That's big. I mean, there was an option earlier on in the turn to just special summon the Jayalong that was revealed before, but Julian decided to keep it, and let's see if he has a way to push through this. Must also keep in mind that there is a zone for the Infinite Impermanence. We have already seen that today.
Yeah, let's hope for Julian's sake that he puts it in the right zone. I think not under the rock of the Vanquisher.
It's very close to it.
Playing with fire, but not quite. And it's gonna be, again, the Stake Your Soul revealing a fire monster, to which Willy will respond with the Snatchy.
And this is huge here because he's going to be able to destroy the monster that the Stake Your Soul comes out with thanks to that field spell.
Yeah, Stake Your Soul got to imagine is going to summon Razan. He just tried it and it was negated, so why not have another go?
Yummy plays pretty well into the K9 cards, as y'all mentioned earlier, not having to use any of those monster effects in the hand or graveyard, so it doesn't turn those K9 effects online. But
And
now
yeah,
on a new chain,
we can use the Razan, to which we are going to respond with the search from Kapsi Yamiway and an attempted distraction from Akruki.
so it's going to destroy it.
And it does resolve. That's big.
And now the Cupsy Yummy Way is going to resolve, adding 2 Yummy cards, and then Willie will have to send 1 card to the graveyard.
And most importantly, we set up the cookie that was not in the graveyard. As you can see, immediately Willie recognizing that. So now we have yet another interruption in the form of both the cookie in the graveyard and the cookie way in the extra deck.
And it looks like Julian is hovering over a Holly Suit. He's used the effect last turn to summon it. He's used the effect this turn to summon a monster from the deck, so he can still summon it again from his hand this turn. These Vanquish Soul monsters just keep coming.
Yes, but this is starting to be tough for Julian, because as you can see, wow, actually get to reveal quite a few cards, I guess just in sportsmanship for what have been revealed previous on in the turn. And that Jokul is big.
I like the idea of just summoning a Geolong now and just say, I just revealed 3 cards to you.
Yeah.
I could summon it now.
All right, so he's going to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to summon Typhon.
Wow.
And Typhon's going to attack over the Cupsy Yummy Way.
That's an interesting option, but that is all due to that one face-down card, possibly setting up one. We thought he would try to move with his play, but I guess with that recovered Olisu, he doesn't have to do it this turn. He can just play it slow, get rid of the Synchro Monster, and just call it a day.
Yeah, that is quite the play here, taking me by surprise for sure when you've still got so many more pushes, but instead...
But now there is a trap card,
There
and
can
there can be only one.
But he's going to immediately link away the Cupsy Yummy into Relinquish Anima.
And here you can see Julian thinking about it. He knows...
just needs a Synchro Summon.
Yeah, but he can use the Olisu. If you can out that Anima, I think this might almost be the game, because that card is so good against Yummy.
Yeah, we have used the Dominance Purge from the hand, though. So how are we going to resolve an SP?
You're completely right, Tom.
I don't see the out once you.
Did he use it
once
from
you
the
used
hand?
It. Yeah, he did.
He didn't set it. He didn't set it, actually.
Because it was used during his own turn, so there's no way it could have been used.
True.
You're
How do you ever
right.
out this?
And Holly Sue's effect's going to be activated to special summon from the hand.
Will Julian even let him get this far, though, to even try and get to an SP? I don't think so.
The Fire in the Dark being revealed again for Holly Sue.
Wilfredo with that clutch top deck.
The one copy of There Can Be Only One. Sighted in while he knew he was going second, because he knows how powerful it can be, even if you aren't going first.
Yeah, the crowd is buzzing with this. I don't really see how Willie gets out of this. The Yummy deck, so powerful, so consistent, but when you only have one line of attack, it makes you vulnerable to these traps. This was the card that started the Vanquish Soul strategy. You know, the first time it came out before the Holly Sue, they all have different types, so everyone was main decking 3 copies of this card, but now, of course, you are down to just the 1 copy, and it's used to winning games in a lot more of an honest way, I would say, nowadays.
The collector version from the same set that Vanquish Soul was released in, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, as you have mentioned, sometimes you see this area of plays, but great recognition by Julian in just saying, I don't need to do any flashy line. Gets rid of the anima. How can we even out this at this point? Wow.
What can Willie do?
An upfield battle, never count Willie out, but in this spot, it seems like Julian really is trying to find these weak points.
There can be only one world champion here this weekend, and Julian is hoping it's going to be him. Reveals double fire for Zhao Long, so he's going to be able to add another card from the deck to the hand.
And that just works perfectly, because as you can see, we can get that heavy Borg. Wow.
Just incredible.
Really, really incredible effort. Going first, going through his plays. Obviously heavy to deal with that Fuva loss, but still ending up with a strong field. Julian just finding those outs. And look at how the tables have turned.
How the turns have tabled.
What is there to do?
Heavy Borger effect being activated. I want to know what Willie's going to do. I mean, it seems like Julian's just kind of playing a solo mode game right now.
Indeed, we can just reveal that Joke will try to get yet another fresh throw off the top.
I just don't see anything in Willie's hand that's going to help, but
I guess, yeah, we are just gonna be recycling some resources here, but what is the play?
Is there a way to synchro summon without having a beast? I just don't see it, yeah. He's not running Effect Veiler.
I mean, his own Typhon, I guess, just to try and keep things interesting, but it doesn't seem like that gets him anywhere. If he's even playing the card in the first place, so.
It's gonna be a normal summon of Cookie Yummy. It's gonna be Willie's first action to fight back. Then
and
just set two cards
just a
face
couple
down.
Sets,
The writing is on the wall here. I think both these players know where we are going.
Not looking promising, and it's a pass back to Julian, who is now free to do whatever he wants, starting things off by drawing some cards, and you can see Willie shaking his head. He has no reason to pick up his cards. He has been in a similar spot before, right in the finals of the NAWCQ, where everyone thought that he had lost that game 3, but I don't think Julian wants to give him that ticket to the finals. I'm sure we both know, looking at each other, as you can see, they are sharing some few words.
Add the copy of Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove that's immediately going to be summoned. Oh, but it's the same type as Typhon. Can't do that just yet.
And for Julian is just growing,
growing. Willie's at 3,900. He has a lot of damage on the field already.
And
he's just going to go to battle phase. And Julian wins our first semi-final match. He will be in the finals with the K9 Vanquish Soul deck.
Unbelievable performance. As you can see, great hug between these two players, and give it up for Willie as well. What a weekend, what a performance. But you can see just how much this matters for Julian. What a crowd going crazy, and him rightfully so hyping it up. What a performance and what a showcase. As you can see, driving some chants from the crowd.
Taking it away.
This is amazing.
That was pretty awesome to see.
Absolutely.
So many fans for our North America finalist
here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's awesome to see, and you know, big congratulations to Julian.
Absolutely.
Played excellent.
Played out of his mind. At once again, you know, to lose out the first game and then add that comeback. It seems like a recurring theme all across this weekend, and it did not fail us. Of course, here, even in Game 3, had to stare down the opening from Willy, which looks absolutely amazing. So many trap cards were there. Solemn Judgment, Impulse, Impermanence, plus the Yummy combo. And in the end, sometimes the Vanquish Soul deck just does its thing.
Yeah, you say never count Willy out, but I think it may be time.
I mean, there can be only one.
Finally.
Just called it there. I mean, there can only be one world champion. There can only be one in your deck, and there can only be one Julian. And now he is here in the finals. And he's going to have to face, you know, whoever the EU representative is going to be.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a match it truly was. Game one, starting off with those combos, trying his best to fight back, but in the end, you know, the execution has been flawless, I feel like, from Willy, for sure. One of the best players this weekend, and I think in the end, he was the one who took Yummy to the highest placement, and unfortunately, that means Willy, that I am the only one who has a chance at getting the prediction right, as Julian moves on to the finals with this K9 Vanquish Soul deck, but it's still far from over.
You know, I think Vanquish Soul is batting 100 when they open up with Holly Sue here. It feels like if they have it in their hand, they're winning the game most of the time. If they don't draw it, it's a completely different story.
Absolutely, but it seems like today Julian has been throwing quite a bit. Maybe not so much yesterday, given that, again, that streak continues of the X3 player, then completely smashing the competition in Top Cut.
Came in 8th place, but now in the finals could end up in 1st place at the end of the tournament after everything is said and done.
Yeah, he's finally got as many wins as Yuna got yesterday. You only need so many wins to win the World Championships. And yeah, only one more standing in between him and the championship. And then now we can see the other side, the matchup we're about to have. I'm so excited for it.
Absolutely, as Billy already mentioned, on the other side of the semifinals, we are going to have an all-European top 4 between Tom and Rosalie to find out who is advancing against Julien. And regardless, I think we are going to have 2 amazing matches remaining for the World Championship here in Paris. It's getting real, I mean.
Yeah, definitely. And we're flipping to the other side of the spectrum here. We saw 2 of the top meta contenders, the 2 top expected decks going into this tournament, facing off against each other. This time, we're going to be seeing the 2 meta call decks, the anti-meta strategies, the ones they brought these decks to counter Yummy, to counter Vanquish Soul, but they're going to have to face off against each other before they get to take on the Vanquish Soul K9 deck.
Yeah, we're going to see Julian. He's probably going to be doing a lot of reading in between this. You know, brush up, revise, have a look at the feature match, see what you're playing against, because he's got to make sure he's super familiar with all of those cards. Doesn't want to make any mistakes. Doesn't want to let his Cyber Dragon Infinity get fused away. Doesn't want anything like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he's going to be, depending on the result, quite a different finals. Because on the one hand, I mean, the Sky Striker deck, I feel like, is very well positioned against, you know, the K9 interruptions, and in general, you're not really going to use many, you know, end or graveyard effect, especially as we have seen Rosalie, the masterclass, let's say, against Kristona, never using the graveyard effects to, you know, just make that Izuna so much worse, and I think we could expect a similar performance. On the other end, Lunalights, what do we think?
I mean, this is the toughest matchup for Rosalie, I think, in the entire tournament. The Sky Striker strategy, relying on a lot of cards like Raigeki, spell cards to remove your opponent's field, and then be able to like finish the game through controlling it. And that strategy just does not line up well into the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, Lunalight's such a unique deck. You need to have specific answers for it. And you can bet after this weekend, everyone going to locals, you know, they're going to be like, let me just put some kaijus in. Let me put something in.
Lava Golems, Seer Modes in the side decks. But when you're not prepared for it, that's when it's going to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it did get Rosalie earlier on, because we'll get more into it, of course, before the start of the second semifinal, but they have played against one another yesterday, and Tom did come out victorious, so of course he must be feeling confident, and also quite the close semifinal in his own, where he also had to do, you know, that comeback, but it's happening.
Yeah, and just because, you know, that's the way the matchup went in Swiss, things could go differently here. We know that Yuna took on Julian in Swiss and was able to defeat him, but then Julian got that revenge and won in top 8 actually here in day 2. So you really never know how it's going to play out, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for the Sky Striker duelist.
Yeah, I was chatting to Rosalie. She said exactly the same thing. She said, I really don't want to play against that. I think that seems to be the theme. No one wants to play against this Lunar deck. It's so scary. People aren't prepared. People don't necessarily even now know the full extent of his deck list, all the tech cards that he's running.
But yeah, anyways, as mentioned, we have 2 more matches for you guys. But before we do that, I think as deservingly as Julian is of an applause, we'll go back to him for his post-match interview.
And ladies and gentlemen, I am here right now with our first finalist, Julian, who just won his semifinal in a very convincing way. Julian, congratulations for that.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, how do you feel right now? Tell us, you are just one step away from the world title.
I would say I'm on top of the world, but that will be very soon.
So you are very confident. You think that you're gonna take it all?
That's what I came here to do.
I mean, I saw you, I've seen you during the last days, and I saw you very confident, always very calm, and in the games it is pretty much the same thing, that you are focused, you are in the zone. Do you feel any stress?
If I do, I've pressed it all down and it'll come out at the end. But for now, no, stay calm, stay focused, that's the goal. Job's still not done.
And it works absolutely well. How did it feel to win this semi-final in front of the European crowd, especially the French one for you?
It felt great, it felt great. At the end, I don't know if you heard, but we were singing On est en finale, which just means that we're in the finals. It's a classic French chant for like football and all that stuff.
Absolutely, and we saw that the crowd was just cheering for you during the entire final. I don't know, because you are in the game, of course, and you are focused on your plays, but did you hear all the people behind you?
Like during the match, actually, we can't hear anything with the headsets. But like walking onto the stage, I heard everyone cheering, and that like honestly, like that's a huge help. So thanks to everyone for that. And I'll be waiting for you guys in the finals.
So you know what to do during the finals if you want to cheer for Julian. But yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about your matchup, because you were against Willy, who was playing the Yummy strategy, while you are playing the Vanquish Soul strategy. How do you feel in this matchup? I mean, this matchup is very special, I guess, because you are playing the K9 card, and the K9 card are not triggered by the Yumi strategy, because of course they don't activate any effect from the hand or the graveyard. But do you feel confident against this strategy?
So I feel pretty confident against that strategy. I think that if I win the dice roll, I'm like almost always winning game 1, because my engine is really good into board breakers, and that's what he's playing, right? If I lose the die roll, it becomes a little more dicey, but post side, I adjust my deck in order for it to become actually more favorable into the Yummy matchup.
So you are, I mean, pretty confident considering the fact that you win the dice roll, but this time it was a bit more difficult because you didn't have the chance to just express yourself, especially during the game 1. We have a few clips that I'm going to show you, and the first one will just showcase that, because yeah, you have to face a full field of Yummy, and we saw that your deck can struggle in that position, right?
Yeah, so I lost the dice roll here. I opened like 0 hand interactions. I opened 2 Jokels. Nothing that I could literally not interact with him at all on his turn. And then I top deck the Trap, which can be decent if I can push through the board a little bit. But you can see he has 2 Heralds. So I set one, and I'm like, I'm not going to waste any time. Just stay focused, and I'm just going to admit defeat.
Yeah, we saw that. You just tried to enter battle phase and to try to hit the Herald, but all of a sudden there is the destruction of the Dr. Madlove, and then you just set 2 cards and give it up, basically.
So pretty much if he didn't have the Star Ham to Reborn there, I can make Rock and add back the Madlove, set Trap, and you won't have a Herald. But the fact that he has such easy access to the Herald.
It was a bit too much for you for this one. So you were just 0-1 against him. How did you feel at that moment? Because it must be a bit scary, you know?
Yeah, so at that moment, I was a little bit just like worried. I saw evenly match in his deck, right? Which is fine. Honestly, if he loses his battle phase, I can just keep my Trap. He's down to 5 cards. I can handle that with like the Holy Suit in my hand and all that stuff to Caesar. Still would have a lot of disruption through those kind of cards. So yeah, so I wasn't too worried at that point. I was more worried about game 3. Having to go second into the deck again. However, like I said before, my side deck was made to just kind of transform my deck into a strategy that works into that deck. Like I was taking out like all the Izunas and all that stuff because they're completely useless in that matchup.
Yeah, that's what you usually do, absolutely. And we're going to see that in a few seconds. But first of all, we are going to watch the second clip where, I mean, you went first and you told us about that. The hand of Wilfredo was absolutely insane, to be honest. I mean, he had talent, lightning storm. He also had some interruption against you. He even drew the droplet for turn. But still, you made a pretty decent field, to be honest. And you managed to win the game. Could you tell us how you can just hold the strategy against all those going second cards?
Yeah, so the first thing is you'll notice I have Ash in my hand and he used Song of the Dominators. I like thought about it for a second and I was like, okay, if he has Purge, it could be tough. But Ash is actually really good against this deck. Like when they go first, it's not that good. But when they go second into your board, Ash is really strong, stopping things like Talon Straw 2, Thrust, you know, what's it called? Obedience School.
Obedience School.
Yeah, Obedience School. All those cards are really strong, and I was thinking that the Ash would be stronger. Then like I'd be assuming that he has Purge. That was where like ashing that would be good because my field spell would just get popped, but that didn't matter. So yeah, it was good. I just kind of like put him on better half Purge and then just combo from there. And then again, his disruptions like droplets. He doesn't have enough cards to send for it. Like he has to negate this guy, this guy, this guy. This guy searches. Like I have so much. I still have also in my hand, you know, the Caesar and everything. And my guys now can't be destroyed by card effects. Like,
yeah, absolutely. So this is literally too much, and we could see that on his face. He was like, I have to negate something, but he didn't even know what to negate because there was literally too much.
Yeah.
And then we are heading to the game 3, and the game 3 was absolutely amazing because, as you just said, you went second and you adapted your strategy. So how do you do to just go into a full Yumi board?
So a full Yumi board is really tough. Honestly, that's the strategy is to not let them get there. So I was citing in cards like more hand interactions pretty much to not let them do that. And I also cited the there can only be one because that card, if you can not even fully break the board, like you saw, I didn't fully break the board, but I put him in a position to where he didn't have 2 monsters on the field because if he had 2, he can surprise bounce my there can only be one, and that'd be really bad. So my goal, because I at that point I knew everything. He didn't even draw off Cupsy, he searched follow-up. So my goal at that point was just to put him on 1 monster, and then I'd have the 1 disruption, which should be enough with the Tika, there can only be one.
Absolutely, and we will see that in the clip 3, you had a pretty good hand, to be honest, because we see that you just activated the Fuvalos, which is a pretty good card if it resolves, because it doesn't let you to go through their whole entire field, and you also had the Holy Issue, which is such a threat in this matchup.
Yeah, so here, I forced him to use a surprise so that he, like, I can't just like summon pop and then he'll have literally nothing. So I forced him to use a surprise, which is good. Get 1 disruption out of his hand. Then if you see his hand is double Purge, Imperm, Judgment.
Yeah.
When he discards for the search, the Purge, this tells me it's like obviously it's easy information, right? It's at worst Purge. So it's either Purge or Judgment pretty much because he wants to turn his Purge into a Super Purge or it's a Judgment. So at that point I had a good read, which is why I didn't want to waste one of my Raisins in my deck. So I went for Jiaolong to add because I couldn't really pop anything because he had the Synchro monster up. But I wasn't worried about that.
And the read was really good. When I saw the game, I was actually wondering if you read that correctly, and you actually did wonders on this one.
Yeah, so the other thing, I'm pretty sure at that point I have there can be only in my hand. And that's my win condition here is to like threaten him to use Purge from the hand. That way, like you saw, he holds it, right? That way he's locked out of SP, which is like one of his 2 outs to my card.
Absolutely, and we're going to see that during the next clip. You will just activate the There Can Be Only One, and this card, I mean, yeah, this is absolutely amazing. But first of all, you literally just baited the Judgment with the normal Summon Ryzen, and it was pretty sure that he was gonna activate the Judgment there. And on the next clip, you are going to activate the There Can Be Only One, and if it doesn't out There Can Be, I mean, this is it. So when you saw the There Can Be Only One in your hand, what did you think? Did you think that, I mean, you had a great chance to go to the finals?
Yeah, I thought that at that point, because I was like, if I have that card in my hand and he full combos me, like it's gonna be useless, right? But I have to draw my cards in combinations in order to be able to win anyways. So my goal there was just like I said before, break the board as much as possible, reduce him to 1 monster, Zero if possible. Zero is hard because he has the Akroki, which
Yeah.
if I remove a monster by card effect, it'll just, you know, get summoned another one. That's why I didn't Typhon Bounce, because Typhon Bounce was just giving him a monster on the field and an extra monster in hand, so there was no point to do that.
Absolutely, and you did absolutely wonderful in that, and he couldn't just get rid of the Zero can be only one, and we are going to see during the last clip that you just built your entire field and you were just able to win the entire game. I mean, the feeling must be absolutely amazing. I see that even right now. You are so happy. But there will be only one last game after that. How do you feel? Do you feel very confident? I saw that you were confident, but I mean,
Yeah, I'm confident. I'm
are
ready
you
to
gonna
do
take it
One
all?
more. One more. One more. One more.
And
Let's
I
do it.
mean, for the crowd is going to be probably behind you because, of course, I mean, this is a French and European crowd. But yeah, for you at home and for you in the crowd, we are going to see the second semifinal really soon. Guys, take it all.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. We have now secured one of our finalists for the grand final, but it's time to find out who is going to be our next finalist. So let's introduce your duelists. Your red duelist, Roselli Angelica! And your blue duelist, Tom Kleiderkober! Both of our duelists from Europe are now sat here ready, but only one of them can make their way into that grand final, and we're very excited to see all the action that's about to happen in this next match. Best of luck to the two of you. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through our last semi-final feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to us as well to the second semi-final of the 2025 World Championship. What amazing duelists have come together all the way from the European regions. We are gonna have a clash between two of the duelists who were also at the semi-finals of the EU WCQ in Berlin.
That's right. Two of the most unique decks that we had in the tournament made it all the way to top 4, but now one of them can only advance beyond this point. Is it going to be Lunalight or is it going to be Sky Striker?
Yeah, this is definitely the most hype of the semi-finals. Everyone loves to see the meta decks compete. Everyone likes to see which one's going to come out on top. But I think secretly, everyone loves to see the underdog. We've just seen Joey getting a new pair of shoes, the underdog, and we have two underdogs, the Sky Striker and the Lunalights.
I mean, they've had an incredible run throughout yesterday. And as we've mentioned, after the rounds, but even not only after the full 7 rounds, they were consistently alongside Yuna in the top 3 spots, and that was the ending of the standings. So what an amazing run. In the end, it was Tom defeating Rosalie already in Swiss. Can we have another revenge arc now? Obviously, it's gonna be quite the unique matchup, because on the one end, we are gonna see a deck that is built to go second. The deck from Rosalie, consistently able to out and even close the duel on turn 1 while going second. But on the other end, we have the scariest combo deck.
Definitely. And me and Tom, we were just discussing this during the break, how this matchup is going to play out. And I think Rosalie might have to adapt her strategy in this matchup. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. It's sort of incidental. Both of these decks, but built to face other decks. They're not really built to face each other. So this matchup is probably entirely hypothetical. I can't imagine either of them have tested it all that much. But from what Rosalie was telling me about it, it seems like it's going to be quite a tough one for her, at least. That's her opinion.
Yeah, but while she's been choosing to go second throughout this tournament and kind of design the deck that way, the only chance she really has at defeating the Lunalight strategy, maybe she'll be choosing to go first here?
Yeah, almost certainly, because the Sky Striker deck, she's got nothing. She's got no way to stop her opponent from setting up that powerful Liger Dancer. So if she can't, stop it when she goes second, she has to go first and stop it that way.
Yeah, at least maybe something like a Widow Anchor on a Lunalight Gold Leo might just be enough, but we're going to have to find out. It's really going to come down to this die roll, because she's going to need to go first at least 2 times, potentially. I mean, there's always a chance that Tom doesn't get access to that Lunalight Tiger Dancer, but that's a tall order.
But yeah, I totally agree with you that cards like, those Book of Eclipse, Raigeki, Forbidden Droplet, they're amazing against other decks going second. They might just be alright going first, and I think she has to probably go for that plan. And sometimes it's all about, adapting quickly to what you see, and that might be the way out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what happens a lot of times in the tournament. You build your deck to do a certain thing, but then some unexpected strategies show up, and it's all about being able to adapt on the fly and use your skill as a duelist. And I mean, these duelists are in the top 4 of the World Championship, 4 of the best players of the entire year here, and only one of them will be able to advance to the finals to take on Julian in his K9 Vanquish Soul strategy.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a lot of thinking going in on Rosalie's side, and Tom also is going to have to adapt what he's going to do. If he's going second into the Sky Striker field, what is there? He's got to think about how he's going to play through those interruptions. We see him on feature matches using these powerful cards like Book of Eclipse, like Dark Ruler No More, like Caught by the Grave, but I don't think they're really going to affect Rosalie at all, so also a tough one for him.
And they had quite the journey to be here, and even today, as we got to see them in action in their quarterfinals, it was quite the opposite results, with Tom having to battle through 3 incredible games where it really was down to the wire, and it could have gone either way. On the other end, though, Rosalie knocking out that Crystron duelist in Isaias, and with a 2-0 score. It might have lasted a long time, but
when you said it was 2-0,
yeah.
I was like, no, we're in game 3, surely. But
absolutely not. It was a long 2-0, and as you've mentioned, the epic chicken game between the two.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup, but I mean, we really saw Tom showcase why Lunalight is a great pick going into a deck like Yummy. Even if you can't get to Liger Dancer, just summoning that Lunalight Leo Dancer and having that powerful effect to just wipe out the entire enemy's field, just fantastic.
Yeah, that Leo Dancer was really not a card I had on my bingo to see this weekend, but then again, neither was Sky Striker taking it all the way to the semi-final, so it just goes to show anything can happen.
Yep, definitely. You always got to keep an eye out on for what everyone else is playing, but you got to keep an eye out on so many different strategies now with the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being played, because anything can really show up, especially in a tournament like the World Championship, which has its own unique format, and it's only 27 players, so you have to really kind of account for things that you might not know about.
Yeah, and this is exactly the case. I mean, there was some confusion even in the interviews about, you know, the deck breakdown of the top 8. Some players thought that it was going to be a second Malice deck next to Yuna. In reality, that was Rosalie's Sky Striker deck, pure, that we are finally saw in the last round in the semi-final. And now it's going to be all between these two, as you can see, sharing some laughs. They know themselves very well. They did not clash, just like the previous duelist in the semi-final of the EU WCQ, but they were both there, and in the end it was Rosalie advancing to the finals that time around, and then facing off against Lorenzo Muselli in the finals. Can she do a repeat? Can she also advance to the final or the World Championship? Or is Tom gonna have a chance to advance to his third personal final in his career?
And I gotta say it, you said advance. Both of these decks got a huge boost in Duelist Advance. I mean, I can't point out Sky Striker, Ace Zero, Lunalight Liger Dancer, all the Lunalight cards. Duelist Advance definitely had an impact, and it's here in the top 4 of the World Championship.
But again, and I think they both are deserving of one applause from the crowd. We are gonna jump right into the first game of the second semi-final. Let's go to the table. Here they are, and let's see this die roll. It's a 2 from Tom, matched by a 4 from Rosalie. And there goes the handshake. Let's see.
I think Rosalie chose to go first.
Yeah, possibly willingly for the first time this weekend.
Almost a necessity here to win that die roll.
And I think that is the case indeed. She's gonna go first. Are we gonna see some engages?
Well, we see at least a Rose that can get you a Sky Striker link.
And there is engage!
Sky Striker, mobilize, engage.
This is the card that just doesn't go away. Mobilize, engage. We've seen it in so many finals throughout the years.
Ooh, multi-roll.
A multi-roll, another throwback, not one of the newer cards, but the old cards working perfectly well together in combination. It's amazing to see, Billy, because on the one hand, you said that these are the Duelist Advance decks, so is Duelist Advance against Justice
Hunters. Second engage! Wow.
Indeed, these duelists are advancing, and Rosalie is advancing with another copy of Engage to add the Sky Striker maneuvers, Widow Anchor.
And let's keep count of the number of spells. I think it's just 1.
Okay, well, Charmy follows.
Interesting timing for that Fuvalos, and we might see a response on this from Rosalie.
Yeah, was seeing a card in the hand for Rosalie, but will she choose to use it now?
I mean, this is tough. You don't want to give any draws to
And
the
there is
It's
called by. Not only does it stop the Fuvalos, but it puts a third spell card in the graveyard, and with this Rose, now we can access that Kagari, possibly to get one of the engages back, and that is going to be all right for Tom. We have not used the effect of the multi-roll, which can protect all of our spell cards, as well as sending the third to the graveyard. So let's see whether Rosalie wants to do that.
God, this is going almost all the way back to 2020, this opening field. I mean, the Rose a little bit older than that, but these engages and multi-rolls, this is just classic Sky Striker gameplay right now.
But not quite. She skips on the effect of multi-roll, going directly for this engage that is not gonna give her a draw quite yet, but is gonna get one of those important spells, recovering a lot of the advantages. We have seen it plenty of times already in the previous round, and there it is, the Lemnis Gate.
Yeah, one of this fantastic new cards. Lemnis Gate can recycle your cards whilst interrupting the opponent, bouncing a number of cards. And here we go in the end phase. We're going to see the Shizuku. Shizuku going to be able to get linkage and presumably use in the end phase and rank up into the new Sky Striker equals 0.
And there it is, the linkage coming down and getting more spells that then can be set due to that multi-roll in the end phase, possibly, even though we are already in the end phase.
Yeah, what is that a set now? You've filled up the spell and trap zone already, so maybe we just go ahead get an engage for the next turn. And let's see what Tom has. Oh, another copy of Widow Anchor.
So going to use the Widow Anchor on her own card and then reset it with the multi-roll. So now she has Widow Anchor, and the Limits Gate.
Yeah, maximum disruption right now.
And this is the way you have to play this matchup. Just trying to stop Lunalight in every which way. Tom is already down a card since that Flawless was stopped by Call to the Grave. He will be drawing to 5 cards in hand, but at least 3 forms of interaction. We'll have to see if Tom has some high impact cards. Even just like 1 copy of Heavy Polymerization could just end the duel essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and we have seen this Call by the Grave that have been important for Roselle to negate the Fuvalos, not giving free draws to Tom. Can he fight back, or as she find a way around this unfortunate matchup?
What is there for Tom? We've been seeing him play these field-breaking cards, but do any of them include Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm? You've got to think those are the cards that you desperately want in your hands right now. Who needs to answer that field of monsters when there's 5 cards in the Spell and Trap card zones?
And yeah, as you can see, asked to look at the graveyard, but there are more than 3 spells in there, meaning all of the additional effects are alive, and we start things off with that Luna Light Masquerade.
Yep, this card lets Tom send a Luna Light monster from the deck to the graveyard. It also has some other effects which are pretty cool that will involve polymerization and being able to use the materials from your graveyard potentially later on in the turn, but it's a good way to get things started because you're able to send Luna Light Silverhound to the graveyard, which will special summon a Luna Light monster from the deck.
And as you said, Billy, this Leo is a super important piece of the puzzle for the Luna Light deck, but there's so many ways just to negate it. At least 2 Widow Anchors face down for Rosalie, plus some more cards.
All right, Luna Light Gold Leo's coming down, and this is surely going to prompt maybe the Widow Anchor that is known. Yep.
And there comes the Widow Anchor. I mean, Tom rightfully so will ever read at it. When there are 3 spells, you can also take control of the Gold Leo, but that would shut down. And here we have a response
Chain
of
Book
the Book of Eclipse.
He wants to resolve this Gold Leo effect.
This is a very niche interaction, but if you chain the other Widow Anchor, it would in fact do nothing in this case. So very wise for Rosalie not to do it, because cards being set sort of releases them from any effects that we're applying to them, like effect negation or Widow Anchor.
Really
Unlike
good
cards
note.
being sent to the graveyard is a very strange one, but you gotta know these things if you want to become the world champion.
And definitely looks like Rosalie no, not even thinking about it for a second. Now, what is Tom going to want to add? He can add and send a Yellow Martin, and that would allow him to access a Luna Light spell from the deck if he has something like Luna Light Fusion he's trying to dig for. And this is indeed going to be Luna Light Yellow Martin. Now, yep, going for the Luna Light Fusion, just as it seemed like he was going to do. Because Rosalie does control a monster special summon from the extra deck. This could be an easy way to cheat out a Luna Light Fusion monster.
Got to keep in mind, though, Rosalie can always chain that Rose as she's gonna, sorry, the 0.
And there's Tom and the Called by the Grave.
But wait.
That's his signature card.
There is in the graveyard that Lemniscate. Can we just return the Rose to the extra deck?
Looks like you're right. That is what Rosalie's going to do. Going to banish the Sky Striker Ace 0, so it's not going to be able to be banished from the Called by the Grave, so the effect will resolve.
And that's a great call, as mentioned, Tom, and that means we are resolving it indeed.
So many tricks this Sky Striker deck has up its sleeve. Gonna get to summon a Rose and a Ray, and put the Lemniscate in the graveyard as well. 1 extra trigger effect, and take away any extra deck monsters from the field.
We can't resolve the fusion, yeah. That's big, no more Luna Lights.
No more Lunalights potentially. Roselli can't activate Widow Anchor anymore. But he does have the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which can already summon itself by returning the Masquerade. But Lunalight Perfume is huge. That's going to bring back a Lunalight monster. It's also going to let him search for a Lunalight monster from the deck, something like Lunalight Tiger. And Lunalight Tiger in combination with Lunalight Yellow Martin, as you mentioned earlier, Marcello, is the old school Lunalight combo pieces. And now he still has access to, he has Lunalight Black Sheep as well. So he's gonna be able to discard it to add either back a Lunalight monster or a polymerization from the deck to the hand.
What is this card Rosalie is thinking about? She's already used her copy of Fall by the Grave.
I mean, an incredible effort for sure, but Tom also trying to use some of his tricks, and we are going to be using this Ray.
Ray is going to be sent to the graveyard to special summon Sky Striker Ace Kagari with her own effect. The Black Sheep will resolve, adding polymerization from the deck to the hand. Now Kagari's effect will activate on summon. Tom taking another look at that Rose to make sure he knows all the effects. Don't want to overlook anything here in the top 4 of the World Championship. And Sky Striker Mobilize Engage will return to Roselli's hand.
She's going to have all this follow-up for next turn if only she can make it there. And we're going to trigger here the Lemniscate, allowing her to perform a Link Summon.
Trying to clear that main monster zone of any monsters so she will be able to use her Sky Striker maneuvers. And Chain Forbidden Droplet, that's the card we didn't know.
Wow.
But the Gold Leo's effect already activated earlier, but Gold Leo has the second effect. If a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, it can add back to the hand, and it's going to be a Link Summon for Zeke.
My goodness, more engages coming back to the hand.
That's
Zeke,
crazy.
Yeah, gonna banish this Leo.
It's still, I don't know if it's gonna be enough though, because Tom has so many plays still to happen. He has the Perfume to add and discard to get access to Tiger. Tiger can bring back another monster. He has the Yellow Martin, but losing that Gold Leo was an important level 4 monster that Tom needed.
Indeed, but we have yet one more face down card from Rosalie. It's gonna be the crucial one.
I think we know. I think it's a Widow Anchor. I think it was searched at the very beginning of Rosalie's turn. Let's see if
I do
Tom
think it
can
is.
remember that as well.
Because she did set a second copy with the Shizuku, so that should very well be.
So the Perfume is going to be banished, discarding that polymerization.
We're going to be able to bring back 3 monsters here in combination if you search.
This is tough.
Tiger Dancer.
The only level 4 monster is the Yellow Martin. Yeah, he has to go for Lunalight Wolf. He might be using this Lunalight Wolf just to go into Perfume Dancer. I think that is what is going to be happening here. Going to have to banish the 2 Silver Hounds, or the Silver Hound and the Black Sheep. But you want to keep that Silver Hound in the graveyard if you can. But yeah, Lunalight Wolf, special summoning Perfume Dancer. Perfume Dancer will be adding another Lunalight Perfume, but that's going to prompt the Widow Anchor.
There goes the Widow Anchor, the last line of defense, taking this Perfume Dancer.
And the Masquerade, or no, sorry, the monster he used for the material is adding back the polymerization.
I think
Or was it the Masquerade? It was the
yeah.
Masquerade. Okay, it was the Masquerade adding it back.
The Masquerade, he's going to get a few monsters in play, but can he make anything? Can he get 2 level 4s? There aren't any fantastic Link monsters in the Lunalight theme, so
he needed that. He really needed the search there for the Perfume. So heads up play for Roselli using the Widow Anchor on the Perfume Dancer.
using every interruption available to her.
And Tom knows the 1 card in hand is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Is there any card, any other card it could be against Sky Striker?
Usually not, usually not.
Ooh, and we see a shuffle,
is he
and this
ending the
might
turn?
be end if that is getting returned to the field. I can only
And then
assume.
the Gold Leo comes back at the end phase that was banished by the Sky Striker Zeke.
So it's the end phase. Rosalie has managed to keep that aggression at bay. And now she gets a full turn with that engage already in end. Wow.
With the Zeke as well. Does the Zeke set kind of be link summoned with or something like this? Or you can just use it and make another Kagari, get back another engage.
No, it doesn't really have any restriction of that kind.
I mean, this is what we talked about. This is a tough matchup for Sky Striker, but if Rosalie was able to win the die roll and set up multiple layers of interactions as she did, she's had to play it exactly this way to put herself in a position to steal this game #1 in this tough matchup.
Yeah, she's been stealing monsters, and maybe it will be enough to steal the game. So many interruptions she was able to set up, plus that one piece of follow-up for the next turn, which will be critical.
No Ash Blossom. The engage is going to add a linkage, and she will definitely be able to draw a card.
Absolutely. Engage resolving once more. As mentioned, there is no time. This duel can go all the way to game 3 safely.
Yeah, I think so many players have been in this situation before. We know what is about to happen. We're going to activate engage. We're going to draw a card. We're going to add back the engage and play it again and draw another card. And one card in hand will suddenly become 4, 5, 6 almost overnight.
And it's a foolish burial goods. Interesting inclusion in the deck. Just gonna be a sort of Upster Goblin with the Metalfoe Fusion.
Hey, shout out to Metalfoe's Fusion for all the Metalfoe's fans out there. It's funny, these are the two decks that can play Foolish Burial Goods. Sometimes you see it in Lunalight as well, being able to send down Lunalight Perfume.
Yeah, you have some interesting options. Can always, send an engage to get it back with Kagari, as well as maybe, if it's in their Black Gold Lofts. So it's definitely an interesting power spell. And let's take a look at this other draw.
Yeah, I really love it.
And it's the engage!
Engage into engage! We're so back!
Oh, wow. The last copy of engage in deck hand has been picked up.
She shuffled it back in. Tom has had someone draw 3 engages against him in the previous feature match, but I think in this one it's going to be a little tougher to cope with.
These judges just giving these favorable shuffles here
yeah.
to Rosalie, and see what it's going to be the next draw off the engage. We still haven't seen the Kagari just yet that you're talking about, but going to use Zeke's effect first to send... Oh, she drew the Metalfoe Fusion. Small victory for Tom.
Indeed. Now, as mentioned, she has used the effect of Zeke sending the Metalfoe Fusion to reduce by 1,000 the attack of the Perfume Dancer, so that it could be attacked over. And now we are going to use that linkage to special summon even more link monsters.
Yeah, here comes presumably the 0. Having used already a multi-roll. Oh, she's going to add the 0 back.
Yeah, the linkage goes back to the end. Not quite the engage. I guess prioritizing this battle presence.
Now the Kagari is going to attack over the Lunalight Gold Leo, sending it straight to the graveyard. You want to get this Yellow Martin off the field because it will be banished, and then once it's gone, it's gone. But that is why she added back the linkage, because the battle phase is still happening. This quick play Sky Striker secret maneuver is going to summon Hayate. Hayate is going to attack over the Yellow Martin. Yep, and now Yellow Martin is banished, and that's devastating for Lunalights. And another copy of linkage is going to turn Hayate into the 0 you were talking about, Tom. And then another linkage is going to bring out Shizuku and go for game. Does Tom, he's trying to figure it out, run the numbers, do the math. Rosalia's already done it, and she's taken game 1.
Wow.
Incredible. We talked about it. She had to adapt. She knew this was a tough matchup, had to win that die roll, and played it perfectly. Got as many interruptions as she possibly could, down to the multi-roll, down to searching the Widow Anchor, using it on your own monster, resetting it with the multi-roll. That's kind of a classic Sky Striker play, right?
Oh, this is classic. This is just classic Sky Striker. We're seeing Upstart Goblins. We're seeing Foolish Burial Goods, send Metal Foes Fusion, use all of my cards, just about stop you from doing anything on your turn, and then on my turn, I'm going to play Engage, I'm going to draw Engage, I'm going to draw Engage, and then I'm going to summon a bunch of monsters.
I'm going to use Linkage, I'm going to use Linkage, and I'm going to use a third copy of Linkage again. Just absolutely incredible.
Incredible show by her. We have mentioned it sometimes. What is key is the ability to adapt quickly to whatever you have not planned before the event, and this has been it. And I feel by far this was the most important game, because once you move to the side decks, you can take some of those going second cards away. As we have seen in the quarterfinal, she's also on Solemn Judgments, and those are gonna help out slow Tom down in the third game. So even if Tom now goes, you know, uninterrupted, she will get a chance at going first again and doing the same thing.
Yep, that's why that die roll was so important. But we've been talking about it all weekend. A lot of players not expecting Luna Light, but unfortunately there's some overlap cards in a lot of players' side decks that are also still useful against the Luna Light strategy. Something like Droll and Lockbird could potentially be coming in. Artifact Lancia if the players were still respecting Malice, but Artifact Lancia, while it is good, not necessarily like a game ender against the Luna Light strategy.
No, for sure, but obviously the cards that are game enders is that Luna Light Liger Dancer, so I feel like we haven't actually seen Tom summon it yet, maybe hardly at all on these features, but...
I don't think so. Not today for sure.
Yeah, he had to get through that whole previous top 8 without summoning it once, but it is the card that ends the game when it hits the field, so will we see it hit the field? I don't really know what Rosalie has in her deck to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a bit of luckiness there, because if Tom just happened to draw something like Heavy Polymerization, just activating that right away to summon a Liger Dancer from the beginning, that could spell disaster.
Absolutely, but we'll see. Right now, going first, obviously, that's not as much of an option, given that the bonus effect is usually activated when you go second.
Right, not for this
On
game.
his own, he will just try to do his thing. We have seen that she has decided not to include that many, you know, end interactions in her own deck, so we can just assume Tom will be pretty much free to do whatever he wants. The deck has been quite consistent throughout. We have seen him suffer sometimes, you know, even from a single infinite impermanence, but if you're not facing any, I think the deck hardly breaks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try and jinx it, but, you know, as a Luna Light player myself, there's definitely some hands you can draw that are still some awkward. Even with so many starters, you could open up with something like Luna Light Wolf, Luna Light Tiger, without any other monsters in combination with some other cards. So it's not just a guaranteed thing that since Tom is going first, he's going to have access to a Liger Dancer, but there are a lot of chances for him to draw some of those powerful cards like Fire Formation Tinky, Luna Light Gold Leo, Luna Light Masquerade. There's plenty of options for him to look for here.
Yeah, and she's not the only one playing, I guess, Foolish Burial Goods. That also is a great starter for the Luna Light deck, potentially sending that Perfume. And we could totally be seeing that once more here for Tom, as he will try to tie the score up and get us to yet another game 3 in the semifinal. I think it's absolutely fitting. So now let's find out whether Tom has what it takes to take the semifinal to game 3. Our players are ready. Let's go back to the table.
All right, Tom's time to start things off.
That is a handful of spells for Rosalie. Could this be the shortest feature match we've had so far this weekend?
And there it is, as mentioned, that Foolish Burial Goods, but this time for Tom.
Yep, so this is step 1. He has a playable card in his hand. That's really all he needs to get to where he needs to be. Being able to send, okay, he's going to send the Serenade Dance, probably a card that was cited in. A lot of Luna Light players don't main deck this card, but will put it in when they're going first.
Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense. This is a card that's slightly weak if you draw it, but having those extra options for extending your plays is a fantastic thing to have going first. So you got to discard a card and banish it from your grave, and then you can just summon a Luna Light straight from your deck. Seems to be a bit of a theme, with the Gold Leo doing exactly the same thing, but adding and then discarding.
Yeah, and drawing both copies of Foolish Burial Goods here. Makes sense, easy choice for a discard, but as we can expect, Rosalie not really to interact with Tom. He's free to set up these combos, and we have seen already throughout the previous future matches what the Luna Light deck can do.
Yeah, the end result of this field could potentially be SP Little Knight, Baguska, and a couple copies of Luna Light Liger Dancer, but we're going to see Shohei is going to use the Black Sheep, and then the Leo will add back the Black Sheep.
Yeah, here we are. This is probably
If he chooses.
the first time on stream for Tom to display his full Lunalight combo, where you just need one gold Leo, not even needing a normal summon to do all of this.
Yep, polymerization is going to be used, but going to be sent right back to the hand thanks to the Kaleido Chick. The perfume Dancer is going to add a Lunalight perfume.
Yeah, and as you can see here, Area of Play is adding even more resources from deck to advance this combo.
All Roselli can do here is sit and watch as Tom dances his way to his end field with all these Lunalight cards.
Yeah, this
He's going to use the Masquerade effect, I think, to discard here, so he'll be able to banish from his graveyard later on in this turn for the polymerization. And Lunalight Perfume is next.
Yeah, Tom playing the archetype that's most fitting with the ceremony that we had for this event with those amazing dancers and keeping it up here.
The Kaleido Chick only once each time it is on the field. You'll see its effect happen over and over again. Going to send the Lunalight Leo Dancer to copy the name, but more importantly, putting that fusion in the graveyard for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, it is one of those slightly older cards. You can just use it as many times as it is on the field, rather than only once per turn for the whole card.
Lunalight Tiger, yeah, he's going for the full combo here, bringing back the Black Sheep. The Perfume Dancer is going to return the Tiger to the hand. It's going to be played again to special summon back from the graveyard, bringing back a level 4, and that's going to be the Lunalight Gold Leo. Polymerization is going to be used next, so he's going to use the Black Sheep. All 4 monsters, the Kaleido Chick has the name of Leo Dancer, so it will count to be able to use for the first Liger Dancer.
And here is the card that we have been talking about all weekend, that boss monster in Lunalight Liger Dancer, unaffected by card effects except Lunalight cards, which pretty much makes it not really outable at all unless you're able to make, you know, a Kagari with well, quite a lot of spell cards in the graveyard.
And it looks like a heavy investment, but all those Lunalight monsters have effects when they're sent to the graveyard by card effect. The Kaleido Chick adding back the polymerization, the Black Sheep adding back another Lunalight monster. He still has the perfume in the graveyard that he can banish to search for the Lunalight Wolf that he's missing. He has the Yellow Marten that he hasn't used that can return the Lunalight Tiger. He's going to have the ideal Lunalight field here on this game number 2.
Yeah, here we go. Baguska, I mean, it's normally the icing on the cake with the 2 dancers, but in this case against Skystrike, I don't even see that it does
yeah,
does all that much.
Yeah. Maybe he goes for something different, knowing that potentially, but the Yellow Marten returned the Tiger. The Tiger brought back the Kaleido Chick. The Kaleido Chick's effect is going to be used again to copy another name. Can't quite see what he sent. Maybe we can get that graveyard tidied up just a little bit. Would be nice. And let's see where he goes next.
I think it was a Leo Dancer. So
no, it could have been. Sometimes you send a perfume, but yeah, it probably was a Leo Dancer because you need it in the graveyard for the fusion later on.
We have seen Dugares plenty of times. Is it gonna be again the number 60 Dugares? It seems like it will be, but which effect are we going to be using? I think we are drawing cards. Makes sense.
We were always going to draw here. The Dugares he'll be able to use as a material to summon SP Little Knight later on. Might as well dig a little bit deeper and see if you can get some hand interactions, just in case there's something unexpected from Roselli's side. But even just one Liger Dancer is a tall order for Sky Striker to answer, let alone a couple copies.
Yeah, this was exactly what Rosalie was fearing. I mean, she's no stranger to this, right? She has been watching people play and make their end field all weekend with her Sky Striker deck, happily saying, okay, you do what you're going to do, and I am going to break it. But is this one that she can break?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that strategy. It has been successful in the past and this weekend, but when your opponent, you know, can summon an unaffected monster, that changes quite a bit your plans. And yeah, here it is, Tom not willing to stop, summoning back more as a graveyard full of additional effects, even for next turn if he wishes to do so.
Yep, another copy of Lunalight Perfume, just going to bring back the Kaleido chick yet again. Going to send another monster just to have materials for a fusion summon later on. Since he did use that effect of Lunalight Masquerade, he will be able to banish the materials when he uses polymerization from that graveyard.
And I think we might be going to this SPO. Yep.
So maybe no Baguska here, since usually you usually use Cross Sheep to get to the Baguska. Just going to be okay with a couple copies of Liger Dancer. As you mentioned, Baguska not so strong against Sky Striker.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting this effect of Masquerade, allowing polymerization to fuse from the grave. I love how many themes now like use polymerization just as a kind of part of themselves. You can use it in, for example, the Dracotail deck and this Lunalight deck. All great places for the original polymerization.
One unaffected monster is probably good enough to win against the Sky Striker deck. Might as well summon a second just in case. And
we call it insurance.
Absolutely, I mean. And this has been quite the turn from Tom. We'll see whether Rosalie even is going to attempt to break this field or whether she's just gonna pick up her cards and go into game 3.
Looks like you're gonna play, and it's gonna be that chicken game. We're playing the chicken game here in top 4.
Oh, I absolutely love the fact that they got into a full-on battle of the chicken games in the last top 8 feature match, because you know it's so often the case. You know, this card, you just play it, you pay 1,000, you draw a card, and you carry on with your life and continue doing whatever combos you were doing before. But in this case, it just stayed on the field for like 3 or 4 turns.
It was quite hilarious. Yeah, made for some fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Next up, she's gonna activate Foolish Burial Goods. This is step 1. She's gonna have to fill the graveyard with, what, 10 spells, 13 spells?
I think even more. I mean, depending on it. Just straight up, it would be closer to 20, but then you can maneuver through, you know, with maybe the linkage. It's rough.
But this is the World Championship, so you might as well give it the good try here.
Tom just indicating that he is not allowed to draw a card.
Okay, I was like, is his deck zone locked? I'm not. I still have PTSD from that card. Just watching the zones get locked by the Kashtira deck a couple of years ago.
We are gonna send this Metalful Fusion right back, both of our duelists opening with that card.
Shout outs to Pendulums. I mean, Lunalights have Pendulum monsters, even though they mainly work like continuous spell cards. Quick shuffle here before the draw for the fusion. The judge gave them the Metalful Fusion last time.
But it seems like this time around, an engage is gonna be there for Rosalie, but not as exciting as in the previous game, I'd say. The end is strong, don't get me wrong. Like against any other deck, this would be a strong opener. But she has seen enough and picks up her cards. Not gonna attempt to break this field.
Yeah, 1, Liger Dancer is tough, but 2, almost impossible for the Sky Striker strategy to take care of. You know, other decks in this format have some main deck outs to Liger Dancer, Sky Striker. At least the way it is designed here, this isn't one. It's an anti-meta deck, right? The Rosalie built her deck to take on the top decks, not the unexpected ones. I mean, I know I play Lunalights, and I didn't expect it to be here at the World Championship, so I can't expect a lot of other players either to think that same way.
Yeah, surely not. There is, in fact, an in-theme sort of kaiju-like effect in the Sky Striker deck that you can search out, and Rosalie unfortunately did not have it. So it would have been a super cool card. We saw that.
Camper.
Yeah, we had that similar card as well in the Mitsurugi strategy. Everyone kind of had that one copy in their side deck just in case they needed it too, but unfortunately no Mitsurugis here this weekend as it is a premiere to the TCG.
But I mean, we have added in the past. We could not really get a chance to see some of the side deck cards in action for Rosalie, as she didn't need any, winning 2-0 the quarter final. But now we can just assume she's gonna go first again, and it gets much better than in game one, given that she has some help in the side deck. We have already talked about Solemn Judgment being up there among the usual side deck options, but there is another card which I am really looking forward to seeing in action, and a blast from the past. Yeah, indeed, the only player with that card at this event, but I'm not gonna reveal it quite yet in case we're not gonna see it. But yeah, I think she had the strategy spot on in game one. She's just gonna try to do that again, right?
Yeah, the die roll was huge, and now going first in game number 3. Luna Light is a deck that you can trade 1-for-1 with all your interactions. As long as you're able to stop each and every first action from the Luna Light strategy, there is a chance. And she also showed how much damage that the Sky Striker deck can output here in this matchup. So now that she's going first, there's gonna be a much greater chance that she has to win this game number 3.
Oh, for sure. And we're seeing as well maybe that unfamiliarity for the Sky Striker cards from Tom. He had to battle against them in the first round. And for example, that Call by the Grave, it being answered by that Lemniscate. The Call by the Grave's had a tough time for everyone this weekend. It's been hit with a cluster. It's been hit with a Lemniscate. It's been hit with the second copy of the same card. A little bit of everything with Call by the Grave this weekend. So, and Rosalie also playing it herself. We saw her using it to great effect. And you got to imagine that'd be a very powerful interruption against the Luna Light deck.
Yeah, amazing card going first and amazing card going second. You could tell she was thinking about using it on the Fuvalos, just because it's also an amazing disruption open against, you know, the Luna Light deck itself. But Billy touched on it already. There is also another card that might be relevant, which is that heavy polymerization.
Yeah, it's definitely a key card Tom's going to be looking for going second. If it's not stopped by like something like Solemn Judgment, just being able to immediately get a Liger Dancer on the field could spell disaster for Rosalie.
Yeah, you got to watch out though, because you pay an awful lot of life points, and Sky Striker has that classic card, Sky Striker Ace Hayate, straight from the extra deck, can attack directly for 1500. So if you can sneak that through, a lot of decks, it seems like nowadays, have a little way to do it, just that little bit of extra damage if your opponent's only on 500.
Yeah, and even beyond that, something like, just utilizing like linkage or something in the battle phase for that, surprise Hayate. If the heavy polymerization does come down, it doesn't necessarily mean the game will be over right away, but even still, the Liger Dancer, once it touches down, that's a lot of damage. 3,800 attack. It can attack twice. It can wipe out all your opponent's special summon monsters. It's going to be a close one, but Rosalie at least has put herself in a position to win it with winning that die roll.
Absolutely, but I can't stress enough how we should be proud for both. They had an amazing season, and now they're just one game away from advancing into the final of the TCG World Championship 2025 and meeting Julian and his K9 Vanquish Soul deck. So I think our players are almost ready with their deck. So once more, let's give it up with a round of applause for our semi-finalists, Tom and Rosalie, and let's jump into action for our last game. Nice handshake, and here it is. I see the card that I've been hinting at, but let's see whether Rosalie will be able to use it. We are entering the main phase for her. Who we see engage later on.
I'm wondering if Rosalie got the idea from Time Wizard, because I think this card's actually been picking up a little bit in there. It's strange to see a card just straight out of that format. I mean, there are lots of crossover cards, but this is one I did not think we would be seeing this weekend.
That is indeed the case, but first we start things off. No Fuvalos from Tom, and we can just go and grab ourselves our engage from deck. Straight up, but a Drone Lock Bird. Wow.
That's pretty huge. That engage won't be adding any cards. You have to take a sec to think, but no, the deck will not be adding any more cards from the deck to the hand. Going to get a bit of shuffle.
That is absolutely brutal. It could spell disaster for Rosalie. She had a very solid plan, but Tom, again, including those Drone Lock Birds, one of the few duelists this weekend with that card in his deck. and here it's just gonna be so strong.
Yeah, it is a bit of a catch all drawn Lockbird. Maybe he just had it in the side as a respect for his own deck, the Lunalight deck, in case anyone else brought it, because we could see how powerful it would be there.
And I think that's pretty much it. We are gonna see 3 cards face down, and let's see if that is all we are gonna do.
Yeah, Droll stopping Roselli from being able to access Widow Anchor, just huge here. But maybe she happened to open up with one in her hand. We also know she has that other card that you were talking about, but not going to be able to use it yet.
No, she will be, but not yet. Yeah,
Not
she's
yet.
still at that 0, and we start things off with that Fractal.
Tri-Brigade Fractal, very useful in the Lunalight strategy. It's able to send Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard. And there it is.
And that's gonna grant Tom a special summon from the deck. Is it gonna be the Leo? You can tell both of them extremely focused on this game. Both amazing, but only one of them can move. And yes, it is that Leo. Do we see a response here from Rosalie?
Is there a Widow Anchor?
And it
There
is Widow Anchor on the Leo.
So she had it in the opening hand. That's huge. This is step 1. What else does Tom have in terms of Lunalight cards? Does he have another monster? Does he have a Black Sheep to get to polymerization? Is there a Fire Formation Tinky? It's a Foolish Burial. That's at least going to be able to send a Yellow Martin to the graveyard at the very minimum to return the Gold Leo to summon itself back. And that, yeah, it's going to have to send Yellow Martin. Drawing multiple copies like Fractal and Foolish Burial together when they're both trying to do the same thing, not exactly where you want to be, but the Foolish Burial, not too bad.
Yeah, the Masquerade again, a third chance to send a Lunalight from deck to grave B. You do start to run out of useful targets at some point.
Taking a moment to read over Yellow Martin. It has to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and that was indeed the case with Foolish Burial. Now Masquerade being activated. Let's see if Tom decides to send another Lunalight monster to the graveyard.
I think maybe Rosalie just thinking about the Sky Striker Ace equals 0 on the field there. When is the best time to use it? You get 1 pop of a card, so do you need to pop a card before the Yellow Martin targets it?
That is definitely an interesting timing, and she decides to pull this off, and it's gonna be definitely an interesting turn of events, because I believe we might turn this Ray into a Shizuku for a very specific reason.
Yeah, it's time. We've all been excited for it.
It's really gonna. Tom's gonna need multiple cards in his hand to be able to continue to play in this turn. Yep. Ray from the graveyard, Rose from the deck. The Masquerade will be destroyed, so it can't be returned with that Yellow Martin. And now, as you said, the quick effect of Ray is going to activate the special summon the Shizuku. But why would she summon Shizuku?
Because we have Spiritual Water Art Aoi! What a surprise coming all the way down, revealing the end. But it is a powerful end indeed from Tom, having both the Perfume and the Fusion already.
The Perfume is just incredible. That's the card he needed. Even if it's discarded, it has a useful effect in the graveyard. If it's not, it has a useful effect on the field and the graveyard. The Perfume is the perfect answer here for Tom. You
But
have to discard it still.
Might as well, because Tom can, you know, he would have just got a summon from the grave, but that Lunalight Fusion not going to do anything. Rosalie controls no monsters special summoned from the extra deck, and I think we've got a hint of that last face down card, so how will it be used to best effect?
Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, she showed it when she, I mean, maybe not to Tom, hopefully, but she showed it to us.
Oh, I happened to miss. I was like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, she did briefly over it. Luckily, she did not flip it. But
I think I know.
We are gonna see that Lunalight Perfume.
Discarding the Silver Hound is going to be able to add a Lunalight card, probably Luna Light Tiger, especially with that Yellow Martin already in the graveyard. I don't know, there's a lot of options. Tom still has his normal summon available to him as well.
Absolutely, as mentioned, we now have full knowledge of what is in the end from Tom.
Doesn't want to make a mistake here this late into the game, when he could be mere moments away from making it to the finals of the 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here in Paris, France.
Such interesting choices, of course. Who would have thought that Sky Striker alone would be in the top 4 and the Spiritual Water Art next to it.
Speaking about Black Sheep. Yep, and he's going to go for Kaleido Chick, because yeah, Kaleido Chick is a great normal summon. Going to normal summon the Kaleido Chick, activate the effect to send. It's looking like a fusion, because now that there's a fusion and the Silver Hound in the graveyard, that's going to allow Tom to negate any spell or trap that activates on the field, and with only one card in the spell and trap zone, that's not looking good for Roselle. He could also just use the Lunalight Fusion here to fuse the Gold Leo and the Kaleido Chick for a Perfume Dancer.
And I think this is where we might ever think if we are Rosalie. Because we might respond to this. And we do with the Black Gold Laugh.
But it's just going to be negated by the Silver Hound.
Absolutely, it is a good spot.
I'm using all the cards in his hand right now, though, so how does he continue?
He has a lot of plays to keep on going with this Perfume Dancer, adding another copy of Lunalight Perfume. If there's one thing we've learned is Lunalight Perfume is not once per turn. The Yellow Martin can still come back from the graveyard.
Just checking if there was an infinite impermanence in terms of columns. That has been done before already, and now he's gonna think about what to bring back. It is the Kaleido Chick. And this is just so promising. We know that even though there is that Sky Striker mobilizing engage in the end, if Tom is able to summon that Dancer, Liger Dancer, it's all over.
Yeah, I think surely he is, because you can return it to the hand. It gives you a discard for the Perfume.
Yep, and that is going to be the case. His graveyard is still extending past the frame, so he can't see the top of the graveyard. But it's going to add the Lunalight Wolf.
And that is exactly what he needs, just moments away from summoning that boss monster, the Liger Dancer.
And with the Perfume Dancer on the field already as well, the Rose is a special summoned monster.
And the Chick prevents anything from activating in the battle phase.
Yep, and now the effect's going to be activated.
And we move to the battle phase, and that is it. What a comeback once more. It is Tom winning the semi-final with the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, that was incredible. The Spiritual Water Art, Aoi had a chance to be great there, but he had the key card in his hand, that Lunalight Perfume. Doesn't matter if you discard it, it still has the graveyard effect that was quite useful and piloted perfectly. Had to use every card at his disposal. Had the Droll and Lockbird, but you know, Rosalie still had the Widow Anchor. There's incredible play from both players.
Yeah, that was amazing. When that Tom's hand was revealed, I thought it didn't look like very much, but even with a card taken out of it, it was enough to summon the Liger Dancer and put more than 8,000 damage on the table.
What a match indeed. It had all you want in any Yu-Gi-Oh match. Must give credits to both of these amazing duelists. In the end, I mean, you gotta feel bad for Rosalie. What a bold choice of a deck, and absolutely crushed the competition. And in the end, 2 out of the 3 losses that she had between the Swiss rounds and Top Cut have been to Tom.
Yeah, just it's a tough matchup when you have a meta call and you're trying to counter certain strategies, but someone else is doing the same thing, but that deck just happens to completely counter the strategy you brought. You're able to adapt and do the best you can, but it's like not a great matchup to begin with, but excellent play there from Rosalie, and she had that opportunity, at least put herself in that position to win in such an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got to see all of those super cool tech choices we saw. I mean, seeing that Spiritual Water Art just made me so happy. It's a card, yeah, that, as I said, it's picking up popularity in Time Wizard, but maybe now it will pick up popularity in the Advanced Constructed format as well.
I mean, she should totally be proud of herself. If anyone doubted her, and that second place at the EU WCQ might have been a fluke, she proved everyone wrong by making it all the way to the top 4 best players in the world. So I'm sure we'll see more of her in the future. But now the spotlight is on Tom. Is now through to the 3rd final of his career. We all know that the first 2 have not gone his way. That has been a huge highlight of his preparation going to the European Championship. But now he might win the one that matters the most.
Yeah, but he's going to have to take on Julian Kion, who qualified twice for this tournament because he's been doing so phenomenal this year. It's going to be the NA, North America, up against EU, Europe in the finals. A classic, iconic matchup between 2 of the most competitive regions that are around the world, and we're eventually going to have a world champion. I really don't know if it's going to be Tom or Julian. I don't know. I don't think I can pick. No. I'll be happy with either one of these duelists walked away with the title.
Yeah, either way, it will be a very deserved win. A very good cheer for Tom right now from the crowd as he walks off to get ready for his final. He's going to be facing down Julian. We're going to have Lunar Lights versus Vanquish Soul. Who can predict how this is going to go? I'm sure Tom has prepared this an awful lot when he was preparing to take his Lunar Light deck. Maybe Julian not quite on his radar though.
Yeah, not definitely the same, but we have to say, when we compare deck one against each other, they have played against similar strategies throughout the day yesterday, and of course they are completely different with Julian that showcased how much the deck can do when he gets to go first, and especially his build with multiple copies of a case for K9, really setting up a lot of disruptions. But on the other hand, Tom already showed us that he can break those fields. We have seen, you know, cards like Dark Ruler No More and Book of Eclipse, so it's really gonna be a tight one, and in the end the question will always remain, how many Holly Sues are we gonna see in the first turn?
Yep, I think Holly Sue is a good thing to look at, but also we talk about how Yummy works so well into the K9 Vanquish Soul strategy because it doesn't have to activate those monster effects in the hand or the graveyard. Luna Light, not quite as lucky. There's plenty of effects that activate in both of those locations, so that means even if Julian goes second and doesn't draw Holly Sue, he could draw something like K9 Izuna and still have ways to play on Tom's turn and prevent that Liger Dancer from ever touching down.
Yeah, it is going to give 6 really powerful cards for Julian in the event that he goes second, along with those 3 Full Loss, which we saw him use to great effect in the semi-final. So an awful lot of different power cards he could draw on his first turn, even going second. So, you know, we were talking about him always drawing that Holly Sue, but now he's got even more Holly Sues to work with.
I mean, so many emotions on the line, and now, after so many rounds, we have been through already 13 amazing duels between yesterday and today. We have only one more match on the line to claim and give that trophy, and we finally will have it, the 2025 TCG World Champion.
Yeah, I mean, this World Championship has been really special. As we've all mentioned, you just mentioned multiple times, we've got to see more Yu-Gi-Oh! At the World Championship than ever before. Even beyond the TCG, there's been Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Speed Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling's Rush Duel. Just so many different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And enjoy this amazing game. And with so many variety of decks, it's like across the board, so much different stuff you get to see. It's just, I can't believe that this is where Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like ascended over the years. You know, I've been playing for 20 plus years, and it's amazing. And we're finally going to crown a world champion after this final match.
Absolutely. It has been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys for this day, but we have one more match to crown the world champion. But before we do that, we must hear it from the man of the hour, the Tom, who brought the Lunar Light deck all the way down to the finals. Well, we are ready with the post-match analysis.
Welcome back, everyone. I am now joined by your next finalist for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG WCS 2025 in Paris, Tom Kleingräber. My friend, how are you feeling?
Oh, bro, I'm still sweating. Not gonna lie, like, playing on stage, playing with this crowd, playing with you guys, commentating, it's so insane. Like, I cannot put it into words, like, how excited I am right now. Like, being in the finals of the World Championship.
It's crazy, right? Talk about finals, your track record in finals. How was it so far?
I lost 2.
Yeah, you lost 2. But do you think this time you can overcome that?
Third is a charm. Like, I've always told it. I've said it yesterday as well in my interview. Oh, if I lose this one, I will be so disappointed. But at least I'm playing as Julian. Like, we have had a nice time this weekend.
but also even if you lose the second in the world,
I
it's
won't,
an
Mike, I won't.
incredible achievement. But let's talk a little bit about the game against Roselli, because in the interview after her top 8 match, I suppose, she said that she's most likely not going to win it. What was your mentality going in it, especially after seeing you lost the dice roll in game 1?
Well, we played in Swiss, and I actually did know that she is not running the kaiju. So I was kind of relaxed, but when I lost the dice roll, I knew like I have to play against multiple effect negates, steals, shark cannons, and so on. And like she can easily dodge Lunar Light Fusion or Heavy Poly. So I didn't feel confident going second, honestly, not gonna lie. Especially because like my Book of Eclipse and stuff usually don't do anything against it. I did not know the effect of the one spell engrave that you can link summon in my turn. Otherwise I would have won. I would not have won if I knew, but without the effect I would have won.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, like it was a pleasure to play against her. Like she played so optimally. She taught me that she had to use Blackrock before I sent with Chick. Of course she had to. I'm not sure if I had a line to OTK her without being able to go to Perfume Dancer. But yeah, like why do I always lose game 1?
I mean, if you win the other 2 games, I think that is absolutely fine. You said Book of Eclipse. It's quite the interesting mechanics that our casters as well picked up, that if a monster is negated and you activate the effect and then it gets booked in the process, it forgets that it's negated. Did you know that before the tournament?
Yeah, like even if I use my effect, Chi chains Imperm, I chain Eclipse, and Chi chains another Imperm, my monster still resolves. Even then.
Did it ever happen that
not in this tournament, obviously. Like everyone knows, it happened once in Flu format, I think, but the one time I played you.
I figured that. In game 2, you went swiftly through double Liger Dancer. Was there any thought in your head, because you know that she's not playing any hand traps, that you could lose game 2?
I knew that she does play hand traps, like Lancy at least, and I wasn't sure if she's playing Nib, so that's why I played an awkward line just to make sure I at least get one Liger Dancer on the field. Because I know there's no. Like, she has to get linkage and 13 spells with Kagari. That's pretty hard to achieve within Spectrum Negating Grave, yeah.
Yep, that's true. But we've also seen that you used 4 monsters from your field for Liger Dancer.
That's what I meant.
Is there other lines that you can play through Lancea to get Liger Dancer on the field?
Yeah, of course. There are like plenty of lines you can play through, like literally any. Even through draw or whatever.
Right. What's the most dangerous one that has been thrown against you?
Shifter. But I won the game. Like, he picked.
All right, well, that's, I think, Shifter Karma.
Well, he shifted me and tick-a-boot me, and then I SP'd him and won. Yeah.
All right, that's very nice. All right, Tom, this is your last moments before you're going to enter the finals of the World Championships. Is there anything you want to say to your opponent right now?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Julian, I will come for you.
All right, Julian, he will come for you. Tom Kleinegräber, everyone, finalist of the WCS 2025, and we're going to give you a little bit of a break and tossing it back to the casters.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out. Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here at the Carnaval Museum where we'll be able to witness some more amazing Yu-Gi-Oh content. As you can see behind me, there are a few cards that have been won by the previous winners of the World Championship, and every single card is related to a specific country. And you'll even be able to watch those cards with a bigger version right there, which is absolutely amazing. They look great. But that's not everything. You'll be able to see some very beautiful figurines of some of the best monsters in the game, especially this very beautiful Kagari right there. There is also, I know you want to see that, those very, very exciting blue eyes white dragons. Speaking about cards, I'm sure that you know those cards, and I'm sure that you really love them. The 3 Egyptian gods that are just right here in front of me. But that's not all that you can see. You will also be able to witness some very beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh related artworks with some very well done work. Here is some Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What would be Yu-Gi-Oh without those 2 specific monsters? The Dark Magician and the Dark Magician Girls, which are just right there with those very specific artworks that I really like, to be honest. Speaking of some of the best monsters of the game, I'm sure that there is one missing that you want to see, and we are going to enter the core center of the museum with this absolute masterpiece of Exodia. All the legs, the arms, and the head of Exodia, the Forbidden One. But this is not everything, because you can see the Millennium Puzzle itself at the center of this room. And if you want to come to the Carnaval Museum, I must give you a small advice about that. If you are the first 100 person to be there, you'll be able to get this masterpiece for you at home. So you know what to do. Come to the Carnaval Museum. Back to you guys.
Attention duelists, it all comes down to this. Here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025, all of these duelists have made it here to the grand final for our TCG and OCG category. So it's time to introduce your finalists. Your red duelist, Tom Kleiderkopper! And his opponent, the blue duelist, Julian Carrion! Both of these duelists are ready. The crowd is is loving them both. The energy is very much in the room, and we're excited to see exactly what is going to happen between these two finalists. There can only be one champion, so let's find out exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to hand you over one more time to your casters for this grand final, but let me have the pleasure of saying it's time to duel.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the last match standing at the TCG World Championship 2025. We are down to the grand final, and what a match ahead of us. What a clash between two titans of the game.
That's right, it's NA versus EU in the finals, but no matter who wins, it's going to be a decorated, excellent duelist, and I really can't wait to see what's going to happen here in the finals of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's been so fantastic. We've seen the players come down. Isn't it great to see them enjoying themselves so much in front of this fantastic crowd? We've got a great smoke machine. I hope the players can still see all of their cards perfectly well.
I was playing in the smoke when I was coming back to the stage before things started. It looks awesome. The hype is there. I just can't wait to see it.
The hype is absolutely there, and they have had very, very different journeys coming all the way here. We've mentioned it from plenty of times already. Julian, the only players who managed to qualify twice for this event, both from the playoffs and making top 4 at the NAWCQ, but then on the other side sneaking in yesterday as the last spot in Top Cut with the 4-3 record. And on the other side, Tom, what an amazing season he has been having, missing that key performance, that key win already in the past, but then also making it all the way to the top 4 of the EU WCQ, guaranteeing a spot here and absolutely crushing it yesterday with this Lunalight deck, going 6-1 and getting that second spot. And now maybe first time is the charm. He's gonna have his first chance at having a win, and it could be the trophy that matters the most. Could it be the champion that Europe has been waiting for so many years?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, third time is the charm. I think, you know, if you say to someone, you're going to lose one final, you're going to lose one final, and then you're going to win the World Championships, I think you take that trade every single day of the week.
Definitely. It's something we're going to be looking for here, but Marcello has mentioned it plenty of times. The past two world champions, not only are they from NA, they snuck into the top 8 with that 4-3 record, and Julian is following suit. And we have an opportunity to see if he's going to be able to go from 8th to 1st here in the finals up against Tom.
And it's gonna be also a clash between interesting decks nonetheless, because we have seen them in action plenty of times. But on the one hand, Julian representing Justice Hunters with the K9 Vanquish Soul deck that is, by the way, my pick, the only one still left, guys.
Can't let us forget, Marcello.
Never. But I mean, we'll see, because on the other end, one of the surprise of the weekend, this Lunalight deck, and what a career Tom has had, but what a run today, having to do a lot of comebacks.
Yeah, this could just be the beginning here for Julian. He hasn't been playing for very long, at least at a competitive level, but now he's a breakout star this year in the finals after making it so far in the NAWCQ, but he could become the 2025 World Champion.
Yeah, you've got to give it to him. He's been playing fantastically this weekend. He may have brought the top dog meta deck, but he's definitely put his own unique spin on it, and it has been paying dividends. And here we'll see now how it will feature against this Lunalight strategy. I mean, obviously, maybe you can't answer that big monster, that big Liger Dancer, but you can prevent your monsters from being destroyed. Will that be enough if the Liger Dancer hits the field?
But regardless, it's amazing to see such crowd gathering already yesterday. We had a lot of amazing matches in the digital side of things as we crowned the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel champion in Sniffus from European region. And give it up for Sniffus, our champion for Speed Duel. But then, of course, representing instead the Duel Links Rush Duel category all the way from Japan, Yume Ara Sensei! There he is in the crowd, of course. Great crowd of applause, deservingly so, as he was our champion for Rush Duel. And then as a team effort, also representing the European region, Master Duel was won by Team Ragnarok. But now there is one more trophy. That is the trophy inside. You can all watch. It's gonna go to one of these two amazing players. Is it gonna be Julien? Is it gonna be Tom? Our duelists are ready. Let's jump into action.
This is it. We are here in the finals. It's time to duel one last time here at the 2025 World Championship. It's going to be a 3 roll from Tom and a 5 from Julien.
Ho, 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 ho.
So Julien will be able to go first.
Yeah, clear crowd favorite here. Julien representing France and NA, and the French crowd are absolutely loving it.
Let's see some of these plays. We do enter main phase, it seems.
And there it is, that
and
Razen.
There is Razen!
Glued to Julien's hand in this top 8. Razen and Holisu are surely his best friends this weekend.
The Vanquish Soul, Razen is going to be able to allow him to add any Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand, the key card, and of course there it is, Vanquish Soul Holisu.
But we saw that Fiovalos coming down from Tom, probably one of the few interruptions, but Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring going to stop Tom in his tracks, but now he's in the danger zone because he used a monster effect from the hand.
Yes, he used it indeed. At the same time, this is one less fire monster in the end from Julien, and that might complicate things in terms of attributes.
Yeah, it doesn't look that complicated for him just yet. He's searched a card, he's added that Razen back to the hand, going to replenish the number of fires. Got the Holisu, I think I spot a dark. Here comes Case for K9.
I mean, we've mentioned it, he is the player that has included the most copies of this card in his deck, and now, as Billy was saying, this Izuna is there.
Yep, and it's going to be special summoned right away, and then it's going to send a K9 monster from the deck to the graveyard. We can only expect it to be that K9 Lupus.
Yeah, it is just devastating when you activate your hand interaction and it gets negated, meaning you've not got the benefit of what you were trying to do, and your opponent then gets all the benefit. So, yeah.
Can't ask for a better start here for Julien.
Not only do we get that benefit, we get the one from Reaper as well, and we have seen Julien is on force released already, so he can just set it here if he wishes to do so, but now we are actually gonna change things up, it seems.
I think he was just reminding Tom the cards he's already shown this turn.
Ripper is going to add a copy of K9 Jokul from the deck to the hand.
Makes a lot of sense, and as mentioned, given that Fiovalos, we can set the force release already.
Just an incredible start here. Holisu is going to be coming down next, revealing the Vanquish Soul Razen, special summoning to the field.
We have a fire and a dark that are known, so we can just go and reveal those two.
Do we have the second fire if we get to summon, or will we go for Mad Love?
I think you have to go for Mad Love. You want to make sure you have access to the Vanquish Soul start, so you can have access to the Vanquish Soul Dust Devil.
Julien just got everything he could have possibly wished for. There's just no way to imagine this game one going better for him right now. All the Vanquished Souls at his disposal, all the K9s at his disposal. Tom one card down already and got absolutely nothing to show for it.
And Heavy Borger is going to be activated next, returning the Holisu back to the hand. Heavy Borger is probably going to reveal a Dark here to allow Julien to draw another card. He's going to reveal that Jokul we already knew was in the hand. When this deck is operating at maximum efficiency, it is hard to stop for any strategy, but Tom may have some cards in his deck that he has a ton of cards we already seen on stream that are really useful at going second, so you don't want to count him out just yet, and Julien probably knows that, so he's going to have to play very carefully and make sure he doesn't make any mistakes with this great hand that he's been given.
Yeah, he wants to sequence it as carefully as possible. He wants to give himself the best chance, the maximum number of interruptions, the maximum resilience to cards like Book of Eclipse, Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler no more.
Now here comes the draw from Heavy Borger.
I mean, we have seen just how much this deck can do when uninterrupted. It has been the case already in the previous matches, and it's a scary feeling nonetheless. And Tom, we know, is most likely, you know, on those field-breaking spells, but are those gonna be enough against what Julian is about to come up with? Not only do you see the first release, most likely the Snow Devil is gonna be there. So something like a Dark Ruler no more doesn't actually shut down all of the interactions.
Definitely, and we saw the Jokels come down, and a Jokel added a copy of the K9 Lantern. We mentioned Julian is on a heavier K9 engine in his Vanquish Soul strategy, and when you draw like this, it is so much more devastating to the opponent.
Yeah, we're going to get that start not even used yet. Julian's hand is absolutely overflowing at this point in time.
Yep,
Six
Caesar,
cards in hand.
Caesar Valius online. These two level 5 monsters are going to be overlaid for probably what I could only think would be Nesh Knight.
Nash Knight, such an amazing card, both on his own and when upgraded to that C104.
Yeah, C104 Umbral Horror Masquerade is just an excellent card, and we're going to see the effect of being activated to rank up into the Chaos version here of Nesh Knight. Oh. Yep, there it is. And then the next step, since the C104 is underneath, he can go into that Umbral Horror in attack position this time.
Pretty fearless, putting it in attack mode after we've seen Lightning Storms on the stream already, but let's just go for it. We haven't seen any from Tom just yet.
We're going to the end phase. Vanquish Soul start's going to set a Vanquish Soul trap, and it's going to be that Vanquish Soul Dust Devil, which can just be absolutely devastating on its own, not to mention all the other numerous numbers of interactions Julian has put up. And a pass, and now Tom is going to draw and see what kind of tools he has to work through this uphill battle here in the first game of our World Championship final. I feel like this smile has to be forced, but first up we have Fire Formation Tinky being activated. Let's see if this prompts Julian to do anything.
Okay, we're gonna read it. I mean, fair enough. You might not be too familiar with the card. And anyway, there is no time in the top cut. Are we really gonna respond to the tanky?
He is going to use the quick play spell here to turn this Ripper into a werewolf. There's a full moon.
Definitely an interesting decision. And that is it, actually. Yep. Tom has seen enough. Picking up his cards. Cannot do anything about this opener. Wow.
Yeah, just absolutely a display of masterclass here from Julian, but a huge unfortunate situation there for Tom. Pretty much worst case scenario when you have something like Mulcharmy Fualos, like that maybe will be able to stop your opponent's plays, but they have the Ash Blossom. You activated the monster effect from the hand, and then it's just a snowball from there.
Yeah, at that point, you'd rather not throw it at all.
Really, truly.
Yeah, it was an absolutely crazy opener from Julian there, and to be honest, it's just one of those games, you know, sometimes your opponent just has it all. They have everything they could need to check all of your cards, and you've just got to pack up your cards, shuffle them up, go to game 2, try not to let it affect you, and say, okay, you know, he won the die roll, he got to go first, he had his absolutely optimal start, so let's see if I can do anything about it now in the next 2 games.
Yeah, and this is also where the side decks come into play, and they are quite huge with the different kind of cards you can put in, especially when you're going first. You're able to side out some of those cards that aren't as useful and put in some more particular cards that might be really great going first.
Yeah, goodbye, Fualos. After the trade.
I mean, if you needed
this is all your fault, Fualos.
Yeah, even if you need an additional reason to get it off. But now play is gonna be reversed. We have mentioned how our duelist probably did not prepare as well for this matchup. and that is most likely going to be the case for Julian. But the good news for him is that the Ollie Su is just as good as in any matchup when you draw it with the right attributes.
Yeah, but what Tom's going to be looking for is hopefully Julian doesn't draw Holly Sue, and maybe he can find some of the side deck cards we saw just in the previous feature match. He has cards like Droll and Lockbird in the side deck, something that could be quite useful, because Vanquish Soul is a strategy that adds a bunch of cards from the deck to the hand. But at the same side of the coin, if he has the Droll and uses it, that also turns on Izuna, which doesn't need to add anything. It sends from the deck to the graveyard, brings back the Lupus, so it could be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, Droll and Lockbird, a card that you definitely think about when you play against Vanquish Soul K9 as to how powerful it is. That's up for Tom to decide. It's in his side deck. Is it in there for that reason? I guess we will find out if we see it.
But yeah, I mean, once more, Tom is gonna be on the losing side, back against the wall. Can he find a way out once more? He has done it plenty of times this weekend already. He has been there in the past. He has always found a way to fight back hard, and I think he's gonna try his best. But Julian now only one game away from having this third back-to-back North American representative taking it, and especially also that for-free player sneaking in and then taking out the top seeds. Let's see, I think they're gonna try their best to stay in this, and maybe we'll see yet another game free today.
Yeah, that's right. We can't have a short-term memory. If we just remember back to our previous semifinal match, that was between Tom and Roselli. Tom lost that game number 1. And he was still able to bounce back and win game 2 and 3. And we're going to have to see if it's going to play out the same way here in the finals. The Lunalight deck is just so much stronger when it gets the opportunity to go first.
Yeah, for sure. And you say that, you're just reminding me, you know, that game 3, it was a similar way. There was a Droll, Lockbird, and then Tom using his engine to overcome all the defenses. Maybe we could almost see an exact repeat of that if you're a fan of Tom.
Absolutely. I mean, I know he's got a lot of supporters, obviously, in this room. You've heard the crowd support a little bit more Julian, rightfully so, but he has a lot on his side as well. And even back home, of course, he's one of the best players in Europe. He has been for a lot of years, and I'm sure, you know, he is deserving of a chance, and he's gonna have, no matter what, you know, the right to call himself among the top 2 best players of this year in all of the world. But now you can see it, getting focused, getting in the zone. He knows that this does not matter anything. At the end of the day, you're called champion when you win 2 games. You don't get an extra trophy for going 2-0, and so he will try his best to fight back and get us into game 3.
Yeah, he's going to have to stay mentally strong. You've mentioned this is not his first finals. He's made a couple finals previously and fallen just short, and now being down the game, he's going to have to shake that off. Not think like, oh no, I've been here before, we've seen this story, but maybe he's going to be able to bounce back and make his way into becoming the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, he has been here before, so on the one hand, that might be a tough experience, but on the other hand, he's been here before. He knows what's up. He has that resilience. We've seen him all the way through the top 8 in situations that looked pretty bad for him, but he just kept his cool. He played to the best of his ability. He put his opponents on better have it, better have this, better have that. Otherwise, I'm going to win, and he did win.
Yeah, and kept his composure in the past. Has also been on the other side where he was the one winning game 1 in the finals, and then he has seen, you know, the opponent crawl back. So he knows maybe that that's a possibility, and I think although that can be not the best of memories, if you look on it on this side, you must have learned some precious lesson from there and took it to his advantage, and I'm sure that he has done. He has mentioned that this was his dream. Just like any other player in the world, the dream is to just sit down and have a chance at this one single match. I think you can share the same feeling, Billy.
Yep, sometimes you're in the finals, sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them, but he's going to have to lock in here for game number 2.
And this time he will get a chance to do it by going first. Can Tom turn this thing around? We are ready, so let's jump back into action for game 2.
All right, a handshake from both these duelists showing nothing but respect for their opponent.
And it's gonna be main phase. Do we have anything from Julian? Not quite. It seems that we can enter the main phase.
There's some useful cards there. We'll see how Tom is going to navigate his hand in this matchup.
And Julian placing his cards on the field, but once more foolish burial goods. I mean, having a read might as well, but it's pretty straightforward. And we are gonna use a shifter!
Is this the way the World Championship is going to end, with the Dimension Shifter, the one of?
Wow!
Julian locked in, staring his opponent down. No emotion. He knows it could be good. He can't get too excited just yet, but this is a huge card here.
Incredible card, shutting down completely the foolish burial goods. And now I think the plan must be, can we make maybe a Baguska? Can we hang in there somehow?
Would a Baguska even be enough? He's just going to dump the Serenade Dance to the banishment, so down a card already.
That shifter absolutely devastating. It's been limited to 1 copy, and for very good reason. It's such a powerful card. Usually players, when it was at 3, everyone had their plan. What do I do if I get hit with this Dimension Shifter? But I think at 1 copy, it kind of falls out of your mind a bit. There's not really that many decks playing with it, but it's so, so devastating here. Just having your card get banished immediately, setting 3 and passing the turn.
Wow, it's a complete pass here from Tom. But can Julian find a way to play the game is the question. We see a lot of interruptions possibly from him. Can he have something? He passes back.
He passes back, no play from Julian. The Dimension Shifter is now over.
And here we go. You would take this trade for Tom. You've traded 1 card for the shifter, but now you get a battle phase even on your
And it's a
first
pass back. It's a pass back.
No way. What is going on in this final? Both duelists not really able to play in a top deck.
A Jokul. Does Tom have anything? It's the Black Coat last on the K9 Jokul. Keep them in the hand.
Yeah, take 1 extra turn is most likely gonna be a pass now from Julian. I guess it could technically go and normal, but
my goodness.
That's just a pass. Can Tom find anything?
Main phase 1, it's gonna be
It's
Foolish
Burial.
And this is gonna resolve.
That's a great card to start things off, possibly special summoning a Leo from deck, but let's see if Julian has a response. We could just send this Silver Hound.
He's having a good think. He's not going straight for the Silver Hound. Yes, he is going
It
straight
is Silver
for the
Hound.
Silver
Do
Hound.
we see a response? Ash Fuvalos. It is the Fuvalos.
Does Tom have a responsible Charming Falls? Does he have his signature card? He has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It's not the Call by the Grave, but it's at least going to stop Julian from drawing into more cards. And now this Silver Hound is going to special summon a Luna Light monster from the deck.
Gosh, what a game so far. Also got that Black Goat Laughs in the graveyard for some extra interruptions. Could check a potential Holly Sue, even if Julian picks 1 up.
What a game this has been. Such a roller coaster of emotion. We thought it could have been all over just with that Dimension Shifter, but then a bit of luck from both sides, and now it's Tom who is playing Baramul Charmi Purulia to follow this up.
So he sent the Kaleido Chick, and then the Goldia was able to add the Kaleido Chick back to his hand. He really only has to special summon or summon a monster from his hand 1 time, so but even 1 card when Julian doesn't have anything to really play with could mean everything. If Tom doesn't find a way to get to a Liger Dancer in this game on this turn. But the normal summon comes down here from the Kaleido Chick. He basically just searched from his deck.
Important draw, and there are a lot of huge ones possibly from Julian.
That looked like an Izuna to me.
And he throws into Izuna.
K9 Azuna is going to be activated here and special summon to the field.
Does Izuna do? You just activate the Black Goat, you call Lupus, you stay calm. That monster cannot use its effect after you've used the Black Goat.
But you must do it now, and Tom sees this line. He calls the Lupus, shutting down this play.
So he won't be able to exceed summon here on Tom's turn. Now the
Great
Kaleido Chick
catch.
The Kaleido Chick is going to send a Lunalight monster from the deck to the graveyard to copy the name, and it's going to be Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin's going to return that gold Leo to the hand to special summon itself. Now, where does he go from here? He has to take a lot of things into consideration. How can you do the most amount of damage with the least amount of summons? He's going to overlay these two monsters for a rank 4. Is it going to be a Dugaris or a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King to get access to Fire Formation Tinky? That is going to be the case.
Yeah, it has been a while since that card has been on a future match, but it does so much for this deck as it can get you into the rest of this engine.
Tom may be asking if Julian can read German.
I think he's wondering about the lock from the Silverhound, but the card that was locked from the Silverhound was the Gold Leo that got returned to the hand, so he is able to overlay for this Xyz monster.
And yeah, just asking a bit about the fact, I mean, you do see a long text. In reality, the second part not so relevant at the moment, but you might be wondering, and I guess we are asking for a translation here from Julian, as fitting as it is.
Yep, just going to get a quick clarification here before this Tiger King is able to set a Fire Formation Tinky from the deck. You're right, it has a lot of words, but it essentially just gets Tinky here in the situation. Unless you're playing pure Fire Fist and end up with like 3 Fire Formations on your side of the field, it's not doing much more. It does have a thing, I think, on summon to negate all your opponent's monsters.
No, it's quite important to detach, because that way you can get another Lunalight into the grave, so you detach and then you can negate the effect of all face-up monsters on the field.
Yeah, and also what's relevant is usually these kind of effects only last until the end of your turn, but it's actually until the end of your opponent's turn. So for example, Del Lubis would be useless even the next turn to, you know, use the quick effect. So that's something, of course, they want to know. But yeah, as you have mentioned, the last effect definitely not relevant. Only gonna be playing tanky in this deck.
Used to come up.
It used to, yeah, absolutely.
When I was a younger man, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when we all were, but not quite the same nowadays. So, I mean, obviously you are in the final, 1 game away from being world champion. You don't want to make a mistake because you haven't studied German, I guess. So you'll ask for a translation, right?
That's what they tell you at school. They say, you know, you've got to learn your German well enough, otherwise you'll lose in the World Championship final. That's
exactly. I mean,
what your teachers tell you.
Nothing wrong with double checking the card text here, but
yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it seems like everything is on the line. What a game it is, honestly. I can barely, you know, hold it. It's been so much tension when we saw that shifter, and now we're back into action. We can resolve this tanky and add something else to our end to push through.
Yep, here it is. Advantage to Tom right now. Gonna start resolving some effects. Very important that he can detach a material to get something in the graveyard if he needs to. Very important to remember to not summon too many monsters under that Mochami Perulia.
Adds the Black Sheep. Definitely wants to get that Yellow Martin back in the graveyard. Black Sheep will be used to add polymerization potentially from the deck to the hand. Does so much more than just that in the Lunalight strategy, but going to detach the Kaleido Chick. Another one you're going to want to bring back from the graveyard as well.
And yeah, as mentioned, that detach is important, negating everything until the end of the opponent's turn. And now we can add the possibly polymerization. There it is, polymerization. Not only relevant in this format, has been relevant also over in Duel Links.
Oh yeah, we talked about Monster Reborn being an old card. Polymerization is right up there with it.
Absolutely, it is.
Also, yeah, Raigeki
same
as
set.
well.
Yeah, same set. Yeah, Lunalight Tiger bringing back that Kaleido Chick.
And now still so much that Tom can try to do. Also, we have absolutely no clue what those two face down were, but is it gonna be something else to extend the plays? Who knows? Could also be, I guess, yeah. Oh, but here comes Nibiru, the primal being. Is it now the correct time? That's what I'm wondering as well.
He has the Yellow Martin still that can come back by bouncing the Tiger, and that would result in
Oh,
okay, he's gonna
and
change
this
Book of
play,
Eclipse.
Book of Eclipse.
It's gonna keep the Nibiru in hand. He can't tribute anything on the
Actually,
field.
this is so fitting because this is exactly the way in which he lost his final. He lost the final to Samir with this exact play of the Book of Eclipse. And when I say you learn from your losses, this is exactly what I mean. Doesn't get much more poetic than this, does it?
Now the Perfume Dancer is going to add a Lunalight Perfume. The Yellow Martin was used as a material, so it's going to add back the polymerization from the graveyard. The Yellow Martin is still stuck underneath that Tiger King, though, so he's going to have to find a way to get that in the graveyard if he wants to utilize the Tiger again. But the Perfume Dancer also has that additional effect that can return a Lunalight card back to your hand, so he already has an opportunity to use that Tiger again. Lunalight Perfume is going to bring back the Kaleido Chick to the field, ready to use its effect yet again, putting another fusion monster into the graveyard. We can't quite see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can only assume it's the Leo Dancer to then get into the Liger Dancer, possibly just a few moments from now. And it should be pretty easy to do, and that's gonna be a lot of damage, and I don't see how Julian can stop it.
Yeah, here comes the Wolf. Nibiru already used. It's got a, you're right, Marcello, that what cards are there that are going to deal with a field this threatening? Got to have all those monsters in the graveyard. I mean, can't see all of it now, but it's tough to imagine.
3 of them are also known, because we know double Joggle is in the end, and then one is Nibiru, only one more card, which means those Vanquish should not do anything. And I'm pretty sure, as we can see here, we are gonna get into that final fusion. The Liger Dancer, we might be moments away from getting into a game 3 here, as we are able to just completely disrupt the field. And once again,
Yep, the Kaleido Chick was banished, so it won't be able to activate anything during the battle phase. Gonna destroy those special summon monsters. And attack,
that is it!
Attack! And we're going to a game number 3!
Wow!
Absolutely incredible. You couldn't write a better story between two decorated duels. They both want this win so badly for themselves, for their region, for all the people who supported them to this point, for the people who stayed up all night watching Julian, from all of Tom's test playing partners who got him here with the meta call, a deck that wasn't under the radar with Lunalight, with the top meta deck that Julian brought to Ting. This is what is the most powerful when it draws at its best, and just an absolutely incredible battle of two dueling titans.
Absolutely, and as already mentioned, I mean, every single one watching thought the game might have been over as soon as we saw that Dimension Shifter getting chained to the Foolish Burial Goods, that one-off shifter. But then, just the lack of engine. We mentioned it, sometimes it does happen for the Vanquish Show K9 deck. Such a shame for Julian that it happened in Game 2 of the finals.
Yeah, he just needed to hold for one more game of those clean, beautiful Vanquish Soul hands he's been seeing all weekend long, or at least all of today. But this time, he gets to go first. He gets that first bite at the cherry. Those Molchamis going to go out. He's not going to rely on Tom to have to summon monsters to give him cards. He can just draw some K9s, start playing, and see where it takes him.
But again, I want to stress just how much this match matters to both, but especially to Tom. Has already been to 2 finals, one of a YCS, one of his own national championship, and such a beautiful ending to that game, doing the same play that costed him the finals at the YCS against Samir, with that Book of Eclipse to play around Nibiru, learn from the Frenchman here in Paris, and now doing it to another Frenchman against him. So who is going to take it? I have absolutely no idea. Julian again with the advantage, but can the deck hold?
Yeah, it's going to come down to this final game. If it's anything like game number 1, Julian is just one win away from becoming a world champion. But now that the side decks are involved, things could get a little dicey.
They could, absolutely, and especially because, I mean, I don't know if Tom might have jinxed it, but he did mention, talking about our semi-final, that we might just see another Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, here we are, that Droll and Lockbird. Is that the plan? Will it shut down Julian? We talk about these K9 cards. They're fantastic into opponents' hand interactions, but if you activate Droll and Lockbird, all of a sudden, maybe you can't use Ripper anymore. Maybe you can't use Juggle anymore. Maybe you can't use Lantern. So here we go.
And this is a part of the consistency plan. We have talked about it. Julian, unique take on the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. Multiple copies of a case for K9, but that plays right into that roll and lock bird. Will that be a liability now that they walk into game 3? Will he find some help from the side decks? And also, could we see some other side deck options from Tom going second, breaking those fields, using those spells, or will it just be something similar to what we're witnessing game 1 with just the unbreakable opener by Julien?
Yeah, either way, we have an amazing story that's going to play out. We're either going to have our first EU World Champion in decades, or we're going to have the 3rd year in a row that North America is going to walk away with that world's title. Which one is it going to be?
I mean, moments away from finding out for sure, but again, I think our duelists need as much support back from home and here in this crowd as they want. So let's bring it up again for the 2 finalists at the World Championships. Love to hear the chanting from the crowd. As mentioned, of course, we might have a bit of a crowd favorite, but both deservingly in this final had to fight through 25 other duelists, but now it's down to 2 remaining ones, and it's 2 best players in the world this year. What a season they've had, and can they claim themselves? Can they take that trophy standing right next to them? It's almost to the point where you can reach your hand and touch it, but will it be yours? Can you bring it home?
Yeah, it all comes down to this. No matter what, this is the final game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, and this year did not disappoint. There have been such a variety of decks. Some of the best plays I have seen from some of the best players. It's just been absolutely incredible. I'm a bit sad that this is where it's going to end, but I'm also excited to see which one of these 2 amazing duelists will be crowned the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion.
And absolutely, the grinding never stops, Yu-Gi-Oh! Never stops, and will only after this World Championship starts a brand new season with a lot of events already announced, both in the NAWCQ region and also over here in Europe. And as soon as in a couple of weeks, you know, we have plenty more YCSs. It never stops.
The 300th YCS is coming up in this next season. That'll be celebrated all around the world like the World Championship. But this is going to be the last game for this weekend.
Absolutely. So thank you, of course, guys, all the way home and all over the world following us in different social media pages. And of course, thank you especially to you guys who decided to come to Paris to watch this live. But now, as we have been waiting for the 14th match of this weekend of TCG action, is now down to 1 more game between these 2 amazing duelists. Is it gonna be Julien? Is it gonna be Tom? Who is gonna be your world champion? Let's find out!
The final handshake of the World Championship. The players are going to draw their last hands. Julien will be starting off this duel.
Yeah, that Vanquish Soul K9 deck is so intimidating to play against going first, and we're looking at that hand, and it looks absolutely perfect for Julien. All the Vanquish Souls, all the K9 monsters. Can Tom say anything about it?
It's so promising, but we have talked about that little sneaky 0 attack, 0 defense, level 1 wind monster spellcaster. Is it gonna be there? Do we see the draw and lock? But we start things off with Olisu.
So definitely being able to play here, the hand already better than in game number 2. And he also has Stake Your Soul, revealing a dark monster here in Dr. Madlove.
Not quite the fire you usually prefer to open with, but it's gonna be good enough to bring out the Borga.
Yeah, absolutely everything Julien could need right now. Maybe gonna go into this line where you search and then you have Heavy Borga already on the field to draw an extra card if you get hit by Drawn Lockbird. Very heads-up play, having seen Tom already play it in the previous semi-final.
But we do have Razen and we have the Fire Monster, one hand, all of the different Vanquish Soul as mentioned.
Is there a Mulcharmy?
Almost certainly not a Mulcharmy. He's already activated Stake Your Soul. Let's see what Julien has to do.
Next up, what does he have?
Here comes Jialong. Does he have a way to get another fire monster into his hand? He has got a Razan already. Here comes Case for K9. This is going to be the first time he adds a card to his hand. Will there maybe be a draw on Lockbird for Tom?
But at the same time, we had a chance here to stop the draw and lock with the Ripper if we wanted, I guess. So let's see, even if that is going to be the case. There was a different line possibly for Julian, but not quite. We are not going to see any response at all from Tom until this point.
Tom is now picking up his hand. What kind of interaction does he have? Does he have anything in response to Mad Love?
This might be some mind game, because of course we are about to be on 5 salmon, so Nibiru, the primal being, should be a consideration. You do not know if it's in the deck at all from Tom.
Vanquished Soul start is going to add a copy of Zhao Long from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible opening hand for Julian. All engine, all gas, no brakes. You're going to search another card with Jialong, presumably going to be able to search the trap.
You can do so much, but the question here is, do you play around this Nibiru? Of course, we can start things off revealing both Fire Monster, adding yet another card. Sometimes he has gone for the Snow Devil right away, foregoing the Vanquished Soul start effect, but is he gonna do it again? Definitely gonna take a lot from Tom to break this field, and it is Julian playing it safe, just adding directly that Vanquished Soul Snow Devil, and then most likely we are gonna see the Reaper as the 5th summon.
Yeah, it has to be a bit scary when your opponent's got so many resources at their disposal that they're choosing to search this backup card that you could have just searched anyway in the end phase. Just that insurance, it's terrifying. Your opponent thinks they've just got everything already.
Indeed. But makes a lot of sense. Julian playing as well as he can, getting the Lantern now, which can get the Force released even though your opponent is not activating a monster effect.
Going to send that Dr. Madlove to the graveyard for a Link summon for Rock of the Vanquisher. The Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add back the Holly Sue from the graveyard to the hand.
And now is it time for Jokul? I believe we have not used the draw effect from Borger yet.
Yeah, I think the Borger's just been sat there. Maybe Julian says, I'm just going to search as much as I possibly can first, and then maybe draw into something that I couldn't have searched otherwise, rather than just drawing at the beginning of the turn.
Yeah, I also think that Stake Your Soul was kind of just an Ash Blossom check, trying to get Tom to use it, as it wouldn't have stopped anything else that he has really going on here.
Of course, it was, I mean, as you've mentioned, a great bluff also, because he didn't reveal the Razen on purpose. You know, he revealed the Dark, so that maybe your opponent thinks, okay, you don't have Razen, I might use an interruption, but not quite the case here.
And those are really the skills you can have to make it to the World Championship, knowing how to do things like that to change the perception of your opponent with the cards in your hand based upon how you play them and in the order in which you do so.
Oh, he did reveal Razan for Holly Sue at the beginning of the turn.
True.
That was the first thing he did, I think.
Next up, what is he going to do after this shuffle is over with?
There goes that reveal.
He's just going to show him his whole hand.
I mean, not many times. I mean, fair enough, but yeah, you revealed the entire hand, as you can see from Tom. Gonna get a fresh draw, and then we might get into those Nash Knights that have been, you know, consistently applying pressure on Julian's side of the field throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, was that maybe even a draw on Lockbird off the top?
I kind of thought it was the same thing. Yeah, I had that same thought.
I had the same feeling, but that would just be...
That would be devastating. That card is very, very good against Luna Light, but we're not sure if that is the card he drew indeed. But Nesh Knight coming down here, it's going to rank up into the Chaos version, attaching the number C104 so he can special summon out number C104, Umbral Horror Masquerade.
And indeed, that is the case.
The case for K9 also being destroyed here.
Getting the Force release. We have seen this exact opening in the past from Julian is gonna get the heavy burger back to the end during the end phase, sets yet another card. Obviously, that's no devil. And I think, yeah, he's triple checking, have I done everything right? And yes, oh, you are right, guys. It was indeed the card we feared must have stopped and
But
might have stopped Julian.
If there's someone in this tournament who's played tons of going second cards, we've seen Dark Ruler Normar, we've seen Book of Eclipse, and Tom's key card, we've seen him draw so much this weekend,
Yes.
Called by the Grave. He has the opportunity to have plenty of cards in his hand to break through this board, but it's an uphill battle here from the beginning.
I feel like those evenly matched from, you know, back in the previous future matches might be helpful, but I don't think Tom is running any of those in his deck.
I see Willie in the front row. Maybe he could lend him one of those evenly matches out of the deck.
Throw one at Tom.
He's gonna need it. He's gonna need a combination of cards here, but he didn't have any responses during the turn, so there's a chance that a lot of his cards in hand are these going second options.
Look at this, 6 cards in hand from Julian, a full field of threatening interruptions. Can Tom pull this miracle off?
This would be a miracle. Let's see how he's gonna start things off. He's gonna need something useful. Dealing with the Umbral Horror is gonna be huge, so Dark Ruler No More would be a start. Does he have it? Does he have Book of Eclipse? Does he have Heavy Polymerization? Does he have Lunalight cards? It's going to be Fualos.
Oof, which, I mean, it's devastating because it's most likely, you know, the card he just picked up per turn. It might have made a lot of a difference if it was in the first 5.
The next card's Foolish Burial, so no board-breaking cards just yet.
And also, it doesn't really do all that much because Foolish Burial Goods might have helped, but you have that Reaper ready to put in check anything that is going to be sent to the graveyard.
Julian with 6 cards in the hand, 2 cards face down. The Vanquish will start in a Field Spell Zone, and going to send Yellow Martin, so he'll be able to activate the effect to add a Lunalight spell.
But I mean, this seems to me just like it's an easy card that you might as well negate. I mean, it's completely free.
The only card maybe you're thinking of for Julian are those triple tactics cards. Can you wait as long as possible, maybe to stop Tom from having any possible outs? But I agree with you, Marcello. Let's just negate something. Maybe he just wants to resolve his draw on Lockbird as his first monster effect.
Yeah. Tom's key card all weekend has been Called by the Grave. He's going to need it here if Julian does in fact have Droll and Lockbird.
Can we find the Call by the Grave? Because we might be moments away from dropping that Spellcaster monster from Julian. Are we gonna see it?
Nope, there it is.
It's gonna be Droll and Lockbird!
And you see Tom, look at this guy. An amazing opening and an absolutely devastating blow. That card losing popularity this weekend is why Lunalight was a great pick, but Julian's smart enough to include Droll and Lockbird in his side deck.
He has mentioned he tried to include cards that could cut a lot of other decks, maybe not using those Artifact Lancia, but just trying it out. And now, after the Droll and Lock resolves, Tom is able to continue.
Looks like the judges are just having a quick discussion with our players, but play will be continued here shortly. Not sure what this discussion is quite about just yet.
It could be a discussion maybe on whether this is, you know, an open game state in terms of technically we could have, you know, the chance to activate some spell 2 effects, and maybe that was what was unclear between the 2 players. I'm totally, you know, throwing a blind guess there. So there is a possibility, but no, I think all that's happening is that Julian is asking for a translation, which makes a lot more sense, and just asking about this Lunalight Fusion full text, which for anyone too unfamiliar with, allows you to use extra deck materials if your opponent controls a monster special summon from the extra deck.
But it's just one extra deck material.
Only
so
one.
If he has 3 Lunalight monsters in his hand, he could use the Leo Dancer plus 3 Lunalights to summon Liger Dancer, which would be unaffected by all of these cards that Julian has.
That would be amazing.
There's a little scary possibility for Julian, but no real way to stop this Lunalight Fusion as far as I know, so
yep,
I just have to deal with it.
Not at all, but in that case, I mean, if Tom ever gets a, a way out because of that, I think Julian is gonna think about not using that Reaper for a long time. Do we have? It's
just
only one. It seems like no. Inner Dancer coming down.
And being a Perfume Dancer won't be enough. Maybe you can go into Leo Dancer, but no, if he only uses one, he can't even go into Leo Dancer. Because yeah, Perfume Dancer won't do anything really, because that Droll and Lockbird is just going to lock him out of being able to add Lunalight Perfume. The Silverhound will be able to special summon from the deck since it was sent to the graveyard by card effect. So he's going to opt to use a monster from his deck instead of the extra deck, since it is only going to be 2 materials here. It's looking like.
Yeah,
maybe the Emerald Bird.
That's rough. Has to mean that we don't have many monsters in end because we can't add cards. We cannot get that, Perfume.
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird is the last thing Tom wanted to see without having any interruptions. The Fuwalos probably being that 6th card on the top of his deck, just brutal.
And it's even one more card that doesn't do anything now that Droll and Lock is there. You don't even get those extra draws with the force release.
You didn't have to remind me about that. Brutal. All right, Julian waiting to see what is going to happen here from this chain link from the card effects that were sent for this fusion summon.
We just have everything available. As you can see, Izuna is there. Olisu is there. It's not only the field that we must worry about. Every interruption in the end is available from Julian. How can Tom pull this miracle off?
Yeah, he's going to be able to get some monsters with the Emerald Bird summoning back from the graveyard. The Silverhound can summon from the deck, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. He also still has the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which can summon itself back by returning a Lunalight card.
Yeah, is there a way? Can this be a Kaleido Chick? Maybe with the last card in hand being something like a wolf. So difficult, though, to figure out.
But now we access this Lunalight Tiger, usually, placed in the Pendulum Zone. This time is gonna make an appearance in the main monster zone.
This is the first time, we've seen Lunalight Tiger there in the main monster zone. Kind of funny.
Does the bird add it to the hand? Oh, Martin's going to add it back to the hand, I guess, is the idea. But is Martin going to get through the Humble Horror Masquerade or any of the thousands of interruptions seemingly on Julian's side? Or just the Perfume Dancer can add it back?
I mean, this is really sort of heartbreaking in a way. Such amazing duels from both sides throughout all of this weekend, but now we are down to this remaining one, and Tom seems like he's just fighting an uphill battle.
So the Umbral Horror is going to negate effect, is going to take a random card out of Tom's hand and have his life points.
That is quite the interruption right there.
And let's take a look at this title.
Let the dice decide. It's going to be 2-3, the middle card.
Oh, wow.
But it's
he
tough,
can't even
but
use
you
it.
can't use it when your life points are this low.
Those life points are already have. The Umbral Horror Masquerade, just an excellent card against heavy polymerization, unironically.
Wow.
Does he? This is just, I don't know.
I don't know what Tom might come up with. This has to be absolutely tough. We can bounce back the Tiger, but here comes the forced release, which is gonna upgrade the Ripper into the Werewolf and then destroy it back to the extra deck.
Full Moon rises. Ripper turns into a werewolf.
2 more cards in hand, and if you activate any of them, the Werewolf can get rid of it. And there it is, gonna show the full hand from Tom. What is he gonna reveal?
Thrust in Lunalight Perfume? Oh, but Droll and Lockbird.
Neither of them do anything,
Droll and Lockbird stops both of these cards. The Thrust won't be able to add. The Lunalight Perfume won't be able to add.
And we are down to the last effect in this Tiger.
Gonna bring back the Yellow Martin with the Tiger. and Julian has the dust.
Yeah, there's no Devil is there, as well as Olisu, so still the interruption have not ended for Julian. And here comes Olisu.
And that's
and
it!
And the handshake is there! Wow! Julian Keon is your 2025 TCG World Champion! Look what it means to him! Just look at the crowd, the champion du monde indeed, taking it on with that scarf all the way from the NAWCQ and now representing both the NAWCQ champions.
Attention duelists! We have a brand new champion for the TCG! Give it up for Julian Keon! Congratulations! Commiserations to Tom there, but Julian, you have secured the World Championship. Julian, come and collect your trophy. Give it up for Julian Keon, your World Champion for 2025! Julian, come and join me back here. You can tell the emotion is here. You've been very calm, collected, but confident. The room have been loving you, and you are the TCG World Champion. How do you feel?
I don't even know what to say. I feel ecstatic right now. I don't even think it hit me yet.
Now this is your moment. Is there anybody you would like to thank or just give a shout out to who has helped you on this journey to become the world champion?
Yes, for sure. So first and foremost, I want to shout out my girlfriend, Sarah Lynn. She's been here like the whole step of the way. Next, I want to shout out my boy, Jesse. This guy, he's been like staying up every night with me to test, like making sure all the work is done. Just like testing with me the whole way. And like also I want to shout out Triff and Volano specifically because 2 days before the event, they helped me fix my list because I don't think it was that good before. Stake your soul, your nose is mine!
今一番感謝を伝えたい人はまずこの場に一緒に来てくれているガールフレンドのセリーンさん、そして、母国で一緒にずっとプレーをして、今もずっと連絡をしてくれているジェシーさん、そしてこの大会で出会った、みんなのすべてのデュエリストたちに感謝を伝えたいと思います。
Now lastly, there are probably duelists all around the world who one day want to follow in your footsteps and become a world champion. Do you have any advice for them at home?
Just keep up the work. Play as much as you can, and like one day you'll be here.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to let you lift that trophy one more time because you deserve it. The new world champion, Julian Keon! Congratulations, Julian. Now, very, very shortly, we are going to be having our closing ceremony where we're going to get all of our duelists up onto the stage and celebrate our champions. But before we do that, we have a couple of extra little promotional bits and updates for you. One of which we hope that you have all been enjoying the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, The Chronicles promotional short anime series. So here is a look at the final episode from The Fallen and the Virtuous. We hope you're excited to see that, but we have one more thing for you. We're also excited to show you a sneak peek of what's coming next. Be sure to follow us for more information and join us on this journey where we'll be featuring Spirit Charmers cards. Now, that marks the end of our announcements and our updates, which means it's time for us to get in to our closing ceremony where we get to celebrate all of our duelists and our champions here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. Starting with your Rush duelists. Come and join me up on the stage. All of these duelists for the digital title have worked very, very hard to get here. And they're all going to make their way up here, including our champion. And they're going to come up and stand. Come and join me, all of you. Don't be shy. These guys are going to join me on the right. And that means next is your Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed duelists. Congratulations to all of our speed duelists who made it to the World Championship, but also to our winner as well, who managed to secure a World Championship. We're welcoming them all one by one up onto the stage to join us back here. Up next, please welcome your Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duelists! All of these Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duelists have made it all the way to the World Championship 2025 on that digital title for the third time ever. And they get to be celebrated up here along with all of their other victors as well. All of our duelists have very, very much deserved their place on this stage. And maybe one day, those of you watching at home, here in the audience, or even on our stream, might be joining us on this big stage one day as well. We still have quite a lot of duelists making their way up here. Keep giving a round of applause for your master duelists. All of them deserve your praise. They deserve your applause because they have worked very, very hard to be here. And then once we've got all of them done, we still have a few more, but we've got one more category left to join us up on the stage. Just a few more master duelists. And now, last but certainly not least, please welcome to the stage your TCG and OCG duelists! Duelists from all the continents joining together here in Paris for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. And it's been an incredible experience. We've seen some amazing feature matches as part of this entire celebration. And we've crowned some victors as well. And very shortly, we're going to announce each and every one of them individually. They're almost all here. Keep that energy going for the remainder of our duelists in the room. And once they're all on, we're going to celebrate each and every one of them. So, it's time to talk about your champions for 2025. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel Champion, Yumehara Sensei! Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel Champion, Sniffers! Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Team Victors, Ragnarok! And last but certainly not least, he's only just been crowned and he's joining us here right now, your TCG and OCG World Champion for 2025, Julian Kea! Congratulations to all of our champions. You've earned the World Champion title, but that is going to be it from our World Championship 2025. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to our sponsors, to our partners, to our staff and judges, all of our duelists who have taken part, my amazing casting colleagues who have joined me on the stage here, our spectators in the venue, all of you watching at home, and it has been a pleasure to be your host for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025. But we have one more thing to tell you, because we can't wait to see you next year. But where is that going to be? Let's take a look. That's right, we're going to Tokyo, Japan for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2026. And we can't wait to see all of you there and through this next season. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us here for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series. This is the end. Take care, goodbye, and we'll see you next time.